Yeah. Rest 3000. Enemy of my tribe, of mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. Oh yeah, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this arrowhead. My nation, my Nietzsche, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Cherokee, the chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like DST. You might not be as G as me. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say it was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my Nietzsche, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this here is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patches. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us, nobody lost they white like us. Wake 'em up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that since it's finna say, everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us or against us, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Fucking 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got clipped for days, be careful, I advise you to. Enemy of my tribe, of mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, oh yeah, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche.
Yeah, rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? He $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah. God's children. Give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God of Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turn on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to somethings. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. And stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God, it's never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patent accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
RMMAO. What that mean, y'all? Rapping my motherfucking ass off. Volume 1. Y'all state.
Watch get turned out to be the brick man. Cow chopper on the block, bring them bricks in. I can get you whatever you're trying to get, man. You want 5, I'ma go when you're 16. In the sweets, I was trying to get paper. I should have been rapping on somebody's stage, bro. No regrets, I'ma stay getting paper. Trap guy, but I'm a old my gangster. Watch get turned out to be the brick man. Cow chopper on the block, bring them bricks in. I can get you whatever you're trying to get, man. You want 5, I'ma go when you're 16. In the sweets, I was trying to get paper. I should have been rapping on somebody's stage, bro. No regrets, I'ma stay getting paper. Trap guy, but I'm a old my gangster. I was sleeping in the corner by the AC. Secret sweets, I was still sleeping Tracy. They had a room and they both let me stay free. Fresh back home from high desert state P. 1 week I fly, had took off. Fiends around trying to ball the cooks off. I started with a crumb bag and some shake dog. I got it poppin' and I made some shake dog. Forgot my boy told me holla when I get out. Mo plug me down, serving and whip now. Went from an 8-bar to a zip now. I got a lot bit more, I can flip now. Watch, baby, I ain't never been a buster. Good in your Paula son grew up a hustler. Kayan and I'm all Otis brother. Trap guy, but I got all of the customers. I was fresh home from jail. I had to grind and go get it for real. I got that work and put it on the scale. Block so high it was looking like hell. Been through it all, but still I prevail. I'm a black boy and I know the drill. No longer the plug, I promoted my skills. I'm the power company, so pay your life bill. Watch it turned out to be the big man. Cow chopper on the block, bring them bricks in. I can get you whatever you're trying to get, man. You want 5, I'ma go bring you 6 then. In the suites, I was trying to get hit paper. I should have been rapping on somebody's stage, bro. No regrets, I'ma stay getting paper. Trap guy, but I'm a old my gangster. Watch get turned out to be the brick man. Y'all chop on the block, bring them bricks in. I can get you whatever you're trying to get, man. You want 5, I'ma go bring you 6 then. In the suites, I was trying to get hit paper. I should have been rapping on somebody's stage, bro. No regrets, I'ma stay getting paper. Trap guy, but I'm a old my gangster. Watch get turned out to be the brick man. Cow chopper on the block, bring them bricks in. I can get you whatever you're trying to get, man. You want 5, I'ma go bring you 6 then. In the suites, I was trying to get hit paper. I should have been rapping on somebody's stage, bro. No regrets, I'ma stay getting paper. Trap guy, but I'm a old my gangster. Watch get turned out to be the brick man. Cow chopper on the block, bring them bricks in. I can get you whatever you're trying to get, man. You want 5, I'ma go bring you 6 then. In the suites, I was trying to get hit paper. I should have been rapping on somebody's stage, bro. No regrets, I'ma stay getting paper. Trap guy, but I'm a old my gangster.
That bitch up, Mike.
Yeah, truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. Truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't, it ain't legalized. Realize, realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Real eyes, realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Real eyes, realize. Real life. Yeah. Slavery was a long time ago. How? Same motherfuckers still here right now. Colonized on our land, they ahead of us. Changed our name so much, they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even up the playing field, bitch, I'm darn. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sperm. You got white privilege, so you don't need sperm. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe her. Colonized came here, they ain't never leave her. Indians ain't die off cause we here. You ain't gotta lie, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans, naturalized citizens, made all the Indians niggas on the census. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was so defensive. Black Wall Street, whites got so offended. Common law rights gave us amendments. Thank God don't speak truth, that's alright. First slave 1619 was all white. 1200 wasn't no continent, all white. Europe named after a black woman, alright. Grafted, it come from us, do your research. Go within, quit listening to teachers. And the new kid got voice coming out the speaker. Cut off trees down and made us weaker. Really they foreigner, the shit gets deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. I'm Aborigine, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of the war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up everybody, don't be no sheeple. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privilege is real, they working in management. Low down dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Been lied to, I got built up anger. You built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us a Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read what we didn't know the language. Kept us on paper because we didn't see the danger. American Indian, keep the religion. Skin copper color look just like a penny. Wanted our land and you called us stingy. Ain't no Democrats there together, pay attention. We got ancestors, but the papers is missing. Kings and queens, we just can't remember. Remember who you are, just like Simba. Now they got a vax, we don't want that in us. George Washington is the ninth president, look it up. United States only 10 square blocks, look it up. White people really the minorities, look it up. Courtrooms don't got authorities, look it up. You want me, say stop governing me. Gave me a straw man, it's really not me. Why you don't keep it 100 with me? Why Trayvon Killer still walk around free? Made this song for the truth, don't hate it. History was told in reverse, I've stated. We still oppressed, somebody gotta say it. I'm talking out of school, that's the reason I made it. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. It ain't my story. History is his story. Probably ain't your story. History is his story. It's his story.
Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. I want to say peace to everybody tapped in this evening. Say shout out to my PIC, the one and only y'all big homie. The CEO is in the building. I want to say peace to the God. And the crowd goes on. I was like, peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Shout out to all the great ones, man. Hey, man, press gold if you truly descend from the greatest people in world history. I want to say press gold, man. Had an interesting conversation today. I'll tell you guys about that. Man, we got Shy Alpha in the building. Peace of the God. He said, I got Peterson. He's a beast. He said he rocks with him. He red pill. Okay. Epic Studies is in the building. Ivy Comer, Freeland. Peace, Empress. What we got here? Chickahominy Roots is in the building. Peace, Empress. Lil Ron. King Ye. I want to say peace to the guys, man. Truth over everything. Peace, King. Nonetheless, peace to the God. Khalil Finch. Peace, Kings. God. Mike. Trimmer. Truth is in the building. Lou Era. Peace, Dirty. Smoke Signal. I want to say peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Hey, man, you guys are tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab. And I come in peace, man. Chilling, man. Just want to say hello. Good evening, everybody, man. We come in peace, y'all. We just here to bring the good news, man. Bring the gospel, man. So I just want to say shout out to everybody, man. It's going to be listening to this later on, too, man. I'm in the playback. Hey, do us a favor, like, share, subscribe on all social media platforms, on everything that you guys are doing. We really appreciate it. And shout out to everybody, man, that's part of the Only Builders. Interested in what we're doing over there at the Only Builders. Hit us up at onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. Yeah, man, we just grinding, y'all. Once again, y'all, it's always an interesting thing, man. When you have conversations with some of these guys, I want to say shout out to the Wake and Bake show with Big Aboriginal Power this morning. We had an interesting build, and we had some conversations, that we were talking about. A lot of the terminologies and things that you're saying. It's a lot of people who are confused that are new into the information web. So they're coming in and, they're asking questions, you know what I'm saying? And so I think that a lot of these questions need to be answered. But I thought it was interesting, speaking to Not a Coincidence, for instance, some of the things, that these guys say, but they ultimately believe that in the constructs, in the color caste system, and the social constructs. So we're going to get into some of that stuff tonight, right? You guys see the title: JoeRogan, Jordan B. Peterson, and versus Michael Eric Dyson and Don Lemon. Shout out to Willie D. Don Lemon, right? And so we're gonna get into that conversation. I want to cue that up, by the way, to see what it's all the fuss about. When I heard about it, I'm like, wait a minute, what are they talking about? And I heard some of the comments that Joe Rogan said, as well as some of the comments that Jordan Peterson said. And we want to get into this, y'all, before we get into this conversation. Let's cue this up. But it just reminds me once again of some of the conversations that I had with some of these brothers this morning, right? Not a coincidence, as well as Lex Vortex, aka Nimrod, right? I went on his channel as well and had a conversation with him, right? He said something really interesting to me. He called me a black man, right? Like, because he says I'm dark and I look like Nigerian and all this other stuff, right? But then he said, I think like a white man, you know what I'm saying? These other things. I thought that was really interesting, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to see some correlations in this conversation. But once again, everybody knows these are constructs. So I just want to see, what's going on with Joe Rogan and Peterson versus these other two guys right here, Don Lemon and Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. So once again, it's really interesting what we're about to watch, y'all. So let's just get right into this thing, man. Then I'll be right back with my commentary, y'all. Let's go. Fuck fair use, by the way.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's really weird.
The black and white thing is so strange because
like
the shades are
tan and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people.
A conversation about race on Joe Rogan's podcast, taking an uninformed turn. A guest on the show, psychologist and commentator Jordan Peterson, questioned the racial identity of prominent black professor Michael Eric Dyson. You may have seen Dyson on this program before. So take a listen to what happened on that podcast.
Depending on who you ask, either you're a voice of reason and rationality and personal responsibility, or you're a voice of intolerance and bigotry and anger and hateful
sexual oppression.
What did Michael
prejudice,
Eric Dyson call you? An angry white man.
Yeah, and a mean, angry white man. Yeah,
hilarious.
Yeah.
That's what
I mean at all.
That's what Lex called me this morning.
Not mean at all.
I am white. Actually, that's a lie too. I'm kind of tan, and he was actually not black.
If you're tan,
he was
what
sort
the
of
am I? Because I'm darker than you.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but neither of us are white.
Well, I'm Italian,
and
mostly.
He was brown, not black.
Well, isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's really weird.
The black and white thing is so strange because the shades are so
tan and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people. Unless you're talking to someone who is like 100% African from the darkest place where they're not wearing any clothes all day and they've developed all that melanin to protect themselves from the sun. Even the term black is weird. And when you use it for people that are literally my color, it becomes very strange.
Okay. Michael Eric Dyson, professor of African American and Diaspora Studies at Vanderbilt University, joins me now. He's the author of Entertaining Race, Performing Blackness in America. Hello, Professor. Thank you for joining us. So your name was dropped because here's why. Because you have previously debated Jordan Peterson, but and they mentioned it, right? He said you said you were, I don't know, something an angry white man or something like that, or mean, I forget. Let's go beyond these two guys. Talk about what's really happening here. Is it really that perplexing to people that Black America exists in all kinds of shades? That doesn't change the Black experience in America.
Not at all. Thank you for having me, Brother Don. You would hope they were joking, because if they weren't, this exposes the vast lethal ignorance at the heart of so much whiteness, whether intentional or not. We all know that Black is not a phenotypical reality. We're not talking about a genetic predisposition toward darker skin. We're speaking about an existential context. We're talking about a philosophical idea. We're speaking about rooted cultures in deep histories that have vast traditions that have generated complicated identities. And we know that Blackness in terms of its identity ranges from vanilla vitality to chocolate charm, and all ranges in between. So it's not about shade. It's not about a kind of inherited characteristic of race. Race is, as we've been arguing in school, and I would advise Dr. Peterson and Brother Rogan to take a class. When we talk about race as a social construct, what we're saying is it's not about a biological determinism. It's about an inherited set of beliefs that depend upon a society to imbue it with meaning. And therefore, it's not simply about who you are, your skin color, your hair, your shade, and tone. Now, while they unsuccessfully challenged my blackness, they damn sure proved their whiteness, indifferent to history, oblivious to truth, and indifferent to reality.
Mhm. So just that it was kind of a weird thing to say, to refer to people as black. That's what he said. It's weird to refer to people as black unless they are from Africa, not wearing any clothes. There's a fundamental misunderstanding, you know, as you've been pointing out, of what it means to be black.
Absolutely. They're hearkening back to Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. Brother Rogan is smarter than that. People who are in Africa who don't wear clothes, who have deeper melanin, was he speaking about thousands of years ago? Is he talking about today? When he refers to what it means to be African, when he refers to what it means to be black, are you that obtuse, indifferent to truth, ignorant about traditions? But yes, so many people are. This is the same kind of ignorance that fuels the belief that CRT is being taught in elementary school. This is the same kind of ignorance that would have us believe that 1619 is an anti-democratic, anti-American project. This is the nature of the whiteness we continually confront. This is willful ignorance. This is not, oh my God, I just don't understand it, it's too complicated. No, what's too complicated is to acknowledge your whiteness, your privilege, your perspective, the shades through which you view the world, and the ways in which whiteness provides a kind of lens through which we view it. So yeah, they know better than that.
Listen, I mean, do they know better than that? Because look, we all speak for, that's what I do for a living. So, you know, at times you screw up. And so I like to give people grace when they speak for a living because, you know, especially he has a podcast. I'm not sure how long it is or how long it goes, but you just sort of speaking off the cuff. But one would think that you would do your research if you're going to talk about topics that are this sensitive and this important. But do they know better, or are they just speaking to the people in their audience and just sort of capitalizing on that, thinking that's what they want to hear? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, absolutely. And I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think on the one hand, you're absolutely right. They're speaking to their audiences. They're ginning up a kind of resistance and a kind of anger at, look at this guy talking this kind of stuff. And blackness is much more complicated. And look, by the way, he's lighter than us or darker than us, and therefore he's not really black. Come on. So yeah, they're playing to the ignorance of their audience, but they're also, exposing a kind of lethal ignorance about the very nature of race itself. And they, in that sense, yeah, they know better. Look, I met Joe Rogan and spoke to him after a concert by Dave Chappelle. You're opening for Dave Chappelle, one of the blackest men in America, not because of his brown skin tone, not because of the shade of his skin, but by virtue of the ideals he promotes, the ideals with which he wrestles, and the ways in which he gets it right, or some would say
and
wrong.
his life experiences.
And life experiences and the way in which he channels those. So Joe Rogan, you're opening up for a guy who has redefined for many people blackness in the last 15 years, and yet you're claiming not to know what blackness is. Yeah, I think that's a deliberate, willful ignorance, and it's the unintentional hilarity of a certain kind of whiteness that refuses to own up to what it is. Because if he refuses to acknowledge my blackness, he doesn't have to confront his whiteness. The moment he acknowledges that I am a black man, he has to confront the fact that he is a white man. And in order to deflect that and to defer that and to defend his whiteness, he would rather disappear it. As Gore Vidal said, we live in the United States of amnesia. And my brother Joe Rogan and Mr. Peterson from Dr. Peterson from Canada are parts of that, United States of amnesia, the Canadian virtue and province of amnesia. This is what we're talking about: a willful, a white disregard for the truth before them.
I hope he has you on to talk about it because I think you'd be great.
I mean, I would love to have be on Joe Rogan's show, but I don't think. Look, he wants to talk behind my ear. He doesn't want to talk to my face because I'd have to challenge some of that stuff. But I would love to engage him and would love to talk about it and helpfully educate himself, our audiences, myself, and the whole of us as we try to grapple with what it means to be Black and to have race in an American society.
Dr. Dyson, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, brother.
More news from, quite frankly, JoeRogan.
Well, sheesh. I mean, just off top, right? For me, I mean, yes, that was an ignorant statement on Joe Rogan's part. Naked in Africa, melanin rich, no clothes on, protect from the sun, all these things, right? I think that's really interesting. And once again, there should be, that's something that should be said with that. For me, just sit back. Shut up. Just sit back. First hearing that, right? But once again, when we're talking about these social constructs, right? Whenever you're saying Black, right, there's white. So no matter what we're saying, you still put yourself. You're giving a weapon. You're using you're giving yourself a handicap. You understand what I'm saying? You're giving yourself an excuse to lose. So when we're talking about these social constructs, we're talking about Black and white or whatever. I definitely, you know what I want to pull up? Hold on one second, y'all. I want to pull up this so we can talk about it. That way we won't be going away from it. What I want to pull up. I want to pull up scientific racism first. Let's pull that up. I'm gonna pull that up, y'all. And we're gonna reverse engineer this thing. See what I'm saying? We're gonna do it like that. So we'll start with scientific racism, and then we're gonna reverse engineer it and see what we're talking about. Because once again, the origin of a lot of Joe Rogan's ignorance, right, is the same ignorance. It's like that I hear when I'm talking to Not a Coincidence or Lex Vortex today. It's the same ignorance, right? It's the same school system, the same people that are telling the same things, but also these racial constructs, right? Black, white, you know what I'm saying? So once again, when you have somebody that's a psychologist like Jordan Peterson, right? Once again, a lot of people don't like people telling the truth. Sorry, it's just the truth. But you have to hold everybody accountable. Like they can't turn around and say, well, this is a social construct, and then call you a Black man or white man, or we start talking about shades of tan and all this other stuff or whatever, when we understand that there's a racial component to this, right? I got another video that he was talking about that or whatever in the thing. We're gonna get to that as well. It's like we want to break down this mind frame of everybody. We have to tell the truth about it. So if we could destroy these terms, right, then we can destroy the system. We stop using them and stop allowing other people to use these terms. And I think that's the solution to it. So we're gonna get to this scientific racism. Will we send it to you? No, I didn't know. So yeah, we can go back to that. It cut off. Like I didn't know. No, I didn't know. So we can get back to it after we pull up the scientific racism. How about that? Let's do that. So scientific racism, yeah, real quick. Then we get back to this video. I guess there was some more left on here, right? So it says, check this out now. This is from Wikipedia, and And there's a reason why I'm going through Wikipedia, guys. Keep going. All right. So, um, racial biology, right? Redirects here, right? For the biological concept of race, see race biology, right? Scientific racism, sometimes termed biological racism, okay, is the pseudoscientific belief that empirical evidence exists to support or justify racism. I'm going to say that again. Uh, right? Is the pseudoscientific belief that empirical evidence exists to support or justify racism, racial discrimination, racial inferiority, or racial superiority. Historically, scientific racism received credence throughout the scientific community, but is no longer considered scientific. I gotta read that part again. Historically, scientific racism received credence throughout the scientific community, but is no longer considered scientific, dividing humankind into biological distinct groups is sometimes called racialism, realism, right? Or race science by its proponents. Modern scientific consensus rejects, I'm gonna say this again. Modern scientific consensus reject this view as being irreconcilable with modern genetic research. Okay? Scientific racism misapplies, misconstrues, or distorts anthropology, notably physical anthropology, anthrometry, anthrometry, right? Craniometry, right? Craniometry, evolutionary biology, and other disciplines or pseudo disciplines, and proposing anthropological typologies supporting the classifications of. This is basic. It's just this right here, y'all. Let's keep going down a little bit. Okay, wait a minute. This one is pseudoscience from the classification of human populations into physically discrete human races, some of which might be asserted to be superior or inferior to others. Scientific racism was common during the period from the 1600s to the end of World War II. Since the second half of the 20th century, scientific racism has been criticized as obsolete and discredited, yet has persistently been used to support or validate racist worldviews based upon belief in the existence and significance of racial categories and hierarchy of superiority and inferior races. After the end of World War II, scientific racism in theory and action was formally denounced, especially in UNESCO's early anti-racist statement, quote, "The Race Question, 1950. The biological fact of race and the myth of race should be distinguished. For all practical social purposes, race is not so much a biological phenomenon as a social myth. The myth of race has created an enormous amount of human and social damage. In recent years, it has taken a heavy toll in human lives and caused untold suffering. Since that time, developments in human evolutionary genetics and physical anthropology have led to new consensus among anthropologists that human race is a social political phenom rather than a biological one. You can scroll up a little bit and see what else is there, but I mean that right there is it's kind of bad, y'all. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Hold on, I'm gonna go a little bit more. The term scientific racism is generally used pejoratively when applied to more modern theories, such as those in the Bell Curve 1994, right? Critics argue that such works postulate racist conclusions such as genetic connections between race and intelligence that are unsupported by available evidence. Publications such as Mankind Quarterly, founded explicitly as a race-conscious journal, are generally regarded as platforms of scientific racism because they publish fringe interpretations of human evolution, intelligence, ethnography, language, mythology, and archaeology, and race. See how that work, y'all? See right there? Y'all got some explaining to do. JoeRogan, as well as Michael Eric Dyson, right? As well as Don Lemon. Now, one thing was interesting that Don Lemon was saying, and we're going to get back to that video, right? But one thing that he was like, well, do they know? Well, the question that he should be asking that question to his husband, for instance. And I know that sounds funny, right? But that's a real thing. Like you could say, hey, bro, you know, the people that don't look like you, that don't have that experience, Don Lemon, and you ask them that question. You do know. What are they saying? Do he know? Has he experienced what we experienced? Is he experiencing what we experienced? Can he see it the same way? Y'all understand what I'm saying? And I think that's something that needs to be stated when we're talking about people who are trying to, like, I don't look at Dr. Michael Eric Dyson as a person who's trying to solve it, only perpetuating the race hustle. Hey, yeah, we know this is this, but when you see these guys, let's get back to the video, saying things that, what I want to say, that they're breaking down the social constructs, right? And you know, then allow them. Stop. Like I look at it like, you know, Michael Eric Dyson and Don Lemon are upholding the system, while you have a person like Jordan Peterson trying, you know, exposing it, regardless if it hurts your feelings, regardless of whatever you got to say or whatever, right? Once again, we know that they use racism in scientific, so-called scientific, right? So when we going back and forth with people and they're saying out of Africa hypotheses, right? And they believe in it as a fact, and then they turn around and tell you that they don't believe in the theory of evolution. I think it's just really stupid, and we understand why. You can't evolve in China, for instance, and then walk out of Africa. It doesn't make any sense, right? So once again, these stereotypes and these different things that are said about Africa being naked and you understand what I'm saying? Weak and ignorant, and, you know, all the things that go with black. And once again, they're pushing black. So stop raising your hand to be on the losing team of this social, political, economic struggle. Okay? Stop pushing the caste system. Now you have a mulatto and an octoroon, right? Don Lemon. I think his background is that he's mixed as well, right? I don't know that background for us. Now, you don't necessarily have to be mixed to be as pale as these two gentlemen, but Michael Eric Dyson is lighter, as you guys seen. Unless that was the light, then Don Lemon, right? So I just wanted you guys to put that out or whatever, right? Once again, you could have got a darker brother to you know what I'm saying, to speak on these issues. They turn around and say, well, wait a minute, what about you people that are lighter than Jordan Peterson or Joe Rogan, for instance, right? And then they still consider themselves being black. Then once again, you know, that's a social construct, which Michael Eric Dyson understood, but he is still upholding that social construct. Then he tells them that they need to go to some type of sensitivity class for losers. Like, come on, bro, you sound crazy as hell when you say that, fam. So I just wanted to point that out, man. We're gonna get back into this video, but once again, they're pushing Joe Rogan as well as Don Lemon and those guys are pushing this construct. Okay, so even when you call it out, they still can turn around and say black, white. I'm a white man, because once again, that's what Jordan Peterson said about when he said that old boy called him an angry white man. He was like, yes. You see what I'm saying? Once again, they're going to raise their hand for power. Once again, you're raising your hand for weakness. So yeah, let's get right back into this, y'all. So I just wanted to throw that in there, and then we get right back to it. Let's go.
A conversation about race on Joe Rogan's podcast, taking an uninformed turn. A guest on the show, psychologist and commentator Jordan Peterson, questioned the racial identity of prominent black professor Michael Eric Dyson. You may have seen Dyson on this program before, so take a listen to what happened on that podcast.
Depending on who you ask, either you're a voice of reason and rationality and personal responsibility, or you're a voice of intolerance and bigotry and anger and hateful.
Sexual oppression.
What did Michael Eric Dyson call you? A mean, angry white man?
Yeah, and a mean, angry white man. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, yeah.
So did this go back, or they just said it again?
I am white. Actually, that's a lie,
hold on,
too.
stop it for a second.
I'm kind of tan, and he was actually not black.
You're tan,
he was
what
sort
the
of
am I? Because I'm darker than you.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but neither.
Well, yo, like, once again, they're saying that this is a social construct, and then now they're talking about being tan or this and the third. You understand what I'm saying? Like they're pushing, they're saying, hey, we're calling this out, but then say something completely that's contradictory to the statement. So like I said, I want to point this out, that they're still pushing the construct. While calling it out, you're still pushing the construct. So let's go. I just wanted to point that out, y'all. Let's go.
Of us are white.
Well, I'm Italian.
And he was brown, not black.
Well, isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's really weird.
The black and white thing is so strange, because the shades are so
tan and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people. Unless you're talking to someone who is like 100% African from the darkest place where they're not wearing any clothes all day and they've developed all that melanin to protect themselves from the sun. You know, even the term black is weird. And when you use it for people that are literally my color, it becomes very strange.
Michael Eric Dyson, professor of African American and Diaspora Studies at Vanderbilt University, joins me now. He's the author of Entertaining Race, Performing Blackness in America. Hello, Professor. Thank you for joining us. So your name was dropped because here's why. Because you have previously debated Jordan Peterson, but and they mentioned it, right? He said you said you were, I don't know, something, an angry white man or something like that, or mean, I forget. Let's go beyond these two guys. Talk about what's really happening here. Is it really that perplexing to people that Black America exists in all kinds of shades? That doesn't change the Black experience in America.
Not at all. Thank you for having me, Brother Don. You know, you would hope they were joking, because if they weren't, this exposes the vast lethal ignorance at the heart of so much whiteness, whether intentional or not. We all know that Black is not a phenotypical reality. We're not talking about a genetic predisposition toward darker skin. We're speaking about an existential context. We're talking about a philosophical idea. We're speaking about rooted cultures in deep histories that have vast traditions that have generated complicated identities. And we know that Blackness, in terms of its identity, ranges from vanilla vitality to chocolate charm, and all ranges in between. So it's not about shade. It's not about a kind of inherited characteristic of race. Race is, as we've been arguing in school, and I would advise Dr. Peterson and Brother Rogan to take a class. When we talk about race as a social construct, what we're saying is it's not about a biological determinism. It's about an inherited set of beliefs that depend upon a society to imbue it with meaning. And therefore, it's not simply about who you are, your skin color, your hair, your shade, and tone. Now, while they unsuccessfully challenged my Blackness, they damn sure proved their whiteness. Indifferent to history, oblivious to truth, and indifferent to reality.
Mm-hmm. So just that it was kind of a weird thing to say, to refer to people as black. That's what he said. It's weird to refer to people as black unless they are from Africa, not wearing any clothes. There's a fundamental misunderstanding, as you've been pointing out, of what it means to be black.
Absolutely. They're hearkening back to Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness. Brother Rogan is smarter than that. People who are in Africa who don't wear clothes, who have deeper melanin, was he speaking about thousands of years ago? Is he talking about today? When he refers to what it means to be African, when he refers to what it means to be black, are you that obtuse, indifferent to truth, ignorant about traditions? But yes, so many people are. This is the same kind of ignorance that fuels the belief that CRT is being taught in elementary school. This is the same kind of ignorance that would have us believe that 1619 is an anti-democratic, anti-American project. This is the nature of the whiteness we continually confront. This is willful ignorance.
It
This
is
not,
anti-American.
"Oh my God, I just don't understand it. It's too complicated." No, what's too complicated is to acknowledge your whiteness, your privilege, your perspective, the shades through which you view the world, and the ways in which whiteness provides a kind of lens through which we view it. So yeah, they know better than that.
Listen, I mean, do they know better than that? Because look, we all speak for a living. That's what I do for a living. So, at times you screw up. And so I like to give people grace when they speak for a living because, especially he has a podcast. I'm not sure how long it is or how long it goes, but you just sort of speaking off the cuff. But one would think that you would do your research if you're going to talk about topics that are this sensitive and this important. But do they know better, or are they just speaking to the people in their audience and just sort of capitalizing on that, thinking that's what they want to hear? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, absolutely. And I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. I think on the one hand, you're absolutely right. They're speaking to their audiences. They're ginning up a kind of resistance and a kind of anger at, look at this guy talking this kind of stuff. And blackness is much more complicated. And look, by the way, he's lighter than us or darker than us, and therefore he's not really black. Come on. So yeah, they're playing to the ignorance of their audience, but they're also, exposing a kind of lethal ignorance about the very nature of race itself. And they, in that sense, yeah, they know better. Look, I met Joe Rogan and spoke to him after a concert by Dave Chappelle. You're opening for Dave Chappelle, one of the blackest men in America, not because of his brown skin tone, not because of the shade of his skin, but by virtue of the ideals he promotes, the ideals with which he wrestles, and the ways in which he gets it right, or some would say
and
wrong.
His life experiences.
And life experiences and the way in which he channels those. So Joe Rogan, you're opening up for a guy who has redefined for many people blackness in the last 15 years, and yet you're claiming not to know what blackness is. Yeah, I think that's a deliberate, willful ignorance, and it's the unintentional hilarity of a certain kind of whiteness that refuses to own up to what it is. Because if he refuses to acknowledge my blackness, he doesn't have to confront his whiteness. The moment he acknowledges that I am a black man, he has to confront the fact that he is a white man. And in order to deflect that and to defer that and to defend his whiteness, he would rather disappear it. As Gore Vidal said, we live in the United States of amnesia. And my brother Joe Rogan and Mr. Peterson from Dr. Peterson from Canada are parts of that, United States of amnesia, the Canadian virtue and province of amnesia. This is what we're talking about: a willful, a white disregard for the truth before them.
I hope he has you on to talk about it, because I think you'd be great.
I mean, I would love to have be on Joe Rogan's show, but I don't think. Look, he wants to talk behind my ear. He doesn't want to talk to my face, because I'd have to challenge some of that stuff. But I would love to engage him and would love to talk about it and helpfully educate himself, our audiences, myself, and the whole of us as we try to grapple with what it means to be black and to have race in an American society.
Dr. Dyson, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, brother.
More news from, quite frankly,
Oh yeah. Well, no, I thought there was more. Yeah, I think we've seen that. We've seen all that right there. I thought there was more after that, but that's cool. My still the same conversation for me, y'all. I want to pull up this eugenics. Once again, when we talk about the out of Africa hypothesis, that's a part of social Darwinism. It's a part of dark. Oh, well, I'm getting there. We're reversing engineering this thing. So we went through scientific racism, right? Now we're getting into eugenics, right? We're gonna just walk this thing backwards and then get to. I'm a little ahead of myself when we start talking about social Darwinism, right? But reverse engineering this, right? What these guys are talking about, once again, Michael Eric Dyson and Don Lemon, as well as these other guys. Once again, everybody's has. these constructs in their head, right? So we're gonna get into it. Why do you have these things in there? Because this comes through school, it comes through church, it comes through cartoons, it comes through every institution that has implemented here in the past 100 years on our people. Okay, this is facts. I don't know why people have these problems that y'all be having, but we're gonna get into this. Let's get right to it, yo. So we're talking about eugenics. You guys act like this is not a part of eugenics, but let's get to it. Okay, so eugenics from ancient Greece. You know, that's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But that's good. Good, well, right? Come into being growing is a set of beliefs and practices, a set of beliefs and practices that aim to improve the genetic quality of a human population. Okay, historically, by excluding people and groups judged to be inferior or promoting those judged to be superior. Now, when we talk about Walter Plecker and those guys, whatever, from the brown paper bag to the pencil test with the hair test, putting the pencil in there, the pencil stay in there, whatever, and the classification or whatever. But with those classifications, they also classify intelligence. You understand what I'm saying? They equated that in their, you know, as well as their standardized tests. You know what I'm saying, which are culturally biased. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't score the way they're scoring or whatever, then you will be held at the least of the genetic ladder. And they used a lot of the scientific data to interpret it the way they want to interpret it. And once again, we've seen the scientific racism, you know what I'm saying, that's entrenched. It's still entrenched in people's psyches. So once again, a lot of our people that we're going back and forth with or whatever are pushing eugenics, a set of beliefs and practices that aim to improve the genetic quality of life of a human population, right? Now, once again, when I was having a conversation with one of the brothers today, both of them, they can't see themselves. Like one of them believes or knows that we were here prior, right? But he just has this African thing going on in his head, right? He does. The other one that knows he's a part of a specific group here, right? Right, as a part of a certain in group, right? Still allow some people to put a caste system in his brain that the lighter people are better than the darker people. Now he don't have to say it, it's just how they move. It's what they say out their mouth. Especially they can't create any negativity or anything negative to say about these people ever. Right? Ever. So I think that's really interesting, right? So getting back to this right here, it says it's a set of beliefs and practices that aim to improve genetic quality of a human population. Historically, by excluding people and groups judged to be inferior or promoting those judged to be superior. In recent years, the term has seen a revival in bioethical discussions on the usage of new technology such as CRISPR and genetic screening, with a heated debate on whether these technologies should be called eugenics or not. Let's keep going a little bit. The concept predates the term. Plato suggested applying the principles of selective breeding to humans around 400 BC. Early advocates of eugenics in the 19th century regarded it as a way of improving groups of people. In contemporary usage, the term eugenics is closely associated with scientific racism, which we already looked up. Modern bioethicists who advocate new eugenic characterize it as a way of enhancing individual traits, regardless of group membership. Okay. While eugenic principles have been practiced as early as ancient Greece, right? The contemporary history of eugenics began in the late 19th century when a popular eugenics movement emerged in the United Kingdom and then spread to many countries, including the United States, Canada, right? Where Jordan Peterson people came to, right? Because he's not indigenous to Canada, right? Australia and most European countries. In this period, people from across the political spectrum espoused eugenic ideas. Consequently, many countries adopted eugenic policies, shit, intended to improve the quality of their population, genetic stock, right? Such programs included both positive measures, such as encouraging individuals deemed wait a minute. Damn it. Okay, wait a minute. I found it. Measures such as encouraging individuals deemed particularly fit to reproduce. Right now, remember we were talking about when we showed my alpha stuff or whatever. Shout out to Trey Ali. They blocked that out, by the way, you guys. The my alpha stuff or whatever. When they talk about some of the laws and the sterilization and things that they did, these are real things. They're still sterilizing people today. They're telling, okay, you're not fit to have children, or they will, if the person has children, they actually have laws to take the children from the mother at the hospital. So understand that she's not fit. The state, she's a ward of the state or whatever the case may be. They've deemed this woman not fit, right? But they also have sterilized people, so without their permission. So we understand this, whatever. So let's get back to this. It says, and negative measures such as marriage prohibitions and right forced sterilizations of people deemed unfit for reproduction. So, now that's Margaret Sanger or whatever, and this is the Eugenic Society has morphed into Planned Parenthood. If you don't know that the Eugenic Society is Planned Parenthood right now, if you support Planned Parenthood, you are supporting the murder of people. Just say that. You support death. You support the death culture. You support the Eugenic Society, and this is what we're talking about right here, right? So it says those deemed unfit to reproduce often included people with mental or physical disabilities, people who scored in the low ranges of on different IQ tests, criminal and deviants, and members of disfavored minority groups. Now that last one right there is pretty interesting, right? It says criminals and deviants, right? Okay. And members of disfavored minority groups. Now I think that's interesting when we talk about disfavored minority groups. But once again, we were the majority here, right? And they started to eradicate people here by different means. Not only sending people to different places, like Blackbird and things of that nature, whatever, but also eugenics, and we talk about the actual sheer numbers of people that were, I don't want to say what's the word, cut down. When we talk about, Margaret Sanger talks about cutting down weeds, right? We talk about the sheer numbers of it. Just think about that. You know what I'm saying? And most of it was based off when we did the show. We were talking about abortions and stuff like that or whatever. It was a lot of the people that they talked to were aborting the children based off of economics. See what I'm saying? So once again, you know, it's kind of disfavored this minority groups, right? So once again, these people come in, they start getting into power, and then they start they created this scientific racism, right? And this system that we're calling, right, eugenics. Once again, we reverse engineering this. We went from scientific racism to eugenics, and we're about to walk this thing backwards a little bit. So we'll put another video, and then we're gonna come back into something else. But I wanted to finish this up right here. We're talking about eugenics. What is eugenics? Eugenics is the eradication of Aboriginal people everywhere, or whatever. And yes, they do. You know, you can get some cases of them sterilizing pale people and things of that nature, whatever. Of course, yes. But for the most part, we understand what Margaret Sanger and the Eugenics Society and Planned Parenthood and what their aims are, eradicating dark people on this planet. That's just what it is, y'all, and y'all can respect that a check. So when we talk about this disfavored minority groups, I mean, what? Okay, so it's based off of what them, let's just say, regime or administration that comes in, like say a Nixon administration or this administration, says, hey, you know what? We don't like you. These groups of people are disfavored, right? And we can name a myriad of different groups that will be disfavored, and that could be put into this group of what you call it. I don't know if Planned Parenthood, for instance, affects the Asian population here or the Arab population here, right? But we know that it affects us here. Okay, that's what we're talking about. So it said the eugenic movement became associated with Nazi Germany and the Holocaust when the defense of many of the defendants at the Nuremberg trials of 1945 to 1946 attempted to justify their human rights abuses by claiming there was little difference between check this out, the Nazi eugenics program and the U.S. eugenics program. In the decades following World War II, with more emphasis on human rights, many countries began to abandon eugenics policies, although some Western countries, the United States, Canada, and Sweden, among them, continue to carry out forced sterilizations. Now, what's really interesting, you know, that you know when what you read when they try to deflect, you know, what they're doing to the Nazis. But they even turn around, even with that, the Nazis will still say, well, no, you know, we were emulating the Tuskegee experiments. We were emulating all of the things that practices, the things that you guys done in Canada, right? For instance, here in the continental United States, for instance, or whatever. So they were saying that they were using those techniques on their darker population of people there. So y'all gotta understand this. Shit, y'all. Let's see what we got here. Since the 1980s and 1990s, with new assisted reproductive technology procedures available, God, such as gestational surrogacy, right? Available since 1985, right? Pre-implantation genetic diagnosis, right? Available 1989, and cystoplasmic transfer first performed in 1996. Concerns have grown about the possible revival of more potent forms of eugenic after decades of promoting human rights, right? So they're just basically coming up with new ways of controlling life, right? As well as, you know, like they say, some people say you can have like a designer baby and all that type of stuff. So it's a lot of stuff that they come up and say, you know, I want my babies to have blue eyes, and, you know, genetically try to do some stuff like that. So I've heard these things or whatever. I don't know, you know, how accurate they are, but they are definitely talking about these type of things. A criticism of eugenic policies is that regardless of whether negative or positive policies are used, they are susceptible to abuse because the genetic selection criteria are determined by whichever group has political power at the time. And that's what we're talking about, which regime is in office. Remember, they burn down records, then they put in they fund certain agendas, they fund certain doctors They fund certain scientific articles that they want to highlight. See what I'm saying? So this is what they're doing, and people go with this fake scientific consensus and peer reviewed. And okay, well, who are we talking about? Well, we're talking about eugenicists. We're talking about Darwinists. We're talking about people who are actually against life. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about. Let's see. It says, furthermore, many criticism negative. Wait. Okay, so it says whoever's in political power at the time. Furthermore, many criticize negative eugenics in particular. I mean, is there any positive about anything positive about eugenics, right? In particular, as a violation of basic human rights, right? Seen since 1968's Proclamation of Tehran, right? As including in the right to reproduce. Another criticism is that eugenic policies eventually led to a loss of genetic diversity, thereby resulting in inbreeding depression due to loss of genetic variation, right? Yet another criticism of contemporary eugenic policies is that they propose to permanently and artificially disrupt millions of years of evolution, and that attempting to create genetic line, quote, clean of disorders can have far-reaching ancillary scrolling a little bit. It seems like it's a lot right here, huh? Ancillary downstream effects in genetic ecology, including negative effects on immunity and on species resilience, right? Okay, so yeah, we can go out of this right here. So basically, once again, these people are using scientific racism, right? And once again, you'll find people that look like us that'll argue this point for them. They say, no, we believe in this right here. Some parts of it. Like Lex said earlier today, he said he believes in some parts of evolution, right? He also believes that hypotheses and theories are facts and law. They're not. And they also bend the truth when it comes to what we're saying, recessive and dominant traits and genes, right? Right. So certain things that recessive genes and recessive traits do not predate, right? Dominant genes and traits. Period. There's no talking, there's no coming back from that, and that's everywhere, right? So once again, they'll say stuff like, well, we have these bones, and they don't have no human skeletal remains 10,000 BC on the continent of Africa. I think that's kind of weird, right? So I asked them, say, what about 5,000 6,000 years? You guys can't produce the skeletal remains? They only can go to some shards of bones, or they'll just skip 4 million years to Lucy, right? Some monkey bones that have been put together. So I just think you guys are really funny and really, really crazy. Say Mama Bear in the building, Smoke Signal, Shy Alpha. Who else we got here? Khalil is in the building. I see Big Aboriginal Powers in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Bronze Flat Powers in the building. Peace to the guy. What's we got in here, y'all? Trimmer. What's we got in here? Say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. You guys can be anywhere else in the world, man, but you tapped in with your Sahab, man. So I want to say appreciate that. I see Jan is in the building. Don Ross, Wilmore Reed. Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Studio Mansion said the human race is not a fair race. Some would cheat to get ahead. That's a fact, and that's what they're doing. Yeah, man, y'all better slap that like button, man. Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Really appreciate it. Like, share, subscribe, man. And you already know, man. Support the real. Pull this. I'm gonna pull this video around. We're gonna stay on Peterson's head, man. And we're going to talk about this critical race theory that they're talking about. Basically, that's what they're talking about, critical race theory. They're talking about social constructs. They're talking about, him being a professor in psychology. I thought it was kind of weird. He's a professor at Merchants at that, you know what I'm saying? Or was, I thought it was kind of weird for them to say he needs to take a class when he's teaching in psychology and stuff like that. Once again, the words that we're using in this psychological warfare against our people, right? This propaganda is a thing. So you guys hear me say, I am the greatest. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things, and we're pushing gold and we're pushing this vibrational pitch. There's a reason why we're doing this, right? The reason why we say the words that we say out of our mouths. And so they're like, hey, you guys are calling yourselves Aborigines. You guys are calling yourselves Americans. And when I say USA, we're raising a vibrational pitch. We're raising, there's a strategy behind every goddamn thing that we're doing. And I hope you guys understand that. Real shit. So it just really irks me, man, that you guys be saying the stuff that y'all saying. Hold on, let me make sure which video this was. Hold on 1 second, y'all. It's called shit crazy, y'all. Real crazy. Racism and wokeness with Africa Brooke and Michaela. Let's go to that one. I'll send it to you. I don't know you can see it. Okay, that's cool. Say peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. We're about to get into this this video right here, man. And like I said, we're gonna get right back into the information, man. We're gonna walk this thing down. You guys are getting something out this video, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in. Appreciate the thumbs up, man. Appreciate the views. Appreciate it. You guys being here, man. I really do. I want to say salute. We're gonna keep going, man. So this right here was really interesting, man. I haven't seen all of it once I started watching it. When I see some stuff, man, I'll be like, yo, you know what? I want to get, watch with you guys and get a real reaction on it, man. So I want to say peace to everybody, man. Man, we're gonna walk this thing down, yeah. Walk it down. You got it? Man, guys haven't tapped in yet, man. Check us out at weare2am.com. weare2am.com. Let's go.
I'm sure that this is going to resonate with people, this conversation. Do you have suggestions for people who might be feeling that kind of like, I know what you mean when you do something that you're like, your soul doesn't agree with. And it's like, I think what I get is some sort of existential horror. It's just like, it's just like everywhere. And it's like, you're going in the wrong direction of reality or something. So if people are stuck in that and are scared, how do those people try and stop and switch to going in the right direction? Hopefully that made some semblance of sense.
Right. And you know what, Michaela, I wish there was you can imagine that I get asked that question hundreds of times a day. And I think we want a simple answer, don't we? We want just one answer. That I don't think there's one answer.
Part of it is to try to listen to what you say, to what you're saying, and see if it makes you feel stronger or weaker.
Yeah.
Like each word is like a stepping stone through a swamp. Right. And if it's the right word, then you step on it and it feels secure and stable compared to.
Notice he's talking about words. Words.
Okay. And you dare to see if that's the way you think, as opposed to that persona that you're putting on for public adulation and protection, right? That's the temptation of the actor. So in the movie Pinocchio, when Pinocchio is trying to stop lying and to become a real boy, he faces two major temptations apart from lying. One is to be a victim, and the other is to be an actor. It took me a long time to figure out why being an actor was a temptation, but you put your finger on it with your description. It's to adopt a set of roles that will, well, appeal to narcissistic inflation, something like that. It's
Right.
and there's a terrible totalitarian danger in that. It's terrible.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
and that's my suspicions are that's what you were reacting to so viscerally, that you were participating in that, and you had your reasons. But you mentioned something that I think maybe the three of us could discuss that would be interesting. You know, this idea about all white people being racist. So, so I kind of wondered about that as a psychologist, but more broadly, because maybe you could say, well, are all people
See, he still
racist?
calls
Here's
his
what I
people
mean by
white.
that.
See what I'm saying? Just
Well,
stop saying them
we
terms,
all have an
sir.
in-group preference. Now, what that group might be, you know, it might be you and the person you love, might be you and your family, might be you and your town, might be you and your state or your country, might be you and your race.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on right there. So
who
let's slow down
that
for 1 second.
in-group is can vary.
Stop it right there.
But
Let's talk about this in group.
we do have.
Hold on. So Don Lemon's in group, right? Is his family, his husband. That's his in group. Once again, when we talk about these peer review groups, they had a vested interest and they use this racist science to, as well as intertwined with religion, history, law, jurisprudence, everything. This is where it comes from, right? It comes from this thing, and this is how they took over our stuff because we believed it. The Richard Allen ass niggas, and the same guys today still push this same concept. Yeah. So the in group, these guys, we're talking about the in group. People have their interests. Once again, we had our interests even back in the days against each other. The certain interests in the North and our interests in the South did not compete. And once again, we got to stop including ourselves in their North and South. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, North Philly and South Philly doesn't have anything to do with us. And you know what I mean? So that's North of Philly and South of Philly. So if something happened in North Philly and South Philly, it doesn't have anything to do with us in Alabama or Mississippi and all these other times. But once again, they put these blanket terms on us. So these guys, once again, when we're talking about the in group, yeah, and interests and things of that nature, whatever, right? So once again, when we talk about prejudice and racism, these are two different things. So once again, the soul construct of race is a construct that was created, and it was created for racism. So it was created for classism. It was created for death. It was created for these things. So once again, when he's talking about this in crowd, he's talking about certain things. We gotta, whose interest is Don Lemon? Who's he pushing for? Who is Michael Eric Dyson pushing for? Right? Once again, who is this guy right here pushing for? You understand what I'm saying? Because once again, he's still talking about white people. He understands when we're talking about words that you're using. We cannot allow these people to use the word white, same way that we're not allowing you guys to use the word black. Okay? Those are social constructs. And then we're not talking about destroying the system with just simple construct. It's simple. Stop using these words. These words are acts of war. These words are disrespectful, right? So saying white, right? Hey, we're white people with a white man, and are all white people racist? Well, just that conversation in terms of whatever, you're creating the system, right? You're not tearing it down, Peterson. So I just wanted to point that out, y'all. So let's get back to it. Right, I just couldn't let him get away with that part right there. I couldn't. So let's go. And he's smart enough to know that, just like Joe Rogan is smart enough to know what he was saying. So Michael Eric Dyson did call him out on that, and that's dope. But I do disagree that Dave Chappelle is the blackest black man in America, any time period, ever. Just want to say that. Press go. Let's go. Shit. The fuck? Sheesh. Nigga, I'm Sable King then, goddamn. What? Let's go.
We do have preferences for people, and we do have in-group preferences, and the corollary of that is that we have out-group skepticism and maybe fear and maybe disgust and all of that. And from what I've been able to understand anthropologically, that's more or less a human universal. You know, as different peoples have been brought around the world into global community, let's say, one of the things that anthropologists have found is that it's almost always the case that any given tribe of people will use the word that refers to human beings to their tribe and some other word to everyone else. And so it's possible that that's a deep tendency that we all have to fight against. And I mean, there's part of the reason these ideas are so compelling to people and able to possess them, the wokeness ideas, let's say, to use a casual category, is that, you know, they contain an element of truth. You know, people have an in-group preference that can easily be distorted into something that's quite akin to racism. I mean, you even see that in chimpanzees, for example. They'll go on raiding forays into neighboring territories, and if they outnumber, the males do this, if they outnumber the foreigners that they come across, they will tear them to pieces. So it's, yeah, that was a stunning discovery. Lovely that primatologists made. Jane Goodall's team discovered that in the 70s. It was a real shock.
Wow.
Right. So
They were trying to find all the nice chimps.
yeah, well,
And it
they're
was like, oh, they just rip each other to shreds. Whoa, okay.
yeah, exactly. Well, no one had any inkling previous to that human tendency for war, you know, broadly speaking, was so deep that it was even shared by our, you know, closest animal relative. So this is very deep. So, you know, the idea
Hey,
that
so y'all see
and
where
in-group preference, all of that
where
is
Judge Joe
something that
Brown get
human
his
beings
cousins
struggle
from
with.
in the zoo.
True.
This
And then
nigga
you
right
say,
here.
well, you know, you twist that a bit. You say, well, that's particularly true of white people because they hold the power. It's like, well, you know, it's an interesting proposition, but the question is, well, if it's true, exactly how is it true, and what's its limits, and, you know, how does that play out in the case of other races or groups, Asians, for example, and what are the dangers of putting the idea that way, like, and what makes you so sure that that's also not true of your group, and how does power play into that? Like, these are all genuine questions that we should be asking ourselves, instead of like hammering home the idea that we have the answer to this. It's like, well, you know, you said, you know, you got elevated as a black woman in this. Well, it's very difficult to see that, to not see that as an exacerbation of your in-group preference, and then an exaggeration of that implicit or explicit racism on your part. And I think that's part of what you were rebelling against.
Yes. And you know what? The questions that you were just asking before, those are the exact questions that I had. Just simple questions. And it started to signal again that something wasn't right here, that I couldn't even just ask the simplest questions, or at least felt that I couldn't. I could have, but I was much more scared of the consequences of asking the questions than leading with the curiosity of getting some kind of answer, right? And in my letter, Michaela, you read this part out earlier about the disempowerment of Black people. That's how I started to feel extremely disempowered. You know, even when people would say things like, yeah, it's because white people have all the power. According to who? And in what context are we talking about? Does it matter where in the world you are? Which ones? Right?
I had an experience like that. It not exactly like that. It was like that, but for me. And I was taking sciences because I'd switched out of humanities because there was a lot of, I was taking a course on Homer and it was Homer through the feminist lens. And I was like, that's not what I paid you guys for. So I switched into sciences, and about every couple of months, somebody would come in and they'd say, okay, for all the women in the room, I know you've had a much harder time getting to where you are than the men have. And I was just like, are you telling me I'm stupid? Like, what exactly are you saying here? And how dare you suggest that it was like insulting in kind of a condescending way, which was the complete opposite of whatever they were. Well, maybe it wasn't the opposite of what they were trying to do. But yeah, it's condescending and irritating.
Yeah, well, it
bugged me.
Well, think about what that does in some sense. It makes your generic femininity and your generic vulnerability far more important than your individual particularity. And this is what I've been objecting to with regards to this group mentality from the beginning. It seems to me that it's fundamental danger. The fundamental danger is the devaluation of the sacredness of the individual as the primary category. You replace that by group identity, you have no idea what kind of devil you're messing with. Or maybe you do to some degree. You experienced it a bit because you messed about with that devil and you got tempted, and 7,000 people told you were right. It's like, imagine you're a political leader. Okay, now imagine 30 million people tell you that you're right, and they chant that in a mob, and they do that everywhere you go. If that's what happened in Germany. And then you play to the crowd. You're that actor. You play to the crowd, and you get hungrier and hungrier for that validation. And you train yourself to say anything the crowd demands, no matter how dark.
Right.
So, I think that was the end of that video. I mean, what's so weird to me, when we talk about, once again though, why are we acting like we don't see this 800-pound gorilla sitting here in the corner right here, right? Called this caste system. Once again, he's explaining, okay, words that we're using. It's like walking on quicksand or walking in a swamp, right? If you're using certain words that you're going down in the quicksand, you're going down in the swamp, right? You're not standing on firm ground. So I think this is something that's really, really crazy, right? So I wanted to get into, once again, what they were pushing, what he's pushing, no matter what Don Lemon is pushing, what Lex Vortex is pushing, what Nada Quincy is pushing, what Rob Bourne is pushing, what David Duke is pushing, what the Black Program is pushing, what the Ghetto Informant Agency, this is what they're funding. They're funding social Darwinism. Period. I don't care what y'all talking about. It's dumb, and I just don't even care about what y'all talking about, right? So check this out right here. So this is the Khan Academy, right? And I can give you 5 or 6 different ones, but they all kind of basically saying the same shit, right? So this is the Khan Academy. It says the belief, right? It says social Darwinism in the Gilded Age, right? Gilded Age. Arts and Humanity, U.S. History, the Gilded Age, 1865 to 1898, the Gilded Age, right? Okay, Gilded Age. right? It says the belief that white, wealthy Anglo-Saxon Americans were biologically superior to other groups fueled many social and political trends of the Gilded Age. Okay, this is the overview. Social Darwinism is a term scholars use to describe the practice of misapplying the biological. Oh, I got to say that part again. Social Darwinism is a term scholars, remember the in group, peer review guys, use to describe the practice of misapplying the biological evolutionary language of Charles Darwin to politics, the economy, and society. I mean, that's kind of misapplying the biological evolutionary language of Charles Darwin to politics, the economy, and society, right? Social, political, economic empowerment. So when we're talking about power, once again, the sister was saying that she felt like, you know, that she was told that not only women didn't have any power, right? But black people didn't have any power. She was like, well, who said that? Where does this come from? Well, guess what? If you got to go work for somebody, if you got to be in their banks, if you allow them to run every aspect of your life, right? As when we're talking about politics, when we talk, right, the Democratic Party, most of our people are in the Democratic Party. The economy, most of our people work for outside there, you know, right? And society. Every walk of life is affected by the degeneracy, pale degeneracy, right? So I'm not about to go back and forth with y'all. And especially when people are pushing social Darwinism, when people are pushing out of Africa, when people are pushing African descent, when people are pushing black, when people are pushing these concepts, right? You're pushing social Darwinism. When you're pushing Native American concepts, you're pushing pale skin degeneracy, you're pushing a caste system. Okay, that's what you're doing. The fuck? Many social Darwinists embraced laissez-faire capitalism and racism. They believe that government should not interfere in the, quote, survival of the fittest by helping the poor, right? And that's like just dying, letting the poor just die somewhere, whatever, right? Well, we wouldn't have never allowed you poor bastards to come over here in the first fucking place. It's taking our, you know, resources and things of that nature, whatever. That's what happened. So it's the same thing as like immigrants are now get here, whatever. It was pretty funny, right? I seen, I don't know if you guys remember the artist, the rapper out of Houston named Shingo Bling, right? But Shingo Bling is a comedian now, and he was on the Ghetto Boys podcast, right? And you know, he was talking to Willie D, shout to Willie D, shout to Scarface, right? And they were talking to him about, you know, what he's doing now, right? And I don't know if you guys remember Chingo Bling back in the days or whatever. He used to have tamales, he had the rooster, the chickens and shit like that or whatever. But he was pushing, you know, his Hispanic or Mexican culture, right? And he was saying that he used to be a Democrat and he did all these other things or whatever, right? And he explained how he changed and now he's supporting Trump, right? And they were going back and forth and they was asking him, why do you support Trump? And he was talking about the different policies, right? He was just talking about policies, right? Most people don't know anything about policies. And also, you know, when we talk about how, once again, misapplying the biological evolutionary language, Charles Darwin, to politics, right? So we talk about the things and the fear mongering campaign that they were pushing, right? Now, even though Willie D and Scarface was against Trump, they still allowed him to get his stuff off. Now he talked about going to Mexico and how he was treated different, like a gringo. First off, because he don't speak the dialect of their dialect, right, as well as their culture, right. But he said that they were talking about having a border south of their border, right, and all the people that are coming in and taking their resources and all these other things from the south. So they look down even on people that come from the south of the border of them. You understand what I'm saying? So, and talk down, and they have a social caste system placed in them, which comes from their society, their education, their religious system, their same thing, right? So it hurts all the way around the board, right? So it says many, you know, they social Darwinists embrace laissez-faire, capitalism, and racism, right? Of course, that capitalism, racism have to go hand in hand, right? When we talk about taking over certain industries here in America, how did they do it? Right? How did they do it? You know what I mean? So when we start talking about the history of this stuff, we're going to get back to that. It says survival of the fittest by helping the poor, and promoted the idea that some races are biologically superior to others. Right? Now, when that happens, see, this is when we talk about dominant genes and recessive genes, right? That would work if, right, if the recessive gene, the whole, we talk about the big head scientist the Jacobites, right? Sheesh. Talk about the grafting and the I call it the Blake Griffin effect. Shout out to Blake Griffin, yo, it was really crazy that your boy shout out to Drake, man. And once again, it's something that he put in the public. So I'm not speaking on nothing that he's not speaking on, right? He was talking about, because his son, beautiful young man, was so light and had blue eyes, that he said he went and took a couple of paternity tests. He said the first one came back inconclusive. He said he took a couple more, whatever, to be sure that that's his son, because he was so light. So I thought that was really interesting, you know, in that aspect, right? So it says the ideas of social Darwinism pervaded many aspects of American society in the Gilded Age, including policies that affected immigration, imperialism, and public health. Right. I don't know if that's it for that guy. Let's see. Charles Darwin, on the Origin of Species in 1859, is one of the most important books in the annals of both science and history. In Origin and in his subsequent writing, Darwin offered a revolutionary scientific theory, the process of evolution through natural selection. Once again, he doesn't say, once again, when old boy Peterson or anybody that's talking about these monkey people, right? First and foremost, says may have common ancestry with this monkey, this monkey man that may have existed. I'm not, y'all know that's why we got the El Greco and the Greco-Pithecus and all these other monkey people that they found off a tooth, or, you know what I'm saying? They made up these whole people. So instead of saying that, yo, we have evidence of human activity, right? And niggas selling boats, you know what I'm saying, 100,000 years, 200,000 years ago, right? Instead of saying that, you'll be like, well, monkey people had certain type of boats. Monkey people built these type of abodes. Monkey people was hunting. Monkey people was doing this. Monkey people migrate out of Africa hundreds, like millions of years ago, before they evolved into men. This is a myth. This is not it's a myth. So Darwin be like, yo, this is a fact. This happened. And say may have common ancestry with chimpanzee. You may have common ancestry with a watermelon too. See what I'm saying? See how that work? So let me ask y'all a question. Don't you have common ancestry with every human being around the planet? According to them, we would all have similar genetic traits, right? We're human beings, correct? So in short, natural selection means that plants and animals evolve over time in nature as new species arise from spontaneous mutations at the point of reproduction and battle with other plants and animals to get food, avoiding being killed and have offspring. Darwin pointed to fossil records among other evidence in support of his theory. Now, the theory of evolution is not a fact. That means that anybody and anything that comes from Darwinism, hence the out of Africa hypotheses, is pseudoscience, is scientific racism, brothers and sisters. Remember scientific racism? Okay. social Darwinism, right? Soon, some sociologists, right, that's us, and others were taking up words and ideas which Darwin had used to describe the biological world, and they were adopting them to their own ideas and theories about the human social world. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, right, these social Darwinists, you gotta go back. No, yeah, you gotta go back. These social Darwinists took up the language of evolution to frame an understanding of the growing gulf between the rich and the poor, as well as the many differences between the cultures all over the world. Now, the these guys right here, right? Look at this guy. Oh, Samuel Mortensen looking motherfucker. Oh, you already know. Look at that beard right there. And that pedophile non-mustache right there. That's what that is, my nigga. Look at that. That nigga look evil. Let's go. Who is this character, right? He said, who is that? Hello. Hold on, let's go back, see what the picture say at the bottom of it. Herbert Spencer, huh? Okay. It said the explanation they arrived at was the businessmen and others who were economically and socially successful was so because they were biologically and socially, quote, naturally the fittest, right? Conversely, they reasoned that the poor were naturally weak and unfit, and it would be an error to allow the weak of the species to continue to breed. They believe that the dictum, right, quote, survival of the fittest, right, end quote, a term coined not by Charles Darwin, but by sociologist Herbert, oh boy up there, Spencer, meant that only the fittest should survive. Okay. Unlike Darwin, these sociologists and others were not biologists. They were adapting and corrupting Darwin's language for their own social, economic, and political explanations. While Darwin's theory remains a cornerstone of modern biology to this day, the views of the social Darwinists are no longer accepted as they were based on an erroneous interpretation of the theory of evolution. Hey, yeah, I gotta drop the goddamn mic. Hey, god damn it. Let me drop the fucking mic, right? Hey, look, we can just like roll the credits. Like I just start thing. Like, like the fucking credits in the movie start. Shit. Oh my God. Social Darwinism, poverty, and eugenics. Social Darwinism language like this extended into theories of race and racism. Eugenics, the claimed national superiority of one people over another, and immigration law. God. Many sociologists and political theorists turn to social Darwinism to argue against government programs to aid the goddamn poor, as they believe that poverty was the result of natural inferiority, which should be bred out of the human population. Herbert Spencer gave as an example of a young woman from upstate New York named Margaret, whom he described as a gutter child because government aid had kept her alive. Margaret had, as Spencer wrote, quote, proved to be the prolific mother of 200 descendants who were idiots, imbeciles, drunkards, lunatic, paupers, and prostitutes, end quote. Spencer concluded, right, by asking, quote, was it kindness or cruelty which generations after generations enabled these to multiply and become an increasing curse to society around them? Now, what is interesting about this, right? You guys remember a couple months ago when we were playing the joint with Judge Joe Brown, right? And he was talking about when he was on the bench in the experiment that he was a part of with the family. It's the same. It's the same eugenic concept that Judge Joe Brown is still pushing to this day. Judge Joe Brown is talking about same thing. Same people that are against us are pushing the same system against our people. So I just wanted you guys to know that. And we're once again, this is basic knowledge. This is basic, right? We haven't broke out Darwin's book. We haven't broke out any of the archaeological, any of the things, right? We just basic stuff that everybody should know, that this stuff was created for their social, political, economic empowerment, right? In order for us to get power, right? We have to reverse engineer this. So that's why I'm reverse engineering this now, and that's why we're at social Darwinism, right? In the Gilded Age, okay? So these ideas inspired the eugenics movement of the 19th and 20th fucking centuries, which sought to improve the health and intelligence of the human race by sterilizing individual it deemed feeble-minded, right? Or otherwise unfit. I'm gonna wait till you scroll up a little bit. It said eugenic sterilizations, which disproportionately targeted women, minorities, and immigrants, continued in the United States until the 1970s. Sheesh. Social Darwinism, immigration, and imperialism. Now, I just want to say it's still going on past 1970s. In certain states, in certain areas, they were talking about, I know in Indiana, that they were disproportionately giving women of color, even a first births, the procedure of C-section procedure, right? Now, I don't know about you guys, but if you guys understand, that's traumatic, you know what I'm saying, on the body, on everything, but it definitely limits reproduction when you're cutting, right there. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna get into that or whatever, but when we're talking about it, they were getting more, you get more money for that procedure, right? In less time. So just think about it as economic standpoint, but as well as a eugenic standpoint. Okay. They say, okay, this woman's coming here, whatever, but we're gonna do this procedure on these group of women. It was disproportionate, and it was called out even in the news and everything else or whatever, that they were doing this to minority women in Indiana. So this is happening all over, you know what I'm saying? Doctors are given uninformed, right? And usually, like I said, uninformed comes from economics, okay? So it has nothing to do with color, but it does, being uninformed has a lot to do with economics, stuff like that. And the reason why they're doing what they're doing, not only economics, but to stop what they're calling feeble-minded, but perpetual mouths to feed, right? Because once again, they have a concept in their eugenic devil-ass minds that the planet is overpopulated and we don't have enough, okay? Social Darwinism, immigration, and imperialism, right? Said the pernicious beliefs, right, of social Darwinism also shaped Americans' relationship with peoples of other nations. As a massive number of immigrants came into the United States during the Second Industrial Revolution. Let me say that again, right? As a massive number of immigrants came to the United States during the Second Industrial Revolution, they say white, right? Anglo-Saxon Americans view these newcomers who differ from earlier immigrants in that they were less likely to speak English and more likely to be Catholic, right? Well, let's keep going. I mean, you guys understand something, right? See how they just slid right in there. So during the second industrial revolution, pale skinned people, this is when they came here. They were the immigrants. The so-called Anglo-Saxon Americans. And you know what I'm saying? Now they're talking about they breaking certain other things down. Hold on, let's keep going. Before I break this down. Let's keep strolling up. It says Catholic or Jewish rather than Protestant with disdain, right? Many whites believe that these new immigrants who hailed from Eastern or Southern Europe were racially inferior and consequently, quote, less evolved than immigrants from England, Ireland, or Germany. Now, here's the thing. Now, what are you talking about less evolved? Well, guess what? You know, if there's monkeys, right? And we talking about the evolutionary process, right? If there's monkeys that turned into people, right? Then those people would be niggas. And then niggas evolved into pale skinned people, right? So this is what they're saying, that these people that were closer to the continent of Africa, like Joe Rogan, people that might just have a little more carbon in them, a little bit more nigga blood, right? Right? Well, less evolved. Okay? So this is the thinking of Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, that they're more evolved than you. Because once again, even though they understand that the social Darwinism and all this stuff is pseudoscience, is racial, from David Duke to Joe Rogan to Michael Eric Dyson, to Not a Coincidence, and all these guys that push these same concepts, right? They're pushing how is Not a Coincidence and Joe Rogan and Peterson and Jared Taylor, how do you guys all have the same concept? Oh, because you all believe in the social Darwinism that you know, we talk about evolving, being perfectly evolved, right? Or evolving, men evolving from monkeys to niggas to pale skins, right? So that's what they're talking about. Okay. Similarly, social Darwinism was used as justification for American imperialism in Cuba, right, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines following the Spanish-American War, as many adherents of imperialism argued that it was the duty of white Americans to bring civilization to backwards people. Okay, this is what's happening. It's a caricature. Hold on, say the political cartoon showing Uncle Sam lecturing a group of childlike caricatures depicting the people of Hawaii, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. Y'all see them? Y'all see the people that they are depicting as these people? Huh? Puerto Rico, Cuba, Hawaii, and the Philippines. Look how dark these people are. Look at that, right? Hold on. Puerto Rico and the Philippines, right? It said the more advanced students of Texas, California. Hold on. Keep going. God damn. California and Alaska sit in the back of the classroom while the African American students is forced to clean the windows. The Native American, we're gonna go back to the Native American student. Let's finish reading this, and then we go back and examine the picture. Hold on, scroll back down and finish reading that. Ah, shit. Hold on. The Native American student is confined to a corner, and the Chinese student is halted outside the door. Right? Art by Louis Dalrymple, Puck Magazine, 1899. Image courtesy of Library of Congress. Right? Think about that. Hold on, let's go back to the picture. So you see who's in the front of the class, right? See everybody except this one Asian. Look, I can't. The people at the back of the class right here, I don't know who they, because I can't see what's on those books right there. But do they say who they are? Because I didn't see who they say they are. But look at the door over there. See the Chinese person, right? You see the Native American right here, right? Right? See that, right? This is 1899, right? You see the Philippines. That don't look like Manny Pacquiao to me. You see Hawaii right there. Don't look like the people to be. Puerto Rico right there, and Cuba. And they all looking mad, right? In front of the class. Make this make sense, y'all. Make this make sense. Library of Congress. I still want to know who these people are in the back of the class because they don't talk about them. I think that's pretty interesting. Oh, man. Hey, let's keep going because I got a treat for y'all. You already know. We're going to keep going, man. Hey, so it says, during and after World War II, the arguments of social Darwinists and eugenicists lost popularity in the United States due to their association with Nazi racial propaganda. Modern biological science has completely discredited the theory of social Darwinism. Okay? Y'all heard what they said? So modern biological science has completely discredited the theory of social Darwinism. Now, I want to say this. You cannot have DNA that's attached to this social racial Darwinism. Okay? It's attached to social scientific racism, Darwinism, eugenics. DNA is Darwinism. It's DNA. It's out of Africa hypothesis. There's no getting around that. Okay? There's no getting around that. Hey, I got a treat for y'all right now, man. Hey, anybody, hey man, appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys for coming in. I see Big Dog Philly OG. Truth Master Dre is in the building. Say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Chief Running, he said JP is a goofball. That's right. Don Ross is in the building. Yeah, man, this is it right here, man. When we're trying to get to it, you guys. It's all propaganda, man. And once again, you got to know what we're talking about. The propaganda that's being pushed on our people. It's all psychological. And, you know, like, once again, Peterson is a psychologist. He's a professor of psychology, right? So it's interesting that knowing these social constructs, knowing these words, and knowing words that you're using like white and black, you know what I'm saying? Knowing that they're not legal, right? You know what I'm saying? That they're attached to a constructs for racism, for, you know, this is the thing. So in order for us to beat these things, the words that we're using, we need to throw them in the trash. The words that especially do not give us power, right? But do put us in an inferiority complex. When you're saying black, and in the back of your mind, you know, there's something white, you know what I'm saying? That's greater than that. That's just a part of the system that was created. So once again, and all these other terminologies that go along with them. I understand a lot of people, you know, feel away or whatever when I say that, but once again, it's about the truth, man, and we're not here to sugarcoat shit a lot of nobody. So yeah, let's pull up this Dr. Amos Wilson, man. Like I said, we got a treat, man. Throwback, real quick, Dr. Amos Wilson, see what you got to talk about when we talk about destroying this system, right? I propose. I don't want to get ahead of myself though, you guys, but I definitely I'm always looking to what we can see what happened in the past and what things that we could use for today to make the changes and adjustments that we need to make. Shout out to my brother from another mother in the building, Mr. Brooklyn, aka Aboriginal King, is in the building. Peace of the God, man. Absolutely, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tap in, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Really do. Like, share, subscribe, man. Support the real. You guys already know. Hey, let's just get right into this thing, man. Let's go. Let's go.
We talked the other day about white global supremacy, the other evening, Wednesday. And I wanted to get my people to understand, though, that there's a crisis in white global supremacy. White global supremacy is in severe, severe crisis. In fact, we may be witnessing the decline and fall of white supremacy in the world. That's why, again, I mentioned other ethnic groups, you know, because we get too caught up on what white folk are doing. We're going to look up one day and find that white folk ain't even in control of the world anymore. That's right. That's what we're dealing with are what? Asians. That's right. Yeah. The Asians have already called this the Asian century. They call it this what? Consciously. They know exactly where they are going and what they want to do. And don't get caught up in this idea because they ain't white, they're in your favor. Oh yeah, we like to get that up, you know. We like to get on that kick. Non-white, you know. The Japanese have already given you a taste of how they feel about you. The Japanese have the highest, probably the highest racial superiority complex of any group on this globe. Oh yeah, you just don't hear about that part. They have even Koreans over there they haven't assimilated yet. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Chinese as well. That's right. Very chauvinistic, very superiority-oriented ideas of who and what they're about. If you think you're going to get a better break under the Chinese, a better break under the Japanese, or these other people, you got another thought coming. You must understand the situation. The United States is in terrible trouble. You haven't even heard about the trouble yet. You're sitting here wishing Bush is going to do something to, what is that man's name? Clinton. You have to understand the American presidency isn't the power it used to be. Not at all. The American presidency cannot exhibit the kind of influence in the world that it used to exhibit. And you must recognize that even the United States' internal economy is to a good extent out of its control. Yes, yes, you got to understand what's going on here. That many of the restructuring, that this country is in so much debt that it cannot even rebuild its infrastructure and its highways and the other things that it needs to be. That it lived during the whole of the 80s on the goodness of the Japanese. That this country was not financed by white Americans at all. No. One day we'll have to talk business here and talk about bonds. How is a government in debt? Anybody has an idea how a government goes in debt? What do we mean that a government is in debt? Huh? What is a bond? You hear it every day, stocks and bonds. We hear it every day, stocks and bonds. What is a bond? It's essentially a what? Loan. It's a loan. Corporations raise money through bonds. They sell stock. That's one way of raising it. And if they go poop, you're through with it, right? You're on stock, it's over. They also raise money through bonds. When you buy a bond, you are lending money to a corporation or to a government. And so government finances itself through selling bonds. And its bonds are rated just the way your credit is rated. And these bonds are bought by banks just the way banks lend you money. Insurance companies and individuals if they have enough money. And they are bought by other governments. You see, so with the United States being overburdened, spending much more than it could afford, sold bonds, and the Japanese and the Taiwanese have what? Bought those bonds. This means that the United States government and the governmental system and economic system is in hock to the Asians already. You understand what I'm talking about? Am I clear? They've been such hock, and their money and wealth has flown out to such a degree until they even borrowing more money from foreign banks than domestic banks. They're in such hock that their industry is now going into partnerships with foreign companies. And in going in business with foreign companies, they are selling them their technology before they can even develop it within this country. They're selling them their knowledge and technique. They're shipping out their research and development facilities now. You understand what I'm talking about? Huh? That means the basic infrastructure, the economic infrastructure of the United States is being shipped out and sold lock, stock, and barrel to other people and to other nations. And that's the thing that Clinton is facing today. They've given away money to the middle class. So they made you think they was giving it all to the poor. But actually the people who make over $100,000 and $50,000 get more money out of the US government than people who make under 10. Yeah, that's the reason why they have the problem. They call it entitlements, but you never hear them discuss what entitlements are, do you? You think when they say entitlements, they're referring to welfare people, right? No, it's the fact that they have given this money to middle classes and upper middle classes and permitted them to rob the government now. And now politically, it's difficult for them to do what? Take it back. In fact, Clinton wants to give them what? More. But now he's recognized that the debt is so terrible that he may have to go back on that promise. That's terrible. That means there's a crisis here. Tremendous crisis. You think that you're going to get by just getting skills? You got another thought coming. I told you the other evening that within the Russian economy, you could pay a Russian physicist, top flight physicist, $20 a month. The ruble's value is in such a relationship to the United States until you can hire a top flight Russian physicist, a number one, for $20 a month of American money. There are engineers in India, Indonesia, and other places that are as well, if not better educated than American engineers. And therefore, many companies now are not only beginning to ship their manufacturings out to these countries, they're beginning to ship their research and developmental facilities out, which means even their creative ideas and other things will be generated in other nations. You understand what I'm telling you? There are people in Ireland today processing data for Reader's Digest out here in Hightstown, New Jersey, wherever. Yes, sitting at computer terminal, handling all the subscriptions and everything, and taking that information from Ireland directly into the main computer there. They don't have to hire input people here at all. And they're doing it for for a third of what they pay. There are people with MBAs over there being paid half of what an MBA is paid to process information. But you got to know what the hell is going on in this world. Do you understand? And understand the situation and the circumstances we face as a people. And you can see then why they're in the jail and why what's going to go on. You haven't seen the worst of it yet. You haven't begun to see the worst of it yet. This is why you got to transform your education. You just can't say, get an education, get a skill. So what skill? Do you know often too, as things become even more automated and so forth, you don't need those skills. Because the friendlier the computer becomes, the less skill you need in programming, don't you? Yeah, so anybody can work it. And if anybody can work it, why not take it to Mexico? Why not take it to Indonesia? Why not take it over here? So they work the whole thing, man. We'll talk about it another day. We'll talk about how these ghettos have been created deliberately by the economic system here and what's going on here. You got to understand this, though. But the Japanese and the Asians are outstripping this country. And this country feels that if it is to compete, it must then move into the global market and operate in a global system, which means to a great extent denuding its own people. Denuding even what? White folk. Not only black folk, but white folk. They're telling you on one hand how they need all your skills and all your competence, and yet what did I tell you the other evening? GM is firing 74,000 people. IBM is getting rid of 20 or 30,000 people. Come on, what are you talking about? How are you going to tell me you need more skills and what's happening? You're getting rid of all your skilled people. Come on. There's something wrong here. There's a hoax being played here. And then on the other hand, they'll tell you, and you hear it every day, that it is the small companies that are generating what? Employment in America, not the large companies. The large companies are what? Shrinking and fading away. And that the future employment possibilities in America lies with the development of small businesses. That's the time now, you see. You don't got to build, steel companies, ladies and gentlemen, African men and gentlemen. You don't have to build now big IBMs and all these other stuff to compete now, because the weight lies with what? The smaller companies. Understand what I'm saying? And so in a sense, the crisis of this democracy, or whatever you want to call it, represents our what? Our opportunity. You see, the European system is in almost complete disarray. As a matter of fact, the economic system, if you understand and look at it closely, one of the things you find out is you can't understand it. Even the Europeans don't understand it. Oh yes, it's dangerously out of control. Very dangerous, very precarious. If you read Economist magazine some months back, they had a long piece on they really don't know what's going on there. You understand? But you see the Russian Empire has collapsed, and collapsed in terms of what? Ethnicities and groups and so forth. After 40 and 70 years of telling these people, oh, communism is godless, and it is raceless, and it is classless. And what's the first thing happened when communism fell down? Race, class, and God started fighting. Okay, people started killing each other down to what? Race, God, and class. So after what? 70 years of communist propaganda and control of the Russian Empire, the old bugbear, what? Ethnicity raised his head. And you want to sit around here and think a little belief in Christianity and a little belief in Islam is going to take racism out of the world. You got another thought coming. No way. It ain't over by a long shot. You know what I can't understand? God sat around here and made all of these different ethnic groups, and then we make it holy to ignore it all. You know, really. You know, to me it's a type of blasphemy. You know, you made all these colors, but you know, let's forget about all of this. Identity is based on some degree of what? Similarity. Individual interests are protected by social organization. And on some level, some group, even if they're within the same ethnic group, find some basis for similarity and some basis on which to organize as a group to protect their interests. But what they're trying to tell you is to lose any basis and foundation for connecting with anybody. But that's not the way the real world operates at all. Not at all. And now what do we have going over here? The European system is in disarray. East Germany is soaking up the wealth of West Germany. And so the Russian Empire is collapsing. And what do you see coming out of here? An intense increase in what? Racism in Europe. An increase of racism over the world, ladies and gentlemen, because as the pie shrinks, as the possibilities shrink, people will tend to move in terms of their ethnicity and operate based on their ethnicity. I told people years ago that integration in America could only work in an expanding economy. It's not moral, people holding hands. It's about what? An expanding economy. We got a lot of jobs, we'll let you have a few. We'll bring you up. We don't have any jobs, we're gonna cut you out. I told you before, there's no book, there ain't no law in the book, civil rights law in the book or in the Constitution is gonna make a white man feed your child before he feeds his own. I don't care how many books you got or laws you got or whatever you got. In the end, they're not gonna feed your children before they feed their own. Only sick Negroes feed other people's children before they feed their own. Yeah, yeah, this is the thing. And so as this shrink, other groups are going to get a part of this pie. And you're going to have to face the fact then that as you lose these jobs out of industries, and this is a lot of why the violence is going on, Detroit being completely de-industrialized almost, you see, and as these opportunities shrink, what other groups do is bump down. You see, they bump other groups out and begin to do what? Take their place to maintain their survival. You see, the days during which the men and women in Detroit could go to Ford and make a lot of money, go to GM and make a lot of money, go to the steel mills and all those things, money. In a sense, it didn't matter to them if those other people owned the little shops and the little stores and the little this, the little that. They were doing quite well. You know, so what? I'm making big money. I'm living well. But now what happens now that those things have what? Disappeared. Something has got to move. Either you're going to say, well, I'll just be nice and kind and die and starve out here or rob and kill, or what? I've got to what? Get control of the assets, what? That I have what? Left. You see? And you have to tell the others, no personal feelings, you know, I have everything against you, but I got to feed my children. I got to clothe my children. I got to take care of them. But you don't have anything against that, do you? That's what you told me you were doing in the neighborhood, right? That you only taking care of your kids, right? What does this mean then in the long run, ladies and gentlemen? That we as African people, given the deep restructuring that is going on in the world, are going to have to find another economic way out. We are going to have to create jobs. We're going to have to create an economic system. We're going to have to employ ourselves and create means of taking care of our people. That means then that we are going to first have to capture our economic infrastructure from other groups. Number one, because you must accumulate capital and you must withdraw as much as possible of your capital from others in order to use it for yourself. And this goes on with groups all the time. Reagan did it. Reagan did it. Why do you think the poor got poorer and the rich got richer? They ran a game called supply side economics, which meant that if you give the people who have money more money, they will take the money and invest it and build factories and hire the people who don't. But we would put in a trick, but that's the supply side, you see. In other words, give it to people who got it and they will invest it and create more. Well, it didn't work out that way, did it? So the laws were changed and the system was restructured. This is what you call cutting. When jobs are cut or when programs are cut, this isn't just a cutting. This means money is being what? Transferred. It is being moved from one group or one set into the hands of other set. So this is what you call capital accumulation. The money that was once going to the poor and so forth now is redistributed it to the wealthy. Now the wealthy in their gracious manner were supposed to invest it and create jobs, but that wasn't what happened. They played shell games with each other and created paper wealth and so forth, and then sold the companies off and shipped the stuff out and became international citizens and left us in the lurch. Even the whites are in the lurch. Everybody's in the lurch here, see? Now the black community then must accumulate capital so that it can invest in its own infrastructure, which means then it must redistribute its money and its wealth. It must take the money back and reduce the flow of money outward to other groups, accumulate it in itself and invest it in itself so that it can create abundance for itself. The black community now must not lament being in the diaspora, but really see the diaspora as your most powerful economic instrument. You see, while we complain about global white supremacy and we complain about white imperialism, you must also recognize that white imperialism was in effect too a white diaspora. Am I getting through? In other words, it also spread white folk where? Around the world. It wasn't just a colonizing of African people. You had colonizers. And the colonizers came to what? Live in all major areas and cities and places around the world. Using their ethnicity, they created lines of what? Communications all around the world. They built what? Commercial what? Networks all around the world. They traded with each other, what? All around the world. You understand what I'm saying? So they scattered around the world, but in maintaining their ethnic identity and interests, they were able to create a global economic, political, and military system. Am I getting through to you? I know I'm keeping you a little late, but I just want to talk to you a little bit. Now then, and this is happening to the Japanese, and this is happening to Koreans and others. As they move into a global market, they disperse what? Globally. And they maintain, and they have their what? Center cities, central banking areas, and all of these means by which they maintain a global system, you see. Now, African Americans, you have great possibilities here, you see. We are spread from one end of America to the other. We're in all of these major cities. We already have national networks set up right now in the names of churches and organizations, and again, the Nation of Islam and other groups. And so you have already national what? Administrative networks. But you see, when you think of, until you think of nation, you can't use it.
Listen.
But when you begin to recognize, you should look then at the possibility of developing trade networks across this country, of developing and setting up a distribution system across this country. We should make all of these supermarkets and others make room on their shelves for Black manufactured products. Because now once you got a distribution network set up and you have markets all across the country, you have a basis for manufacturing, you see, and distribution in the country. If you organize these things now, you can deal with the Caribbean as an African-American nation, you see, and you can deal with the African continent as an African-American nation. With your accumulated wealth and power and economic organization, you can now begin to have a major impact on U.S. foreign policy and transform that policy in a way that it stimulates the economic development of African nations. You can make African nations now receive favored nation treatment. You see, lower tariffs against African manufactured products, create a market for the sale of African manufactured products within this country, you see. See, people will tell you that it's because the Japanese were so industrious, or because they had such great family values, or because they were Confucians, and all of this is the reason why now they're an economic power in the world. Well, if that's the case, why weren't they an economic power 2,000 years ago? It takes more than that. Why did they only become an economic power basically after World War II?
Facts.
Because of the nature of what? The relationship that this country had with them. A relationship that was fundamentally different from the relationship it has with African nations. Why is Korea going today, ladies and gentlemen? Because they sent Black men over there to die in the soil of Korea and to protect Korea as an investment market for white men. And Black men and women over there today still protecting South Korea as a market for investment for white men and white people. And yet it's Black lives that were given and Black tax money that executed that war over there and that built this investment possibility. It is Black taxes that maintains the ships and the airfields and the other things that also preserve what? The investment possibilities for private
That's right.
capital.
Reefers compromise.
So we have public capital
1787.
being spent in the interest of private wealth. And then they try to tell you in America that you have no right to ask for anything from the U.S. government. You
Bullshit.
understand? And yet this government took its industrial genius, its organization and so forth, and taught the Koreans industrial organization and development. Japan's
And the Germans.
highest economic award, an industrial award, is named after America, the Walter Deming Prize, a very prestigious prize. Why? Because it was Walter Deming who basically taught the Japanese industrial organization and production. Do you understand what I'm saying? Huh? In other words, it was what? The relationship of the United States government and the type of relationship that this government had with Japan, opening its markets, lending its money, rebuilding its infrastructure, protecting it against the incursion of Russians and other people, providing a nuclear umbrella and all of this for the Japanese. And then they're going to tell you that they're ahead because they have family values. You're out of your mind. And then they're going to make, and by implication, try to tell you that the Africans don't, that the Africans are lazy, that the Africans are miseducated, that the Africans are
and naked.
and the Africans are that. Come on, don't believe that mess. It is a result of the fact of U.S. policy, which means then that the African American, which I believe is the central principle to the advancement of African people the world over, must organize economically so that we can organize politically, open these markets up to African manufacturers the world over, so that the Africans in the diaspora in Africa, in the Caribbean, and other places can have places and markets for the selling of their products. Am I making myself clear? Yes. Now we even have large numbers of Africans in Europe, you see. So if we build in a network of Africans right in this country, build a marketing system for Africans in this country, and also use the accumulated capital we get from that market to even invade the European system in America. Reginald Lewis died this week. Very interested in this. How does a man capture a national food company? We have to learn this. How do we capture? We don't have to recreate the wheel. Let's buy them out. You see, let's control them. Let's use our consumer power to bring them under control as people and have them operate in our interests as people, you see. And
That's
when
right.
we do that, then we can build a Pan-African universe. We can use the African diaspora, as every group has used this diaspora, based on its ethnic identity, based on its cultural commonalities, to enhance its power in the world. The Japanese are relating, who are Asians, are relating to whom? Asians, and building an Asian realm. The Latinos are building a Latino realm. The Mexicans and other Latinos now are taking up the American coast.
The Nigerians
right
are building for
the
themselves here on this land.
America, right
The
on
Somalians are building for
Florida.
themselves right on this
Because
land,
of
brother.
what? They're getting ready
Come on
to
now.
become the main exporters and importers of what? Latin American products, and be the controllers of Latin American trade. Before you know anything as African people, we will be locked in completely from every coast in America, you see. And we had better move in Alabama, in the coast of Mississippi, in Georgia, and Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and keep some of that stuff so that we can engage in Atlantic trade with our people, so that we can be in control of African products that move out of here and African products that move in here. If not, we shall be doomed to destruction by this system. Crisis is opportunity. Racial identity, cultural identity is the means by which African people will reclaim their own. Thank
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's really an honor to be here, and I'm thrilled to see so many of you here eager to join in meaningful dialogue, meaningful conversation about this system of mass incarceration in the United States, a system that has decimated so many of our communities, destroyed so many families, and literally turned back the clock on racial progress in the United States.
Is this the same video?
That this dialogue would be taking place during Black History Month, a time
Hold on
when
1 second.
Americans pause to consider, if only briefly.
Yeah, no, I think that was just a run over. Hey, can we drop the link in the chat room? Let's see if you guys want to come on, man, and talk about this. I mean, yo, bro, I'm not saying that what shout out to Rest in Paradise to Dr. Amos Wilson, man. Could you guys imagine everywhere he used Black and African, he used Aboriginal American, he used, the power that it would have gave that concept, right? But so if you could just do away with those words, African, diaspora, and all these other things, right? And Black, certain things, the seriousness of the shit that he was saying, think about it from this perspective, right? We know from Powernomics, from brothers like this, Dr. Bobby Wright, I blueprint of Black America and everything, being able to take all these different concepts and stuff like that, and say, okay, well, why aren't we investing in our own selves, right? We have the economic stuff. We know certain things, but we do not do it. We don't support each other's businesses. We support everybody else's businesses but our own. And I think that's a problem, just in general. So when we say, we have a disdain in that regards, y'all. Shout out to SC. Thanks for the only builders taking $1 challenge. Appreciate you, Empress. Yeah, y'all. Like I said, when we talk about this, it's just really interesting, y'all. Seriously. That was Chief Running Dr. Amos Wilson. I don't know if you're familiar, if that's what you're talking about. Rain, what it do? Everybody, man, tapped in, man. We're talking about social Darwinism. We're talking about scientific racism. We're talking about eugenics. That's the topic that we're talking about right now, because that's what I heard, when it came to Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson and Don Lemon and Michael Eric Dyson. You know what I'm saying? In the conversations, I just heard the same side of the same, two sides of the same coin, basically. You know what I mean? Two sides pushing the same thing from their curriculum, from the scientific racism and the social Darwinism. You understand what I'm saying? So everything that they were pushing, they were pushing it from that mindset. Okay, and it's still remnants of this social Darwinism, scientific racism, so on and so forth. So once again, DNA is attached to it. You can't have DNA that's attached to this same social constructs. You understand what I'm saying? It's like the Native Americans telling us that we're African descent, we're from Africa, but they're not. You know what I mean? It's really weird, the concept that people say, when they think like that. So once again, they're thinking the same way that the pale skins who programmed them think. So this is what that is, y'all. Yeah, I didn't know, man. Only builders 2022 at gmail.com, man. You already know if you guys haven't caught the build just did Found the Fathers with the Thompsonist one. It was crazy, y'all. Check that out, man. Only builders 2022 at gmail.com, yeah. Peace to everybody, man. Tapped in. See if anybody coming in. See what you guys got going on. All right. I see y'all not fucking with your side hop, man. Well, it doesn't matter. I got something fake. Hey, so look, I'm gonna put some music on real fast, man. We're gonna come right back, man, with something else after this, man. So I'm gonna say peace to everybody, man. Shout out to all the great ones tuned in, man. Yeah, we're just gonna keep this thing going. Say, what else? some music on right now, y'all. 1 second.
Yeah. They say they paper tripping, they ain't paper tripping. I ain't even got a social, bitch, I'm non-existent. I ain't never signed no contract with no corporate business. Niggas quick to say they free, but it ain't how they living, huh? Public school was made to create public fools. A billion pictures of invaders trying to say they you. This Atlantis, this our planet, that's on I'm a rule. This ain't the book of old plays, it's that out of bull. They was never great, showing greatness, and they get mad at you. Quick to holler slave, but in them days, bitch, they had masters too. 1655, Anthony Johnson took his slave to court. Black slave masters were majority till we went to war. Quick to holler out copper color, copper strap and blow. Fuck a copper, social distance beef and had the copper scope. Chained by Slovakia in parliament, case you didn't know. You want the foreign leadership, check me if you don't believe it. I need paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in a business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping, about that paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in the business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping, I made a point not to speak on the vaccinations. Social media bringing in medical segregation. My body, my choice when abortion's the mission statement. Guess your body has no choice when you ain't for the population. Gain of function research administered through the teachers. Fauci's turning Jesus, they trapping it through the preachers. Got every family beef, we can't even cough in that region. Controversy bringing leeches enough to break down your defense. Force your pledge allegiance to a corporation. Power ain't for show, depends on your participation. Probably ain't gonna go for it, they scary with no pawns to play with. Them hoes on the creeping like they disappear soon as the day hit. Randy Vaughn took them on, now her soul long gone, rest in peace. I'm quiet for that shit happened to me. Randy Vaughn took them on, now her soul long gone, rest in peace. I'm quiet for that shit happened to me. I need paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in a business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping, about that paper, big paper, I need paper, big paper, secret papers, I'm escaping. How the fuck I wake up in a business, paper tripping, cause these papers tripping, now I'm paper tripping up.
It's like you don't shut up. On the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled, how I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nation, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the God to the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is stake no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, slab full of chicken mockers. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, it gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in there. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all nine either powers. I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the wind again. Tell a friend, we going in. All skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal. They sweat us dead like funeral. Winning record like you know. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit. You know, fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate sophistics like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon-based thing, let freedom. I don't want 40 acres, I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you, stranger, danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online side, do me that favor. Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Leave G, don't play with me, I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Made us your fragrance, I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my DG the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in there. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Right back at
Yeah. You want smoke? I'm no park ranger. Threads 3000. The infamous Trey Ali. Say peace to the guys, man. What's that peace to everybody, man? Tapped in, man. Hey, link still in the chat room, man. You guys, come and rap a taste. Hey, man, we're just gonna pull up this next video. We're just gonna get right into this thing. So once again, this video, 2018, so it's over 4 years old, y'all. So Thompson Swan and myself, one of our Sunday builds, you know, once again, you know, it's the return. This is not the Founding Fathers joint we just did right here, but this is one from 4 years ago or whatever. Just, you know, just wanted to throw back for some, you know, some people tapped in tonight, man. So we want to pull this up, man, and just gonna get right into this thing, man. Shout out to everybody, man, tapped in the building. Appreciate you guys. Chief Runner said the first song was the best. I think that was Paper Trail. Yeah. Said they paper tripping. Yeah. Paper Trip. Paper Trip. Shout out to Trey Ali. Trey be spitting. Check Trey out. Projects coming soon, y'all. Be on the lookout, man, for all the projects coming up, man. Appreciate all the love from everybody tapped in, man. Hey, man, you guys can be anywhere else in the world, man, but y'all tapped into the greatest of all motherfucking time, man. It's your Sahab, and I come in peace. But we're just gonna get right into this thing, man. Let's go.
Ooh, Mr. Aboriginal Smith back in the building. Peace to you, family.
Got the Lotus.
Ooh. Copper Girl Asia, Gretchen Ham. How you doing? Peace and honor. Yeah. She's saying peace and honor to the sister Betty. Betty is not the proper. Was it Bethy? Bear with me, y'all. We got Newt Ross saying Osio Familia. Santi Lay back in the building. Comment. Yeah, what it do? Yeah, we back, family. Little technical difficulties. I don't know what's going on, man. It's like they're trying to triangulate. No, I'm just playing. I'm not going to get on to the conspiracy theory factor stuff, but some things you never know. Well, things are back in order. And we have a very, very interesting video for you. Let's pull this video up.
So this is a playback of a playback. So this video is originally from 2018, and we probably played it, I guess 2 years ago, whatever, right? 2020. So just playback of a playback from other people. So this is 4 years or so old. This is a playback from 2020. Let's go.
Trying to remember, is it on my search engine? I don't want to show y'all too much. You might get a sneak peek or something. So let's hop on over to my. Yeah, let me take this off. Hold up. Good brothers and sisters of the family. All love, but some other people might be watching. I don't want people to see another channel. Be like, oh, that's him. Going down. Nah. Not today. All right. Good brothers and sisters. Just bear with me, man. I'm just like pulling this up, man. I'm shocked from the information that was put out in the last video. You know what I'm saying? I had to take breaks in here and there from work while listening myself. So that was very interesting. Very interesting, man. We're in for another one. My good brother A1 and Chief Holiday. All right. That's not it. That's mine. This it.
Live yet? Yes, we are. We are live. Peace, peace, peace.
There we go, y'all. All right, brothers and sisters, enjoy the video. I'll be in the comment section. Let me know if you got any questions. You know, we can run a little Q&A, anything you want to ask me. You can ask me. You know, I feel like sharing tonight. I mean, I'm not going to, you know, give crazy stuff. You know, I'm not all out there like that. And the moon stars and quasars and alien probing nonsense. But, you know what I'm saying? I'll be here. It's something relevant to the new monkey. They're making a new monkey. Man, I can't wait to talk about that. Touching this one bill with Chief Holiday, y'all. All right.
Peace. Let me just play a song real quick. All right, here we go. As long as I'm dancing, acting or rapping, walking around like I don't know what's happening. You like. If I'm talking about drinking and nothing about thinking, as long as I'm high and I never act why. You like. But the second I start with the state of the economy, black leadership, black cars, and black sovereignty, that's when you can't seem to follow me. Confusion, you feel like you're losing. I'm no longer amusing. This song's about choosing while you're cruising. Ain't the black entertainment or the black revolution. People love to see a young black man rap until he wakes up and realizes he's caught in the trap. So as long as I'm dancing, acting or rapping, walking around like I don't know what's happening. You like. Hey, if I'm talking about drinking and nothing about thinking, as long as I'm high and I never ask why. You like. But the minute I get in it about the way these rappers spit it, the minute I start spitting that truth, it comes from critic. I freestyle off the top like removing your game fitted. But they not really checking for skills, they want the gimmick. Many of the challenges we face, we can solve them. But there's no trust, no unity, and that's the problem. Black people fighting amongst themselves, that's the problem. White people fighting amongst themselves, that's the problem. U.S. foreign policy is simply just wrong. Rebels against their own government, the U.S. arms them. Then when things get out of hand, yeah, they try to calm them. More money, more diplomacy, just charm them. If that doesn't work, then they move to Osama. Turn them into a terrorist so they can disarm them. Through the corporate media, we don't stand a chance, but too many people want us to just stand and dance. So as long as I'm dancing, acting or rapping, walking around like I don't know what's happening, you like. If I'm talking about drinking and not about thinking, as long as I'm high and I never ask why. You like.
coming. Indians coming. Nobody running. Make no hoopah. We don't know how. Early in the morning. Up early that morning. 5 already. I got my machete. Unani. What they say. We on our way. Downtown Indian. Uptown Indian. West Bank Indian. Back of town Indian. Lord, I'm ready. My big chief ready. My whole gang ready. We're the best in the city. Hey, mama. I kiss my mama. Mommy, I'm ready. Just like my daddy. I kiss my daughter. I hug my son. Grab my gun. Let's have fun. Jockey move. Jockey move. I'm jocking my feet up like Hurricane Katrina. Indian, Indian, Indian. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Uptown Indian. Downtown Indian. West Bank Indian. Mardi Gras Indian. 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 Indians coming.
Indian.
We hit the streets by any means necessary. We won't turn around. We ain't never scary. They call the police. St. George's night. Police talking crazy. Now the minions wanna fight. Oh, Lord have mercy. Here comes the minions with that old time religion. Big Chief Joe P. Dude in Montana. Big Chief Charlie. Scream Coochie Molly. I love my culture. We stick together. We tougher than leather. We live forever. Represent your name. Represent your gang. Do your thing. My second line sang, hang, 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 Indian, Indian, Indian. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Uptown Indian. Downtown Indian. West Bank Indian. Mardi Gras Indian. 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 Indians coming. Indian, Indian, Indian. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Indians coming. Uptown Indian. Downtown Indian. West Bank Indian. Mardi Gras Indian. 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 Indians coming. Geronimo. 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 Geronimo Hunter, Apache Hunter, Giant Hunter, Seven Wall Hunter, Golden Star Hunter, Nightfall Hunter, Comanche Hunter, White Cloud Hunter, Mohawk Hunter, Red Hawk Hunter, Seminole Hunter, Choctaw Hunter, Dirt Town Hunter, Cowtown Hunter, Monogram Hunter, Flaming Arrow, Golden Arrow, Yellow Hunter, Yellow Hunter, Young Cheyenne, Golden Blade Warrior, Back-a-town Warrior, Seven Wall, Hard-Hit Hunter, Creole Wild West, Creole Wild.
Peace, peace, peace. The time for this one, it's the time for this build. Normally Sunday build, but we didn't get a chance to build this Sunday. I got with me brother Chief Holiday as usual. Chief, you want to say what's up to the people?
Yeah, man. Peace, brother. Peace, brother. How you doing this evening?
Hey, man, I'm doing good, man. I'm just, just came back for the Aborigines again, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what this thing is always for, man. We just come back just to do the roll call, make sure, still with y'all. And just to bring, you know what I'm saying, just some current events, man, some things you are familiar with as far as the history, we just try to keep you grounded, man, with some of the information, man, weekly, man. I try not to do a live stream every day because I don't know, for some reason it's like, you get kind of get worn out doing one every day, man. So I try to, build up enough information and try to put one out there. Even if I don't put a video out there, I haven't been able to put no video out there, man, because like I told you, I went back to school, man, and this semester been kicking my ass, man. It's like every fucking week. Excuse my language. It's like every week. I write a paper, man, and then it's a lot of articles and it's just been a lot, man. But it is what it is. It's almost over with. But I'm still with you. I'm still with y'all, man. So Chief.
Yeah, man. Peace and paradise to all the family, man. As usual, man. Shout out to all the great ones listening in, man. In the chat room, that's gonna be listening in later on, man. Thank y'all for y'all support, man. We definitely appreciate it, man. And we're gonna get into this thing, man. There's been a lot going on, bro. We busy. We usually chop it up, during the week or something. We'll send, we still send each other stuff, but we'll usually chop it up about, what's been going on and just the community. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a lot of things going on, man. So shout out to everybody, man, that do this work, man. We definitely appreciate y'all. The ones that's on camera or they're doing shows, as well as the ones that's behind the scenes with the research and shit, man. So shout out to everybody, man. But yeah, man, as usual, man. It's always fun to me, man. I'm having the time of my life right now, man. I mean, I was watching these guys that sent me the video, right? They had sent me their video. So I was watching it. So somebody had called in, one of their supporters had called in, right? And he was like, yo, man, how can you explain, the rise of the Aborigines, right? And I had heard that a few times, people calling into these guys' shows and asking them, about the rise of the Aborigines, So I just thought, you want to hear what you have to think about that, brother. And the rise of the Aborigines. Grand rise of the Aborigines.
I mean, shit, we've been risen, man. I mean, this is it. I guess there's the roll call for a lot of people who didn't know. But like I said, man, I've been dealing with this circle for a minute. This is not nothing new to me. I did not just come out and start making videos after watching people and watching their videos and just coming up with information. Now, it took me years of compounded information before I was actually able to put it out there. Or, I actually got an understanding of it, because at first I didn't understand nothing. I did not understand. Hold up, we Indians? Are you serious?
You know what I'm saying? And even though my grandmother did tell me, my father told me, well, my aunt told me, because my father didn't know. But yeah, man. I mean, the rise is up, man, because it's a lot of, I see it's a lot of people, man, who coming into it. That's why I don't do a lot of channels. I mean, I don't do a lot of videos all the time because I be trying to do different topics or whatever. One of my biggest topics that I did do that I'm gonna toot my own horn for was the Indian slavery. You know what I'm saying? Even though you heard people saying that we wasn't from here, and you heard people tell you that they didn't bring nobody here from Africa. No one was talking about the Indian slavery. So shout out to me. Shout out to Chief Holiday. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you know what I'm saying, the Tanch this one, man, for bringing you guys some of that information, man. Because it's like, you know what? It seems like a lot of people, they just don't appreciate you when there's so many other people out there and they putting pretty much the same information, which they are, a lot of people, they derive information from people. They don't give people their credit. They just make it seem like, oh, I just came up with this or whatever. Nah, I give people their credit. Shout out to Aborigine, because Aborigine got a video with that song on it with the Injon. And definitely shout out to that brother, man, because I would have never even know about the song or whatever. I don't know, for some reason I just feel that song, yo. I feel it like. But yeah, man. Shout out to the viewers, man. I know we haven't been around, but god damn, man, we only worth 15 viewers, man. I'm not one to tell you to hit the like button or none of that stuff or whatever. But what's up with the viewers, man? What's up with y'all at, man? Where's too many Aborigine channels out there, man? You know what I'm saying? That's what it seemed like. But you know what, though? I don't care if it was just 2 people in, or we going, you know what I'm saying? We'll get back or whatever. It kind of stopped the progress of the bill from the Sunday bill when the guy hacked my screen and did that foolishness or whatever. We had a little momentum going every Sunday. You know what I'm saying, right, Chief?
Yeah, man, they can't stop nothing, man. You know how it is, man.
Yeah, I mean, but they kind of stopped some of the momentum we had going or whatever. We had some good momentum going in the first month and a half or whatever before I got hacked. But don't even matter. It don't even matter. I can open this page up. Like I said, I use my main page for the videos. This is just the streaming until I guess I got another couple of weeks. I think the 60 days almost, the 90 days almost up. So I think I got like a couple more weeks before I can live stream on my actual channel again. So I think probably by next month I should be able to live stream on my actual channel. But yeah, man, the Aborigines, this information getting out there. As I talk to people every day about this, you still got some of the naysayers. Most of the people who say they don't care is the people with good jobs and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like always, the people with good jobs always seem not to care. And I'm not saying that's for all of them, but when you talk to most people, they're very naive to it. Like today, I had to go into one of these bureaucracies, and the lady who was interviewing me, I told her to change my status on my application to American Indian. Right, so she asked me, she's like, why did you want to do that? I said, because I'm not an African. She was like, oh, she said, does it make a difference? I said, I'm not an African. Fuck, I'm not an African. And she was actually a white lady. She told me she was from Egypt. Right, so I was looking at her like, are you sure you're not from Egypt? You're not the real Egyptian. And I ain't say that to her, but that's what I was gonna come off with. Like, your people ain't build no fucking pyramids or whatever. And if you know what I'm saying, we ain't got nothing to do with the pyramids. I don't even really take responsibility for the pyramids in Egypt no more since we found out about these pyramids in Peru. But yeah, shout out to the Aborigines, man. I said, sorry I haven't done a video in a while, but I got a couple of videos that I'm gonna do. I don't know if you've seen, I put a little 10-minute video today, Brother Turtle Gang. Shout out to the Brother Turtle Gang, North Francis. Brother always come with some good information, man. He got most of the culture down packed. I think he's a little off on some. I think the history he says is kind of like straightforward, but most of the Indian history I'm not privy on. I don't know too much of the Indian culture. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know some of the culture. I don't know a lot of the culture. That brother know a lot of the culture. And I'm trying to reach out to the brother. Actually, he's on my Facebook page or whatever. I'm gonna reach out to the brother, see if I can just build with him, because he got a lot of information. He has a lot of the stuff that I'm missing to connect. You know what I'm saying? But check out his video on Black Magic. I think it's 386 or 368 or whatever, Brother Rich channel or whatever. I'm quite sure most people probably subscribe to him or whatever. But yeah, definitely check it out. He went in on this one, but you got to understand something, right? To the person who kind of naive, they still don't know, because most people don't tell you. Okay, they always tell you how many Africans that they brought here. They never tell you how many Indians that were here or how many Aborigines that was here at the time. Okay, he made a great point about the war bonnet, and that's what I've been telling people. We didn't wear no war bonnet. We wore the feather crown, the single feather. And a lot of times we wore like the headdresses or whatever, like you said, with the turkey feather. Most of that is our culture. A lot of these new cultures, them was like the Midwest Indians. That's not our culture or whatever. But yeah, definitely check the brother out though. But like I said, I like to be clear, because when you tell me that it was 380,000 Africans that was brought here, I need you to be clear and tell me how many Aborigines was here at that time. Okay, you tell me 380,000. And we see on the census, obviously. Now, I'm starting to see a lot of people use this too, the census thing that I pointed out in 1870. In 1870, it was almost 7 million. 1880, 1890 was almost 8 million people here in 1880. Okay, and that's out of 387,000 people was here. Now, people forgetting, they keep missing that. They keep forgetting to leave that out. Because if that's the case, right? Let's say if that's the case, right? If by now, even the Africans that was brought here, probably about 100 years later, they was no more longer Africans, because there was so many Aborigines here. Even if they was mixing with the Aborigine women, they still mix back somehow. Because if you say every black person here got Indian in them, or every black person here is an Indian himself, or whatever, when we just keep mixing back in. We just keep mixing back into each other. No matter if we are mixing back in with other African, with so-called other African Americans. Okay, we just mixing back in. So that will make we probably didn't mix the African up out of us by now. And I don't know if most people understand that, but you have to think about it. 387,000 to just 3 million. That's 3 times more. That's 10 times more than the 387,000. Do you think that you will be more African than you are Indian? So that's my biggest thing. My biggest thing, I always wanted to understand that, because when you have to tell me, all right, well, how many Africans was born here? Okay, all right, you said 387,000. Now they remember, they wasn't bought every place. They was mainly bought in the Carolinas, mainly in the South Carolina area and Virginia. And remember, even you hear people, even with the generic sense of people trying to teach this, they start off with that 1619 story. That 1619 story have no strength or nothing to stand on, because we already know that the 1619 story was people who came from the Hispaniola, or the island of Hispaniola, after John Hawkins and Sir Francis Drake and his boys was robbing these ships and bringing these Negroes back to Virginia or whatever. So, Chief.
Yeah, man. I just say, man, man, it's just a good time right now in history, man. To build, and what we're talking about, as a build, that we're doing. Yeah, we got to start building, what I'm saying, and not just be about the conversation, and be about the building. I think that's very important, what I'm saying. But the information is cool, but how can we use this information to build? And we have a historical back, to look back on, our ancestors and what they built, what I'm saying, with the proper information. They built civilization. They built everything that the world is using right now, what I'm saying, that comes from the American Aborigines. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta really take credit for that. You know what I'm saying? I like how you took credit for that. And shout out for all the work you do, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely needed. So yeah, definitely appreciate that, man. And it's I feel you. We should smell our roses right now. While you're alive, why wait till why give somebody roses when they're not here? You know what I'm saying? So I definitely agree with that. The whole term slavery, right? This is a very tricky word, right? And I remember somebody telling me before that Black people were slaves and white people were servants. And I just thought that was really interesting, you know what I'm saying? And we always break down the etymology of words and stuff like that and whatever. I think we're gonna have to definitely get into this whole slave. Yeah, what you make best? No, it's good. You feel what I'm saying, bro? Like these words that we are under got us under a spell. Got us under a spell, and it dictates our reality. You know what I'm saying? These word spells are under.
Yeah, well, the word slave itself, we already know that's a Slovenian word. When you look up the word Slav in the etymology dictionary, you go down. It's a C Slav. It's a secondary use. It's a secondary use because there's so many Slavs sold by.
We've been doing this for a while, yeah. I just wanted to point that out.
The word slave.
We've been doing this for a while.
Plural.
Okay.
Okay. The word Slav will be singular, and the word slaves will be plural. So secondary use because there's so many Slavs sold by conquering people. Okay. Now, what you'll understand is when you see that picture of America, and you see the two Europeans holding up the queen or the matriarch, or most of the women held the chiefdom. What how the brother say, clan mother, or however he put it. Which that shit made a lot of sense, man. I was sitting there thinking, like, yeah, man, a lot of that stuff was like, it resonated with me. But yeah, man, I mean, definitely. Like I said, I don't be trying to be cocky, and I'm definitely never cocky with none of this information because, as far as like a lot of my information I got from studying and just being able to put it and formulate this in my own sense. Shout out to Yaffa Bay, shout out to the Duke of Tears, because without Yaffa Bay, Duke of Tears, I wouldn't never knew what the fuck a Tanchan was. So shout out to them or whatever, for like being able, at least for me, being able to pay attention to a lot of these scholars. Because I don't know, a lot of these scholars people ain't gonna be fucking with them because so many people got their little personal views about things. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Right now, so many darts being thrown in certain directions to where, people not going to be able to get an opportunity to venture out or whatever. Everything ain't about a feather, and, what I'm saying, in nature, you have to still try to teach yourself according to what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brother Rich, man. I will be attending his little lecture he got on June 3rd with Brother Panic, Phil Valentine, and the Duke of Tears. I will be there. Definitely. I love Brother Panic is my man. I listen to Brother Panic all the time. I haven't smoked a Panic pack in a while though, and but definitely I fuck with Brother Panic. I don't care if he's not an Aborigine. I don't care if he's not talking about none of that shit that people can relate to. I'll be out there with this information. You understand? So that's who I am. I'm a person. I go far out there. But shout out to him, Phil Valentine. Love Phil Valentine. Still check Phil Valentine out. I don't care about none of his personal views or none of his personal things or whatever. That's a lot, man, because a lot of people, they can't fuck with certain people because they got these personal views about them, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't never put nobody up on no pedestal, man. You take the information and you take it and you apply it to your life. That's what this whole shit is about. That's what the Bible's about. The Bible's about taking what's in there and applying it to your life, because it's a manuscript of people who came before you. Just like books and all the other things that people higher learning and studies that people study, so they are manuscripts. That's what a book is. A book is a manuscript of someone, those words that if it applies to you, if you read the book and you can relate, and there's some things in it that you might want to take out, you can say, all right, well, I can model my life after this, or I can take that and apply that to my life or whatever. That's what the whole thing is about. That's what this whole life shit is. People come through, people tell you a few things. It might be something that resonate. It might, person, you might have one conversation with a person that might have had a long or lifetime lasting effect on you, to a point where you always remember that person just from one fucking conversation, yo. Have you ever had that? Have you ever had that happen to you where you had one conversation with an individual and you could remember that person? You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, this thing is about learning. Life is about learning. That's why you always hear the brother Millie Fuller say, I'm still learning. And he is damn near 80. He's in his damn near 80. I think he's close to 85 or whatever. I always tell you, I'm still learning. That's what this whole process here is about, is to learn and step into your greatness. All right, so Chief. Chief, I don't know what Chief at. Let me just keep building. I was actually watching another Aborigine show with the brother Rick. He had Sister Phoenix on there, and I think Marvin Coleman might be in the background. I know Kerry Davis sometimes he be doing shows with Kerry Davis sometimes. And what I found interesting was when he was talking about how most of the military, a lot of things in the military is patented out of the Aborigines. So figure like this, what he was saying like the Apache helicopter, no, the Apache something, the Black Hawk, that's the helicopter, the Tomahawk torpedo. He was saying it was a bunch of different either weapons or different maybe vehicles and things like that the Army used, that they got the name from us or whatever. And it's a very interesting video. It definitely put me out there on some other stuff, or just to give me an idea of certain topics that I need to look up or whatever. I found that interesting. Chief.
Yeah, man.
Was you in the Chief? You was in the military, right?
No. My parents were. I was what you call the military. Yeah.
Have you ever heard that? How a lot of the either the weapons or a lot of the military SUVs or the things that they utilize are named after fucking the Aborigines, man.
Oh well, yeah, definitely like the Apache helicopter. We'll just give you a thing or whatever, right? But I wanted to shout out to brother Kerry Davis, right? And shout out to CD Fury. He did an interview over there, right? And I actually caught part 3 first. And then part 3, he was talking about, CD had asked him about what tribe he was from, right? And Kerry was moving around that question, you know what I mean? And he finally just broke it down. He was like, listen, man, those are all created tribes, those are created names, things of that nature, whatever. I just wanted to get your opinion on these Cherokee names, all this other stuff, Creeks, Blackfoots, you know what I mean? All these different things, Choctaw, things of that nature, whatever. Are we looking at this thing all wrong by trying to join those tribes that were created by them, brother?
I'm not trying to join no tribe. I'm a time tribe. I'm claiming my own tribe. As far as we know the 5 civilized tribes are not the original tribe. We do know the Cherokee. Remember they said the Cherokee was the strongest nation. The Cherokee, all right, like how, all right, Norris France, what he was saying today, right? He was trying to say that the Lenape was basically responsible from Delaware all the way up. But what about the Shinnecock and what about the other tribes? Like you said, when you talking about old dirty bastard tribe. I'm gonna get back to the point. I'm gonna bring it all full circle. When you were talking about old dirty bastard and how they were saying like Wall Street, they built Wall Street to keep like some of the Shinnecock and keep some of the New York tribes out or whatever while they was doing business or whatever. But as far as the tribe, I believe it's going to come down to territory or what territory that you was in, whether or not you can prove it. But most of us already know it. If listen, think of it like this. Think of it like this, right? If they bought over 380,000 and it was already, like I said, if it was 3 million here, that's 10 times the number, right? Which it was more than 3 million here. It was more like they said 35 million. So 38,000 dissolved into 35 million. We know some of the 35 million was murdered or probably did die under certain circumstances. But nonetheless, though, we know that most of us are here. So like I said, we one big tribe. So when he said that, I mean, I kind of agree with him. I don't have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Most of these tribes, man, they got sub-tribes. Like we see Chief Warhawk. Chief Warhawk is the chief for the Chickasaw. There's a white man, the chief for the other Chickasaw nation. There's a white man, the chief for the Creek. Because all this shit, you know what? Fuck this. All this shit is Masonic. That's the reason why you see these white men in head of all these fucking in head of all these tribes. Yep. We're just gonna keep it 100. We're gonna keep it 100. Okay. That's how we know. That's how we know that these niggas are Masonic, because we know that there's if there was no Europeans here, then how the fuck are they Indians? That's it's plain and fucking simple. They will be, and even if they do got Indian blood in them, they're still not Indians by default, or how other circumstances how they got here. So they still not Indian. You're still not an Indian by default because you shouldn't even be here. You understand what I'm saying? No one agreed to have you here. I mean, you know what I'm saying? No one agreed for you to come here and do the shit you're doing to us. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, though, they're here or whatever, though. But then the least you can do is not claim the fucking Indians too, and to make a fool out of yourself, because people want to start asking questions. People start looking like, oh, man, you ain't no fucking Indian, man. Let's stop this. But like I said, if you look up Chief Warhawk, horse, and her tribe, and they have another Creek and Chickasaw tribe that has a white chief. And you notice that they are the ones that the white tribes with the white chiefs are the ones that's getting assistance or getting some type of funding from the government, and then people like Chief Warhawk, and they get a hard time. And this is how you know. And just like Turtle Gang was saying, he said that his family got over 60 deeds in the Lenape area. He's saying that they don't honor him. They don't honor the shit. They don't honor it because they just took the land from him. That don't be the
land patents. Mineral rights.
People, like I said, man, you look back in history, you already should know. You should already know. You understand what I'm saying? Like my man said, he said got 60 deeds to the land, and he got the deeds to the land. You think they're gonna give him back the land that where he got the 60 deeds at? You know, or if they even pay him any attention, or you got to keep going back to court, and you got to keep, you know, and that's just to show you how the foulness is. And that brings me back even to a video that I was watching that was about reparations, right? One of it was a panel, like I said, it was a panel of 5 different lawyers, and they was arguing why we should get reparations, right? But none of the arguments was that we was indigenous to this land. All the arguments was dealing with slavery, right? Would you fucking believe that one of the judges had the nerve to fix his fucking mouth and say that the reason that we shouldn't get it because he was saying, because all right, what they was trying to argue was the fact that a lot of these companies, all right, now this is going to take me back to something else that I just got finished listening.
Check this shit out.
All right, a lot of these companies, you know, the DuPonts and all of these names or whatever, they were the ones that directly had something to do with slavery. So they were trying to sue these people, right? Stating that, you know, like Philip Morris and all these people, they're trying to sue them, stating that they had a direct hand into slavery. So, you know, the judge said, well, look, even if that did happen, at that time it was legal. So the lawyer trying to argue him down morally, saying, well, hold up. Well, you mean tell me you ain't got that much morals to say, well, okay, if it was legal, why would it be legal that you selling people and keeping them in bondage? That should have been override, like we're saying, well, no, they committed a crime, and that should be a crime against humanity. He agreed with it. He was like, well, it was legal, so at the time, so we can't do nothing about it or whatever. That was just one of the arguments. It was a bunch of other arguments in which they wasn't trying to honor. They was arguing them all down. It goes to show how they put their own people in front, and they control every doorway you come in. They control everything. They control everything, and they're gonna snake you. Do all of the snake shit they can do, or whatever. You just gotta keep steady and square. Keep trying to, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you gotta do, man. Because I mean, the only way we only gonna get this by, you know what I'm saying, by standing up and saying who you are or whatever. But yeah, man. I mean, like I said, man.
Well, I want to address the lawyer thing, right? Well, here's the problem, right? We understand that the Bar Association goes back to Britain, so it's associated with Britain, right? The British government and the Queen, the Vatican, and things of that nature, right? So we understand that. Okay, so when you have a lawyer who's an esquire, right? You break that down, you go find out what an esquire is, and these people are protectors of the crown, protectors of the system. So even if you have a lawyer, your lawyer is still an officer of the court, for instance, right? So him and say for instance, the judge will already have an agreement. They already have a script. You're just the only one that's not in the know. You know what I'm saying? As far as lawyers and things of that nature, whatever, right? So don't ever think a lawyer, even if he was Johnny Cochran, is working for your best interest or he's working for us. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they never win, because they go in with people that are working literally for the system that they are trying to fight against.
Right.
So they're never going to come up with the right arguments. They're never going to come up with the right wording that goes along with the documentation, right? Because I'm never going to say, oh, let's go with the 1866 treaties. I'm going to go with the 1600 treaties, right? Well, we'll go with the 1700 treaties and these things and these natures or whatever, right? So that's what we need to be talking about, right? And here's the thing, right? Majority of the stuff we need to change just socially, because majority of the things that they did to us was just socially. It wasn't legal. It was social. Y'all, it's the difference between being legally slavery. Slavery is not legal. So go to Africa, snatch people up and bring them back. But what is legal is apprenticeship. What is legal is a form of any form of capitalism, and slavery was a form of capitalism. They're just calling it slavery. But if you go clock in every
business is a form of capitalism.
A basketball player, you make $40 million a year, you're still a slave because you're working for somebody else. Y'all understand what I'm saying? If you go in and punch the clock for $7.50 or $15 or $12, $20 an hour, it doesn't matter. You're still working for somebody else. So in those terms, you are a slave. It's not to be disrespectful or anything of that nature, whatever, but that's all they were categorizing people as in those days or whatever, or as some type of,
well, you know what?
Servant, some type of worker, right? Some type of worker, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Let's go in deeper. Let's explain some of the reasons why people do work. What do people go to work for?
All right, well, I'll give you a perfect example, y'all, right? Okay, so say for instance, right, you wanted to learn a trade or learn how to make shoes. So you had to become an apprentice for a shoemaker, right? Main shoemaker, right? Shoemaker, right? So you had to become his apprentice. Now, he's your master because he's teaching you how to make shoes, or smith, or whatever the case may be, right? Whatever. So shout out to Sister Phoenix Moon, like she said last night, people have in their mind this whole Willie Lynch roots depiction of slavery in your mind. it wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like that at all. And it was more seasonal, because I ask this question all the time. What did they do with all these slaves when the corn or the cotton or whatever was growing? You know what I'm saying? And these natures, you know, so majority of the time things wouldn't be there for them to pick or do certain things. So cotton, you have to plant it, and then after the plant, it has to grow, and after it grow, you have to wait till the next time to let the ground heal, so on and so forth, right? So my point being is, what were they doing with all these people, you know what I'm saying, during this time? So they are mixing up. I say this right here. Slavery actually started with the 13th Amendment. Y'all see how that worked? Because the Constitution of the United States is not a slave document. It's a freedom document. Oh, but this is what I wanted to ask you though, right? Because you said something earlier, right? About these people having the information, right? Well, we know that they were initiated in our mystery systems here in America from the indigenous people here, right? So that's where you get the Constitution and all these other things, right? So my point is, are we looking at this thing wrong? Like, okay, if it's some science right there, and I'm just gonna put this out there. If it's any type of science out there, right, that would be helpful for us, right? Now we don't have to put a name on the science, but that science is helpful and it helps us build, right? Because we were the first builders, right? So all that stuff comes from us. So why are we giving them the credit to be the builders, the masons, all these people when we know that came from us, brother?
Yeah. Well, you know what, though, but at this point in time, you know what? Let's get going on this shit. Right?
Let's get it.
So, all right. So people work. Right? What do people work for? People work because you go to work, you render your energy, and someone else give you basically a coupon in which you can spend it, and you can buy various things with it these days. You can buy everything from airbugs to a boat, or you know what I'm saying, airplane or something like that, or shit, in some cases a real live person or animal or something like that. You can buy another organism even with that coupon. All right, so look, I mean, which is basically a system to where if you don't have enough to trade with the next person, you can obtain enough of these coupons in which I can gather these coupons together. And once I get enough, I can go trade it and get this. But the problem is, even in some countries right now, them coupons ain't worth shit. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, though, you go to work. But what is the main resources in which people work for? People work for food, fire, water, and shelter. Fire, you paying for it through your gas company, where you get a gas line, where you're able to extract, fire, or cook, or electricity, or even hot water, or heat. You know what I'm saying? Which they send the hot water through the pipes and it heats up the valves, and you get heat. So that's one thing. Food. You no longer have access to growing your own food, which every person's supposed to have their own farm or they supposed to be independent of their own food, or unless they doing a trade in which people are trading with them at that point to where they don't need to do that. But understand, these reasons why people was doing that are survival reasons. Okay, you needed to know how to grow food because you never know if you're gonna be around somebody who know how to do that. So you need to know how to do that so you can know. You understand? Because it wasn't like, okay, what happens if the local store or the local trading guard or the, you know what I'm saying, whatever they was calling, general, whatever they was calling the way in which we was trading things or whatever. But nonetheless, though, all right, so food, fire, water, and shelter. So now you got to pay for a shelter. You got to pay for rent. Basically, instead of building your own facility in which you maintain and you keep up, now you have to go to people in which they build facilities and they rent these facilities out to you. Okay, if you don't rent one of these facilities, chances are you're gonna be homeless, or what we call homeless these days because you just can't build things anywhere no more because you're going to need a permit or they're going to throw you off your property or they're going to throw you off the property in which you're trying to rent it. All right, so water. At one point in time, we had free water, and just like everything else, all this other stuff came from. We had food, we was gardening things, and we needed to hunt. There was deers, there was we had fucking turkeys. There's turkeys everywhere. Even in my school, I just seen like 100 turkeys the other day. Yo, that shit freaked me out. Yo, they was all making noises or whatever, yo, and they was aggressive too, yo. And this is in New Jersey. You understand what I'm saying? I seen 100 turkeys the other day on my school campus, yo. And I was like, yo, I got out the car and everything, like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm saying? You ain't kill 10 of them turkeys and say, well, all right, well, we're gonna store 10 of these because there was already abundance of it. You already knew how to derive and go get more. You know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, well, shit, we're gonna have turkey today. All right, everybody agree on that? All right, we're gonna have turkey today. All right, well, go get one of the fattest turkeys you can find and meet me back. You're gonna get some grains. All right, you're gonna get the grains. All right, you're gonna gather together some herbs and some vegetables and everything. All right, boom. We go.
Right. But so let me ask you a question though. So that so we understand that part, right? But we also shout out to Turtle Gang again too. But he also was explaining to the people about New York and like Cahokia being major trading. You know, our people was doing these trading here for thousands of years. They used the waterways and rivers and things all across this country to do trading, right? So we know that things, advancements and things came from us, right? The Aborigines of this land, right? So can we just say that all of these, just advancements and stuff like that or whatever that they took credit for? Could we imagine if we not only we took credit for it, but we maintained them, right? We maintained the telephone, we maintained everything that we created, right? As well as we maintained the land that we had, right? And we protected it during these times, right? But the problem is, right, y'all, see, this is what they don't understand. So the majority of the people that was fighting during these wars were us. So that left a void so they can come in and do all the things that they were doing to these people in these towns. And why using the laws and things to do it, you know what I'm saying, to the Aboriginal people of this land. And it's just funny to me, man, that we had to argue with them about copper when they could just easily just go and just look up copper, right? And we ought to understand that the people wasn't calling themselves copper. That's not from us, right? We wasn't calling ourselves maroons. That's not from us. But the Spanish had relationships with the people that they call maroons or Negroes of the land. You know what I'm saying? So and once the British came or whatever, then they started to change languages and change our names and things of that nature, and then started putting up other names like Indian and stuff like that or whatever, right? So I just think it's weird, man, that we are still allowing them to mind manipulate us like this and to use roots. They still use roots, even after everybody knows that roots is fake, that Alex Haley is fake and it was plagiarized. They still use that as a benchmark or yo, this is our story right here. You know what I'm saying? The same story is what they use. You know what I'm saying? A kidnapping, blah, 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 coming to America and doing all this other stuff or whatever, right? But even in the Roots movie, Kunta Kinte, even in the old one, even in the new one, it was a clear distinction between him and the people of this land, right? They didn't know anything about any of the African stuff that he was talking about, y'all. So I just think it's weird if they had brought off all these millions of people here from Africa, right? How we all just lost the languages, the customs. We don't like goats. And then like we couldn't raise goats. We got goats, right? I remember goats growing up. So we got goats. So you mean to tell me we're going to eat pigs and goats? So I mean, I'm just saying, though, this is and I got a question for you too. Huh? You like goats?
We just went to we actually just went to a farm with my trip with my class or whatever. And there was a bunch of little goats, and they was bad, bunch of them, like really, they was kind of cute and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? you know, it was good to be around nature, man. I ain't gonna front, man. I seen a llama, brown llama and a white llama and shit, man. It was good to be around nature, man. I'm telling you, I was like, yo, it felt good to be, you know, smelling everything. But what you say that point again, Chief? What you saying?
Well, you know, we just trying to, you know, get to the bottom of this thing. You know what I'm saying? As far as all the lies that was told to us. Right? They took power. They a lot of this stuff is just new. It just happened. A lot of the old stuff that they teach was just whitewashed. They rewriting history. You know what I'm saying? Of people and places and things like that didn't exist. They just literally making stuff up. You know what I'm saying? Because I still say that professor said that you said earlier said that, the judge said that slavery was legal. Show me the legal documentation to prove this, because I could show you kidnapping. I could show you all of those things, and it's documented that they rewarded kidnappers. So what the hell are y'all talking about?
Yeah.
And they was kidnapping free Aborigines from this land, man. They was displacing free Aborigines, black people, or carbon-related people, or brown people of this goddamn land, man. Why is that so hard to comprehend?
Well, that's the biggest thing. They think the numbers are small. See, a researcher is going to go in and he's going to start saying, well, then, hold up. Let me see. All right, this is how I'm going to determine what is it going to be. If I find out it was more African, and then that's another thing. Let's deal with this shit too. All right. You know how they always tell you in Brazil and Cuba, they got so much African culture, right? Follow me? You follow me, Chief? They start saying Cuba, oh, well, some of these people have African culture, right? They try to say, well, some of these in Cuba and Brazil, they try to say, I remember the Portuguese stopped importing slaves in Brazil, probably like in the fucking mid 1700s. It probably wasn't even up to the 1800s, right? Now, remember, we know here in North America that they brought over at least 100,000 so-called Africans in the 1800s.
Right.
In the 1800s, right? Or according to them.
Actually, no, we don't know that though. We don't know that.
Don't make me lose my point. Hold on, because I'm going somewhere with this. All right. So let's say if so, they say that they brought over 100,000 Africans in the 1800s, right? Check, right, Chief?
I got you. Check.
So why the fuck they don't know none of their culture? How the fuck the people in Brazil? They remember. They know how to do. This is a culture from Africa. So why the people here that was here in the 1800s don't have no African culture? That's almost look. That's in our lifetime. In the 1800s, that's in our lifetime. Now 100 years ago. I mean, you figure 100 years later. So if somebody, let's say if they brought African here in 1830. By 18, and he lived to be maybe 80 years old. So he came 1830. He probably died in 1910 or whatever. He will remember some of his fucking culture from his country. You understand what I'm saying? And why is none of this stuff passed on to us? Why is none of this stuff passed on? Because they lying about something. They lying about a lot of stuff, because we already know we could them numbers easily that they telling you, the 12 million people that they were swapping around. We have to first of all understand that the Spanish, Portuguese, and French was not fucking with the Anglos. Okay, this is what most these people just say. It was all of Europeans just came to Africa and just started grabbing up people and just started taking people and just started doing what the hell they want. No. That's when you supposed to hit them in the head with the homie the clown sock. Like, slow down, boom. And then with the homie the clown sock, like, bonk. You idiot. No, that's not what happened. What happened was the Doom Dividers was first, in which that allowed the Catholic countries to come here and enslave us first. But what happened was with the English and most of the Anglo countries, because they were starving and they were trying to find a new land, they came here first. They came here for the fucking land. You know, and that's what made it more diabolical. Okay, the Spanish wanted to come here and take some of the resources, but the English wanted to stay here, period. They didn't want to go back home. So that's a problem within itself. You understand what I'm saying? So now, we day warring with one another. But see, the problem is this. You know, the problem is this, right? And even shout out to the brother Norris Francis and Turtle Gang, right? And even him, right? We already got the anthropology and archaeology of them calling people Negroes here. That's the date 2,000 years. So they was already calling people here Negroes, even if they didn't bring no fucking Africans here. So this is the shit that fucks me up about people that they're not putting out there. You can say, you can tell me about all these traditions and customs or whatever, but you can't tell me that it was already people that they found here that they was calling fucking so-called Negroes, or we found the archaeologists claim that this is a Luzia is a Negro, Naya is a Negro, the Bro woman was a Negro, and some of these other even the stuff that they found Julian that article I was reading, the monthly anthropology something, I forgot the name of it exactly, but they were showing you that they found Negroes in all these areas where they telling you that there was no black people here until they brought Africans here. They telling you that they found Negroes that was already here. See, that's the whole confusing part. That's why I don't buy into that. That's why I'm like, yo, they're lying. Because you telling me that in all these places where you said there was no Negroes there until you brought them there as slaves, they finding people who sedate fucking slavery. Even in Brazil, even in Cuba, even in West Indies. Oh, they brought most of the African slaves to South America and Brazil and the West Indies. Okay, but there was already black people there. So how do we know how do we know that to be true? You understand where I'm going with this? You understand where I'm going with this? So and even for anybody here, even the brother Turtle Gang, he alluded a lot of points to say that it was already black people here. The Thompsons weren't going to say that for you because we already did the fucking research to find that out. The reason they wasn't calling people Negroes here because they was born here on a slave ship. The people here that was before any of this other shit, because none of these other fucking they ain't finding none of these other Mongoloid or mulatto Indians and claiming that they are the indigenous people. They telling you that the oldest skeletons that they finding are fucking Negroes. Point blank. Don't give me, the reason why some of the tribes here looked at black because they intermixed with the African. Get the fuck out of here. We already know that they was claiming that these people, and then we already got the picture of Powhatan. We got all these fucking pictures that they found the people in Virginia. So you can't tell me that because I got the images. I got the images and the archaeology and the research to prove it. So don't tell me, the only reason why it was black people, some of the tribes was black because they intermixed with the African. So what about the Negroes that they found that they said that's the dates 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 13,000 years? What about them? I thought if one and this is the shit. This is the shit. Even in New York, you look at Old Dirty Bastard. Old Dirty Bastard is a fucking Negro. Look at his sister. His sister's a fucking Negro. You understand what I'm saying? Papa Wu didn't even know he's a fucking Indian. And even in New York, in New York, you see a lot of weird looking black people. And I ain't gonna front. And then when I say that, like nigga like Fredro Starr, nigga like Sticky Fingers, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these motherfuckers, like you see a lot of them niggas in New York. A lot of them niggas were the Indians that was in New York. You understand what I'm saying? And you start saying, even here in Jersey, like when you were saying the Ramapo, the Ramapo Indians or whatever, they was part of Lenape, and I did see that. I was reading an article that they was trying to get back some land that was taken from them or whatever, dude. But yeah, man, let me tell you something, people. Don't let people tell you that. Don't let them confuse you. Remember, let's stay on point. Don't let people confuse you by saying that the only reason why some of these tribes intermix with the Africans. But what about the Negro skulls that the anthropologists been finding here? What about them? What about the pictures we found with people here who look like fucking Africans? What about them? What about the picture? Even when they do show you them 5 different phenotypical types, and they do show you the American look just like the African. You look just like the African. And if he was here, what would he be classified as? This is the game we have to play. Let's play the classification game, because this is the one that let's play classifications for dummies. Okay, we got white and we got black. Okay, little Johnny. If this guy right here, if I show you this picture right here and he was in America, what would he be classified as, little Johnny? Oh, he would be black. You get how this shit work? You look at the pictures and you ask yourself, well, hold up. If this man was here, what would he be classified as? Okay, would he be black, mulatto, or white? You see how this shit work? And it's common sense, man. It's very common sense when you look at it and you understand the statuses and how they was classifying people. It's common sense after that. After that, you should already understand. So like I said, even the specialists and people who speak on this, they leave a lot of stuff out that kind of like I kind of don't like, because even if you do say the Indian slavery and all that, we know Indians was took into West Africa. So why are they doing DNA tests with people in West Africa when we don't even know how many people was took into West Africa? We don't even know. We don't even know how many people was took into West Africa. And that's the whole goofy. That's another homie the clown moment where even us, the people who asking the questions, should be hit in the head. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because, okay, they're taking your DNA probably from your ancestors that was took into West Africa. You hear how dumb this shit is? Do you understand how dumb this shit is? Because we already can prove that they were. Can we prove this? Can we prove this? Can we prove that they took people from the Americas to West Africa? But these dummies will say, well, they came from Africa. How long is a fucking lifetime? You came from Africa, you settled here, you was living in the tribe, then they took you back. No, you can't keep on coming with that dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the stuff that we want to have to start researching that. Starts researching. Like, and another thing the brother said, he said the Negro African burial grounds, right? Where's the Indian burial grounds at, huh? Where's it? Since it was Indians there, north of Wall Street, where's the Indian burial grounds at? I'm curious. I want to know. Where's the Indian burial grounds at? See.
Yo, hey, I ask that question all the time. And it's the same question that you asked them too. Where the Indian is on the...
Let's be clear about this. Let's be clear about this. Okay, people keep on talking. Oh, the Negroes had a burial ground. So where the fuck is the Indian burial ground at? Where's the Indian burial ground? It should be obvious. Where's it at? Because the Negro, even the Negro slave had time to they honored him to have a burial ground. So where's the Indian burial ground at? Oh, the Indians buried they're dead in the fucking lake. Get the fuck. The Indian burial ground is the Negro burial ground.
Can you show pictures?
Nah, I ain't, cause I ain't hooked that OBS up yet, man. I'm not even going to chance it. Niggas ain't gonna fuck this up. I mean, we could do that. I mean, like I said, what you want to do? What you had in mind?
No, I just had some pictures. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, right? When we talk about these
keep your pictures, keep them together, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the OBS, because I do gotta write another paper by Sunday or whatever. That's why I couldn't get the live stream out, man, because I was fucking I had to freestyle this shit on a 1-day notice or whatever.
Right.
I misread what my assignment was. And when I went back to it was something else or whatever. But nonetheless, though, I got it done or whatever. But yeah, like I said, on Sunday I got another assignment, but I'm gonna get that shit done. I'm about to do that now, so I'll be good. But what I'm saying is, man, I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, see what you saying, man.
Shit, me too. But but listen though, man. Here's the only problem that we're having right now, right? Are books. People believe books over the bones, the evidence. At the end of the day, any of the bones of the people that were here prior to 1492, the bones are still here. We still have the bones. We're not even just talking about the ones that go back 12,000, 13,000 years. They have the ones that go back 1,000 years, 500 years, 700 years, right? 800 years, right? Those bones are what they're classifying as being Negroid, period. We ain't got to argue about this. We have the artifacts, we got the pyramids, we got all these other things, right? What they have to understand, what they're going to have to deal with right now, today, just using Jabari for instance, right? He's battling back and forth with Reggie about, I don't know what, don't even know what that argument would be about. That's crazy. But anyway, that's just personal stuff, right? Right, this is personal stuff because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what they're talking about. It doesn't matter either way, right? It's not going to change anything for us here in America talking about that. But anyway, it's too for them to say, okay, for them to say what they're saying, right? Yo, Kemet is this and Kemet is that and all this other stuff, right? But now you have to account Jabari and Reggie and all the other guys that study Kemet. You have to talk about these pyramids here in America now that are older than the pyramids there. Now I was looking at some stuff. I'm doing some research now on just real artifacts out here in the Southwest, right? Of the oldest, they're calling them petrographs, right? But they're hieroglyphs, hieroglyphs, right? It's the same thing. Glyphs, it's the same shit. Petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, it's the same shit. It's just etching symbols and things in the damn in rocks, right? We have the oldest in America in Nevada, in the Americas that are here in Nevada, right? But they have them in Utah. We have, I mean, our ancestors were building all over this place, bro, all over America, right? And there's oldest ruins on the planet. Period. They're not even dating them because they don't even want us to know they're there. So they're not going to go in there and say, oh yeah, these are dated back 200,000 years, 100,000 years, whatever. You could look at them. We got the oldest ruins on the planet. So I don't understand what these guys are talking about when they're talking about, well, we have taken all these trips to Kemet. Y'all have taken, he actually calls them Africans to Kemet, right? Well, they don't call, the people in Egypt don't consider Egypt Kemet. You know what I'm saying? Or Egypt or Africa for that matter, you know what I'm saying? They don't consider Africa at all for that matter, or whatever. So why would you be talking about taking Africans from here to there? It's just weird, man, how they doing. But you could have been taking trips to Mexico, to Belize, to Utah for that matter. You know what I'm saying? They've been showing Americans their land and their artifacts that are older than that stuff that's over there. That's not theirs. That's not yours, Jabari. No matter how many times you guys go over there, that's not yours. Yeah,
look, don't lose that point, right? What I wanted to say is, do you ever see the joy in Jabari's face when he be talking about Africa? Do you ever look at he's programmed and shit? Like you ever look at him? You ever look at like you want to hit him with the homie the clown sock because he's just sitting there. He look like a little child and shit when you soup him up and you tell him like we go to Disney World. You ready to go to Disney World? He looked like he got that look on his face. And you know, and Reggie, man, if Reggie want to hit Reggie with the homie the clown sock too, because he know damn well his grandmother told him he don't want nobody to know. He don't want nobody to know. He don't want nobody to be like, damn man, my grandmother did say I was Cherokee, man. Like he don't want to tell nobody that. He want to he want to be Imhotep 15th son or 15th nephew or something, or some weird relationship when your grandmother said, boy, you're a Cherokee, you're not a damn African. You understand? And shout out to the real grandmother. They ain't got no real grandmothers like that. They ain't got no real grandmother like that who's really telling you no real information. Your grandmother working. Your grandmother probably working for the white man or doing some type of work or some type of typing and shit. You know what I'm saying? Right now, or whatever. She ain't telling you more history, but these niggas, when you look in these niggas' faces, they got a glow. They never been to Peru. They never been down to none of these places or whatever. Never been down. That's another thing what the Egyptian lady was saying today. She gonna try to say, well, Egypt is the oldest. Egypt ain't older than fucking Peru. Get the fuck out of here. And we got actual mummies with dreadlocks to prove it. We got actually, and that's what I'm trying to say. Where's the dreadlocks in Africa? Where's these hairstyles in Africa? Where they at?
Yo.
I just want to know where they at. The Olmecs here got
Hey,
boy.
and it gets deeper than that too, right? Because while I'm looking into these things in Utah, right, in Nevada and Arizona, bro, our ancestors are depicting themselves in the darkest things that they can depict themselves in, the darkest brown, even black, even, you know what I'm saying? The darkest reds and things of that nature, whatever, right? But these are the depictions of themselves here on this land with dreads to they backs, down their backs, bro. Like, this is here in America, fam. So I don't care what they talking about, man. They're never going to be able to get around the science that they've been hiding. They're hiding this science. We're talking about hidden colors. Whoa. How? How did y'all miss this? 4 movies, 5 movies.
See, you know what's funny, T?
Talk about it.
Think about it like this, right? Even growing up, think about growing up, right? Your mother never really let you walk around with nappy hair, right? Anybody who really had a caring mother or had a mother, their mother never let them walk around with nappy hair or whatever. You know how you see Negroes with the little fish, they got, you know what I'm saying, shit so nappy or whatever. You got some mother never let you walk around with no nappy hair like that. We never walked around with just the standard nappy hair, like how they always show buckwheat or whatever. When we had some type of control over our appearance, we always made sure we always kept our hair up and everything. You know, even when you look in the pictures, even when you look through all this stuff, we always kept our hair up or whatever. We never walked around with just regular nappy hair or whatever. And I always found that to be interesting, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, man, that's all I wanted to say about them jokers. Them jokers is mesmerized. We're ripping the threads as far as information. They do not, brother Reggie and brother he does not want to be locked in a room with me and the camera. He do not want to be. You don't want to be locked into the room with me and the camera. They will have to probably snap my neck because their viewers ain't going nothing they saying, man. After you start showing people pictures, because they don't have no pictures to show. Prove to me you're African. Prove to me you're African.
Right.
There's black people over here. But see what see, look, the mesmerizing and the brainwashing is that all the black people on this continent was brought here by slavery. Now they telling you even the greater numbers outside. Think of this, right? Let's use our fucking brain for a second, right? Even the greater number. North America is probably the biggest. North America, I believe, is probably a little bit bigger than even South America. Okay, you know, I'm not going to say something that could join the islands together, but I believe that North America is probably bigger. Now, South America is probably more heavily, it has more, you know, probably vegetation and probably more like rainforests and everything than North America. But what I'm saying is understand this, right? They telling you here, they only bought 3% of the slaves here, but yet it was still fucking black people here. But yeah, we keep finding skulls and shit all in South America, all in the West Indies. So now other people say, well, they brought most of slaves there to South. So when you look in South America and you look in the Caribbean, you'll think that them people was already Africans. No, we got these people here who predates anything of 400 years ago. So understand that shit is even in the questions. Even the 12 million number that they showing you is definitely suspect. It's definitely suspect. It's definitely suspect. Definitely. 12 million? There's almost 6 billion. There's almost 600 million black people. They try to tell you in Brazil alone, there's almost 200 million so-called people who identify as black. Now they fuck with the numbers or whatever. They keep playing with the numbers with you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And this is what they tell you. They tell you there's almost 200 million supposedly people in Brazil that identify with being black. That's in Brazil alone. Now they say outside of Brazil, the second largest population of black people is in Colombia. Okay, I wonder how many black people is in fucking Colombia. Because if it's more than what they said we got here, they said we got 50 million here. So Colombia gotta have like almost 100 million. So what about Honduras? What about Peru? What about all them other countries? All them other countries got people who identify who look like us too. So, but when you look over there, you're told, oh, nah, them ain't your people. They came here on the slave ship. You understand? Them ain't some people. They came here on a slave ship, which also I'm doing some research on this because I'm starting to think that when the Arabs came, the Arabs pushed most of the blacks that was in Europe or in Asia. I believe that there was a lot of black people in Asia prior to the 1500s, and when the Arabs came, they pushed a lot of the people back into Africa. I believe that the people there, when they try to say, oh, the Moors pushed it, the Moors is already there. Or the people that identify, they keep calling it, or they keep trying to make you think that was Moors. They was already in Europe. They was always there. They was always there. The Europeans did not get any power until fucking the 1800s, 200 years ago. So all these stories you hear, none of them stories was here. None of them stories was here. Prior to all this shit, he was learning everything. He was learning everything. And prior to we mating with them fucking European women to where the child or the mulatto got dominance, in which that's how this whole shit happened. You understand what I'm saying? According to that's what I believe, according to my research or whatever. But nonetheless, though, like I said, if you go to South America, you go to the Conjoined Islands, the biggest story is, I mean, some of them people don't identify with being African, or some of them people do not believe. And that's another thing, what people saying, well, we should stop saying, we should stop trying to say the difference between Africans and us. Okay, we've both been oppressed or whatever. That's a fact. Okay, that is a fact. I don't have nothing against the brothers and sisters. I don't have nothing against white people who've been oppressed. I don't want to see nobody oppressed. You understand what I'm saying? You know, that's what freedom is, and that's what justice is. Justice is you don't want to see nobody treated the way you treat them. And even if you do have an opportunity to turn the sword on the next person, you don't want them to go through the shit you got to go through, because it's too much energy to keep on revenge and revenge and revenge. At some point in time, we need to just stop the revenge shit and say, all right, well, man, look, man, I'm tired of this revenge shit, man. We're not getting nowhere. You understand what I'm saying? Let's make it justice that we have some type of justice without we got to keep on, I kill you, we do this. Nah, that's not going to be a system that's going to work. But what I'm saying is, just think about it. What you think about that, Chief?
Well, we talked about this yesterday on the show, right? And what we were talking about, I played a clip of Cardi B, right? And she was going off. She was ranting about people calling her a culture vulture in hip hop, right? And basically, she was saying that hip hop is her culture, this and the third. And I agree with that. Hip hop is American culture. She's Dominican. She's from Dominican Republic. And just because she speaks Spanish and from a country that was dominated by the Spanish people, right? You know what I'm saying? They're still our brothers and sisters, right? And color is not the thing that makes us black. The thing that makes us black is our experience, right? Is the culture. Right? And hip hop is a part of that culture. But I don't even want to say black. What makes us Aboriginal is that you identify with your culture here, whatever. And just because you speak Spanish or French or English, you know what I'm saying, for that matter, that doesn't make us separate. You know what I'm saying? And those are the things that they set up. And I also said that, you know, dark-skinned people shouldn't play into the caste system also by playing the colorism game. That's the part of the caste system. So in 2018, we should never be talking about light skin, dark skin as part of anything. That's crazy.
Understand this though. Understand this. Let's be 100 on this shit, okay? We got problems within African Americans, within our own fucking people. So when you just say, okay, all right, well, everybody is welcome to do this, that brings a lot of fucking confusion, because we already got problems within our own people ourselves. Okay, so now think about how people been infiltrated and how all these things because we were always so willing and so free to say, all right, well, boom, we can have it. I don't have a problem with, like I said, any Latina or even Hispanic that's claiming that this is their so-called culture. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, I really don't. If they respect the coach, I don't have a problem with it. But understand this, let's be for real. Even though that, you know, hip hop was created in North America, it did have somewhat of a, we want to say some Jamaicans were involved. Some people even say some Puerto Ricans, but I don't see the Puerto Ricans involved outside of some of the dancing and maybe helping behind the scenes. There was no Puerto Rican rapper when I was coming up besides Fat Joe, and he didn't come out until the 90s. When back when Melly Mel and the Furious Five and all these motherfuckers, I don't remember no Puerto Rican rapper, do you? But what I'm saying is that ain't even
no.
It wasn't none. It was none. It was none. You can't.
No,
The first Puerto Rican rapper there was Fat Joe. Fat Joe and then Big Pun came. And then you have a plethora of different people who coming through now. But what I'm saying is, as far as Cardi B,
yeah, but there's no such thing as Puerto Ricans though. There's no such thing as Dominicans.
But it's
Jamaicans or Haitians. That's how they're separating us.
Okay, but understand this too. Tribes are separated by different cultures too. What separates the Fulani and these other tribes are different cultures. Yes, they look alike, but they got different cultures. One got a bone in the nose, and one got another different culture where they might have scars or something like that. So there's different cultures. Different cultures separate people. Now, what happens is this: most of these people, they integrate into our culture by choice. They come in by choice. And when they come in by choice, they have a choice to choose and adapt a lot of the culture what they want to choose. You understand what I'm saying? But it's not definitely your culture, because in that part of, like I said, and I've been in Dominican. Now they probably got Jordans and they probably got all this stuff that they see us wearing here in North America. But prior to that, they didn't have none of that. But then you also got to take into account of how Dominicans treat Haitians. You got to take all that shit into account when you talking about people, because you talk about you can't like one set of black people and then you don't like this other set of black people. That's not right and exact. So like I said, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Even within our own community, we got to still sit here and pick out blacks. We got these bougie blacks, and let's go on this point real quick. And you can always come back to the whole thing which you was addressing with Cardi B, right? You tell me this, right? There's 104 fucking black colleges in North America, right? You got all these Spelman and all these different fucking black colleges, right? All in the South, right? Which we know a lot of them was funded by the Rockefellers and these different these different people or whatever that got the money or got the funding or whatever. We do understand that, right? But what I'm saying is this: why is there such a big separation of rich to poor between so-called African Americans or Aboriginal Americans, right? Now think of it like this, right? The big separation is this, right? And this is the reason why a lot of our communities is fucked up. A lot of our communities fucked up because a lot of the blacks that was well off, that had money, they moved out of the fucking community to move around white people. And when they did that, they took their education to be around them instead of coming back in the community, taking one of the crabs out of the barrel. Because everybody's job is this, right? Everybody's job is this is what I look at it like, right? You gotta go back and take one of the crabs out of the barrel. You cannot forget about the people who you was rubbing elbows with, that you might have been boiling peanut butter with, or boiling bread, or coming next door. You got some sugar on what's the name? But that's how it was when I was coming up. You understand what I'm saying? But you had Negroes who was well off or whatever, who just moved out of the community. Next, you know, they move in in the white suburban area or whatever, trying to be accepted amongst them instead of coming back, teaching their own people. And you know what I'm saying, and trying to uplift and build the community up. Now there is a catch-22 to that too, because you know how stubborn some of you fucking Negroes are. And even today, we even beefing over different people, ideologies and shit, right? So a lot of these so-called rich Negroes come back. Some of them do. Well, most of them didn't go nowhere because of the way shit was set up. Prior to before, most of the rich blacks lived around the poor blacks. But most of the poor blacks was robbing the rich blacks. So that's just a whole nother story though. But I was just thinking about that today, man. That's the reason why my neighborhood looked the way it looked, because I mean, with a lot of government assistance, let's say that too, or don't entities conspired to make the situation get worse and conspired to make us not being able to have an easy way to get ourselves out of the situation. Because understand it, just like they did with the Chinese. When the Chinese were trying to come up, they gave them opium. Just think about that. The English gave them motherfuckers opium. If you hear about the opium wars, they gave the Chinese opium. It took the Chinese a couple years, I mean, centuries to come out of that. You understand what I'm saying? But as far as us, what the whole deal was, all right, we're gonna keep a couple of them. Like they tell you, have you ever seen that interview where they sitting around a table and the white dude, he's sitting there telling his friends, well, we always want to keep a couple token Negroes, which will be your Oprah Winfrey's, your Michael Jordans, or anybody who they feel as though they make rich. They're going to control them. You're never going to see no LeBron coming out saying anything controversial towards helping Negroes, because that's not, they the one who paying them. You understand what? And they're going to pay him not to say nothing. They're going to pay him, well, we're going to make you more rich not to tell the rest of the Negroes anything. So here, just take this extra $1 billion and don't tell them nothing. Just worry about your kids. And this is the problem. This is the whole problem we got. That as long as everybody got a bag, Black people ain't never going to unite. They ain't never going to have no unity, because everything is about the bag. In the 60s, everybody didn't have a bag. That's the reason why everybody was mad, because everybody was living in poverty. But now you got Blacks that got an opportunity to where they're saying, well, look, if you ain't get yourself out of this condition or whatever, because you don't want to get out of the condition, so therefore I'm not obligated to help you or whatever, these people never look at the whole story, never look and say, well, then let's go back a generation. What happened with the last generation of this family? Did they have a solid family bond? No. The father was on drugs. The mother was on drugs. The father went to prison. The grandmother had to raise him. The grandmother was older. The grandmother couldn't attend to the child the way she was supposed to. So therefore, the child was able to venture out and learn on the streets. And therefore, the street raised him. Before you know it, he caught his first charge. Went through juvenile, came home, and he's back in jail, and it's been a cycle ever since. Now he's 40 years old, never had a fucking job, never became a responsible adult because of the certain situations that was put in there as opposed to us. Now understand this, when people telling our dumb asses is this, when they shoot us, or when anytime you see anything happen, right? Think of it like this, right? If anything happened to the Chinese residents over here, and it's a continual problem, China going to step in and say something. If anything happened to the Indian residents that reside in America, either as a citizen or non-citizen or whatever, they're going to call the embassy and they're going to straighten that shit out. That shit going to stop instantly, okay? But anything happened to so-called African Americans or Black people, who do you call? You have no nation. You call fucking Al Sharpton, which Al Sharpton is paid by them. He go in and just negotiate a check for you in which you get paid, and then you never say nothing else about the situation. Okay? You have no nation. You by yourself. Okay? You have to recognize who you are. Half you motherfuckers think you're African because you had a little bit of money and you took a DNA test or whatever, and half of us believe that we are so-called Aborigines because the grandmother told you that. Now, I don't mean myself, like I said, man, you got to do the math. You got to do the math. Let's do the math. They don't never tell you why would they hide the fact that they was taking people from here to West Africa? Why is that never mentioned? Why when Alex Haley made Roots, he didn't tell you about Squanto. He didn't tell you how they took Squanto from here in Massachusetts to England. Why they don't tell you that? Why do they keep that out? Because the shit is kept out on purpose. Okay, it's kept out on purpose. Ain't you missing something when you tell a story of slaves? Ain't you missing the fact that it was fucking Aborigine slaves? And when we say Indian slaves, not the ones that's on a reservation, the Indians that look more like the Africans. Because that picture of the Americas, when they show you that so-called, even you could call it an African, whatever you want to call them, or you could call a bottom one a Negro, which we know that's not the truth. The Negro is the one at the top, which was the American, and the African, even though that they was saying, oh, Negro from Guinea or Negro from some of these African countries, for the most part, they applied that word Negro because the word Negro was dealing with Spanish, and the word Spanish was applying that to the people that they were finding in the West Indies and in the island of Espanol, etc. You understand? So when you look at the picture, he's a Negro. He's a Negro. You can't doubt it. You can't deny it. You can't sit there and say, well, oh, that's an Indian. That's another bonk in the head by a homie, the clown sock. You know what I'm saying? This one, you take the socks from the athletes that just played a fucking football game and hit a motherfucker in the head with it, because you got to think about it. That's a fucking black. The American look just like the African. What part are you missing? What part do you have a problem with? Because you got in your mind that these people in program, oh, that's an Indian. That's an Indian. And that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? That's why, look, man, I got a documentary coming out, man. I also got a book. I'm going to do a book, documentary. It's going to be called Culture Freedom. And it's basically going to be explaining a lot of this stuff or whatever, though. But I'm definitely going to put my mark in this history, man, because I did a lot of research on this or whatever. And this shit wasn't for vain. It was definitely to uplift and help some of you guys find who you were, who we were, and where we came from. You know what I'm saying? And if I helped in any way, I might not know how to do the genealogy and tell you all that. I can tell you how to correct your status. I can tell you that, but you need to do your genealogy. You can proclaim to be an Indian without doing none of your genealogy. You don't never have to do your genealogy and you can be an Indian. And it's up to them to prove that you're not. All you got to do is correct you can go back, correct everything that they did. That's how you correct shit. Everything that you agreed to, you disagree, and you correct that. And when you correct that, you don't have to track yourself to no tribes, because they done mixed us all up. That's your excuse. You can say, well, I'm one of the I've been my culture has been reconstructed. I'm a displaced Indian. It gotta be some type of category for displaced so-called Indians. So because you're a displaced Indian, make it even worse. Oh, because he a displaced Indian, he has no culture. Just make him an African. And this is the thing that I see a lot of brothers that do got culture, and they try to knock on us for not having culture. How you gonna knock on us because we was enslaved and we was displaced, and people wasn't able to keep their culture together like some of the other people were. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so we don't have no culture of Africa, no, we don't got no culture of the so-called Aboriginal. So build on that for a minute.
Well, check it out, man. We asked the question yesterday. Shout out to Ty Dana, shout out to Lex Vortex. Is hip hop Aboriginal or African? You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, Ty Dana had called one of his friends who was from Togo, right? And think about this for a second, right? Majority of the time when we hear from, you know, a lot of the, you know, this Pan-African movement, we never hear from people that are actually from the continent of Africa, right? Or even see them in the marches or anything of that nature, right? So he asked him, is hip hop Aboriginal, or is it American, or is it African? And he said, oh no, it's it's American. Based on, he said, in anything that anybody's doing in Africa, they would just be emulating us here. So, you know, and obviously majority of anybody that chimed in on this said it was Aboriginal, you know what I'm saying, it was from America. So everybody knows this around the world that it's our culture and it came from us, right? Just like blues, just like jazz, just like anything else. Anything that came from this land is our culture, y'all. Some airplanes, anything that was invented here is our culture. So they just have figured out a way to alienate us from our culture. our stuff and make us think that the food that we like is a slave food. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't slave food. That was our culture here. That was our food. That was indigenous to this land. So we're gonna keep liking the same food. But what we just keep liking slave food, y'all? Really? Think about that. That don't make sense. We like good food and we cook good food. So I don't for me, man, it's just we have been told the story in reverse. Like damn near everything is just in reverse. It's just wrong. And you have to go into the information brand new, you know what I'm saying? And get you some etymology into some words you are not clear with, you know, words that they're using. You have to get an etymology dictionary, or you just have to have discernment to know when they're calling somebody in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, even the early 1900s, African American. You know, you always gotta kind of understand what's going on with that situation. You know what I'm saying? So I just say, man, that we, start over, man. Start over with the information, man. Search within, listen to yourself, because a lot of the answers are within you, and the universe will bring, all the evidence to you. Because that's what happens with me. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times, it's just stuff I know, right? And I'll be researching. I say, oh shit, I find something to cross reference it with. You know what I'm saying? Then I have to find something else to cross reference that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we try to be thorough in the information that we put out, right? So that kind of segues into what we was talking about, yesterday. Also, is we was on Sixth Dynasty. Shout out to BCFC. She was over there doing her thing or whatever. But it was just so many people, and it's hard to get the information in, right? So I was trying to get the information into them, right? So we were taught the definitions, or to look up the definitions in school. They had never really taught us to really get into the origins of words. You know what I'm saying? The origin of the words that we were speaking for a reason. That's a reason for that, right? So when these guys were presenting the 1828 dictionary on copper, for instance, we had to tell them, well, it's not pale yellow or light, red, and whatever they were saying that they were trying to say copper was, to basically say that us here, we're not copper, right? But they were using a newer definition that had been changed. So we went to the etymology of copper. It said dark reddish brown, right? I also went into the etymology of maroon. That was a key one because there was maroon colonies, everywhere, right? And when we talk about the maroons, say in Jamaica, right, they like you to think that these people were shipwrecked from Africa and some shit or whatever, right? So they're actually Africans, right? Or they're runaway slaves that ran up or people that live in the mountains, right? Well, that's a newer translation of maroon, which would be dark reddish brown, which later was changed to chestnut. So if anybody knows what the color of a chestnut is, it's dark, it's brown, it's reddish brown. You look at the chestnut, you're like, yeah, damn. So the color now is chestnut, right? Which well, they changed the color went from maroon to Indian red, right? And they changed it to chestnut. But when we talk about maroon, right? Maroon translates, well, it later went into translation into Cimarron, right? And Seminole comes from Cimarron. Well, that means that Seminole comes from maroon family. It's the etymology of Seminole would be maroon, which would be what they were calling them in Florida, which would be maroons. So if you look up the maroon colonies in Florida, you will understand what I'm saying. We're talking about Spanish-speaking people, right? So it's crazy to me when these guys say, "Oh no, you don't know what you're talking about with the maroons up there," and blah 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 blah, whatever. But it was, and they were just basically depicting them as being Browns, the Cleveland Browns. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They're just translating shit. You know what I'm saying? So we got to do better, man. We just got to do better. And I guess putting this information out, you know what I'm saying, and squashing all the lies and things that have been told to our people, man. So, man, like I said, man, good work, man. Thanks to everybody, man, for really, man, for the support and everything that y'all do, man. All the guys that's coming up with new channels and stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I definitely support you. That's what the brother supports you too. So, man, anybody that's trying to do this work, man, we definitely salute y'all, man. Man, it's just, man, we living in a crazy time, bro. Like some of this stuff is super easy to dispel, right? It's just easy, man. It's like something like we talk about the bones, we talk about the artifacts, we talk about all this stuff, right? They could just be like, no, man, we debunked y'all, that's over, right? No, here are these bones in Africa. Her name is Kenya. You know what I mean? Here she go right here. She's this old. And it's just ironic that it's just crazy to me that they don't have no full skeletons in Africa, man, that go back to these time periods, whatever they can hang they African hats on them. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's weird, bro, you know, the way people move, man. And they're so emotionally attached to words when they know that these people are casting spells. They know that Noah Webster is casting spells. Period. It doesn't matter what we're talking about, right? So I suggest to them that I don't have a problem with the color black, right? I like black. You know what I'm saying? I want black to have some power, right? So why don't somebody put out new definitions of words, right? Socially, because it's only social, right? We're not talking about whatever, right? So we can socially change these words, right? So we can write down, because Noah Webster wasn't nobody to us. He wasn't greater than our grandparents. You know what I'm saying? So why can't we say, hey, well, black means power. Black means beauty. Black is this and that and the third. You know what I'm saying? It's the original of this and that and the third of what we were taught it was, right? Because it was socially taught us to that, right? So that's why people are so socially attached to like black and black power, right? Now, bro, did you catch any of the 10,000 man march? Did you catch any of that, brother?
Yeah, I caught all of it.
Yo, man. So I'm glad you did, man. Listen, man. Them niggas is hot, man. I'm gonna say this, man. We just talked about the lawyer stuff and everything, whatever, man. There's no way that you could be a lawyer and still have your license and dealing with the bar association and say you're working for the people. That's impossible. So in Corny West and all these other niggas, man, they talk so hot, talking about all the stuff they were saying. You know, I'm not. Why go in front of in Washington in front of the White House and talk crazy like that? Because you know you're acting. You know you're just playing. But you are the setup guy. These niggas are send off kids, man. They sending niggas off, bro. I don't like that. And that irks me.
How crazy they talking though? Do you hear how crazy? I'm like, yo, I'm just thinking to myself. I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm like, hold up. I'm like, look, man. I know you got freedom of speech, but I'm like, hold up. This nigga is wild. He calling Trump all these niggas. Like I said, I'm not in no defense of. I'm not in no defense of. I'm like, yo, that's 100 kind of what some of the stuff he's saying. But what I'm saying is, I just didn't get a good. Like, I'm like, nah, this shit is some Asian shit, man. And they got all these niggas out here. Because they're not gonna let you unify like that, you know. And I done heard too many stories about Malik Zulu Shabbat. I heard Steve Coakley. If I heard Steve Coakley mention some things about him, you know, trust him, that already made me suspect about him. So I mean, I don't want to put out some of the stuff that you know, some of the interest, because he was with Khalid Muhammad directly. You understand what I'm saying? If you do some research, you'll find out that he had some strange associations going on at that time. So even when I see him, I met Cordell West. Cordell West, the fucking Aborigine and shit, man, lying motherfucker talking about, you know, he talks about a lot of the Jim Crow and a lot of the racism or whatever. I bet you if I sat him down and said, Cornell, what did your grandmother say you was, nigga? I bet you that nigga like, man, Cherokee, man. She said I was a Cherokee. But guess who said it? But my genealogy said I'm from West Africa.
Man, he knows. Come on, man. That nigga older than Moses, man. He knows who the hell. He was around. He was around with fake ass Harriet Tubman, man. Fuck that nigga, man. He knows exactly all them old ass niggas know, man. Oh, did you see? Somebody asked about Brother Larry, right? Did you see Brother Larry in that mess he was talking about, bro?
Listen, I'm about to destroy, but I'm a rip Brother Larry again. Don't fall. Listen, let me tell you something. When these niggas come up with this old, we want to be Indians and shit. Just think about all the archaeology. Think about all the fucking research and all the shit that, listen, none of them articles or none of that literature that I read, I publish myself. So how can I find stuff that goes along with just exactly the shit we thinking? Even though we can research it, but we can prove it in we can prove it in pictures, we can prove it in literature, and we can prove it in anthropology and archaeology work. Come on, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. I wish it was that simple to where we could just make all this shit up like this or whatever. Brother Larry better sit his fucking Seminole Indian ass down or get you going down. He don't know who the hell he think he's a fuck, because you know what? You don't want to admit that you've been lied to, that all these listen, if James Small said, man, I didn't want to say we was and then he lied again. He's starting to look like a fucking greasy motherfucker. And I fuck with James Small. Don't get it messed up though. But after what he said the first time just seemed so disingenuous, right? First he clarified, okay, it was black people here already, right? But like I said, when you dealing with these niggas, don't let them get away with how many people was here, Professor. Was it more Indians here than the so-called Africans born here? And if you hear them going to the story, well, you know, a lot of people died because of the fucking because of diseases. So the Africans survived, Professor. So the Africans survived the diseases, but the Aboriginal people here didn't. That's when you pull a sock out again and bunk him upside his head. Like, sorry, Professor, bunk, because you're lying. So the Africans survived 100-foot waves, shackled up, people sitting on themselves, throwing up, defecating on themselves. You're living in all this fucking bacteria that probably would have created some shit that probably could have destroyed the world or whatever. And these people survived that shit. They made it off the boats. Then they survived the diseases by what the Europeans already had, while the Indians here died, or while the Aborigines here died. And then you was already shipping Aborigines to Barbados and Bermuda and bringing them back as Negroes or whatever. And when they was coming back, they knew they was Indians. They was trying to get. That's why a lot of them was running away. Because when they would bring them back, a lot of them was running away trying to get back home. Or trying to say, all right, as soon as I get a fucking opportunity, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Where's the African running to? Where he's running to? He don't know where the fuck to go. But these niggas will sit there and fill you up, Brother Larry, with these imaginary stories or whatever, or shit that he read when he was in jail or whatever. He don't want to let it go. He don't want to let it go. Brother Larry is probably Creek, probably Cherokee, or one of these tribes in which we call him whatever. Or if he said it. You know what I'm saying?
He actually contradicted himself, saying, "Hey, and I got Native ancestry too." I'm like, oh my god.
But look, see, the problem is they don't know what a real native look like. That's why even before I started going in with a lot of literature, I started showing people the pictures first. Let's understand what these people that they said that looked it like. And let's understand what we look like. And let's understand what the classifications here that they're fucking around with. And let's understand that they're telling you that they had slaves since the 1600s. But in 1790, there's no Indians listed at all on the fucking census. Don't you find that a damn idiot? My little daughter can understand that shit. She can understand that shit. Hold up. They was enslaving Indians since the 1600s. Okay, check. They were sitting in Barbados and Bermuda. Check. When they brought them back, they was Negroes. Check. 130, 140 years later, you don't see none of them on the fucking census. Where they at? Where they at? Okay, and that's the thing. Like they can't account for that. So even with all of the other information, the mounds, we got James Small talking about, oh yeah, they used to take me to the mounds. So what did the Indians look like, Professor Small? Since you saying you are one. Because you keep on being fascinated with this African love story of you being brought over here and they bringing you here like, yo, niggas is crazy with this shit, man. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. But like I said, a lot of people do that because they got personal interest with Africans. Like I said, I don't have no problem with none of the brothers and sisters in Africa, none of the other brothers and sisters who identify as that. It's just a problem when you come here that we automatically see you, that you're not here for us or here to help us. Now, most of them want to excel in all these European jobs and everything. And when they do it, they ain't nothing no different from a black coon. The same African American coon, there's no different than an African coon. They came here and did pretty much the same thing, and they're gonna stop you at that door faster than even your own people would. But when you go to these government agencies for help, and let me take that back. Let me take that back, because I was when I first learned how to do like civil suits and everything, it was a Nigerian lady that worked in the county building where I go get my shit from. And she sat down with me and showed me how to do the shit. She was calling me brother and everything. So let me rephrase that. You understand what I'm saying? Let me rephrase that you do got some of them that do work in some of these systems that will help you. So I don't want to be naive and say, well, oh, none of them will help you. That's stupid. That's not true, because I have met plenty of Africans that's here that once they learn the system and once they see like, yo, yeah, I see the difference. They fucking y'all. They put y'all on drugs and they let us come here and do all this other stuff. I've heard Africans tell me that. I've heard them come to tell me like, yo, he was my brother, one of these African brothers that I always speak to that be doing observations, and he be telling me about a lot of stuff. He be like, bro, everything you told me checked out, bro. They put y'all on drugs. They put drugs in your community. All of these inventions in this country was created from Black Americans. Why, and they suppress some of our minds. They let some of us excel. Meanwhile, some of the rest of us, they will only let us excel physically in sports and in certain conditions like that. You know what I'm saying? Even you say, I got another Nigerian friend that live upstairs. I was explaining the African shit to her. She caught right on. She caught right on to it. She said, so you telling me that none of the people in Africa is Africans? That was a word that was just created, and she caught on to that shit quick, because she said, you know what? She said all of our areas, because she said one of the rivers in Africa was named after one of the tribes that her mother came from. And she was telling me, she was like, we got tribes, and she was explaining to me like that. She said she never heard of nobody being called the African until she came into this country or whatever. So that automatically disqualifies you as an African. You understand what I'm saying? But like I said, never mentioned fucking nothing about no etymology to me. I know about linguistics, but I didn't know nothing about no damn etymology. Shout out to Taj Tariq Bey, because I would never know about no etymology if it wasn't for him. But like I said, yeah, when you look up the etymology of Africa, you look it up, it says it got 2 definitions. It's 12 pertaining to European that settled in Africa, and then it said pertaining to Black Americans. And the funny thing about it was, it said pertaining to Black Americans when sometimes the Black Americans being native to America. Can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. You can't. They put that twist in for a reason. They put that twist in to let you know for a reason. Not native, you was born here, but native mean you was. I mean, that we using the word a little different today. Not native mean you was born here, but native mean you're from here. You understand? And I don't like to use the word native. I don't not use that, because the word native means one born in a particular place. It did not mean a Tanshan or Aborigine. It did not mean that, or indigenous. And be careful with the word indigenous too. But
yeah, you got to.
That's why I fucks with the time. I mean, well, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, man, you know, man, we gotta have to step our game up, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to you know, disseminating the information. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dane Calloway, man. He put out a great video today. You know what I'm saying? The video was dope. It was breaking down a lot of stuff, man. And everybody got their part to play, man. You know what I'm saying? And the work, the information that goes out, right? Now you can take somebody can say, you know, yeah, it was only 15, 20-minute video or whatever, right? But now you can go take that information and do your own research and say, do a little bit of further research on it. That's all, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's a dope thing. A lot of people's attention span is not that great. So, these words are killing us, bro. They really are. I don't know what else to say because when you just look at like it's just interesting. You just said that you went through all the classes and things that you went through, right? And they never said nothing about etymology. Me too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe if anybody else said etymology.
I didn't hear that word until I was fucking 34 years old. When I first heard, and then he kept saying the etymon. What the fuck is the etymon? Then I started looking it up. And then I grabbed me an etymology dictionary, and then that was it from there. Now everybody talk about etymology, but don't know who the first people who put it out there. When none of these motherfuckers talking about no etymology. None of them. Probably Imhotep, Asar Imhotep from the Amun Ra squad, him and Sajeti sometimes, they mentioned etymology, but they was mentioning that shit after Tariq Bey was talking about it. You understand what I'm saying? So, like I said, I derive information from people. I don't care what their personal belief is. If it's something that can get me through, if I can read a Hitler book and there's something in there that can get me through to help me through my life or whatever, I'm definitely going to derive that information from there. I ain't going to use no prejudice because most of these people who do and do have to shit to you, they don't have no prejudice with some of the people who they learn from. They don't say, well, I'm going to stop learning from this people because this person done this or this person done. Nah, I need to understand, even if that's your enemy or the person you that's your opposer or whatever, or, you know what I'm saying? You need to understand the mind of your opposer. Was the mind of my opposer is one that was a slave mentality? You know what I'm saying? That's easy when you study some of these groups or whatever. When you study some of these groups, do they check out to be the same story in which you're being told? Do some of these groups have the doctrine of them trying to enslave you or do something shiesty to you? You got to understand that on your own. You have to look at some of this stuff on your own. Like one thing we all disagree with Pan-African because Pan-African is basically deceiving us because we're not Africans. They're not Africans. You understand what I'm saying? And then you saying Pan-African, you trying to make us, and the only people who practice in Pan-Africanism is motherfuckers in America. People in Africa ain't practicing that shit. They don't know no. Probably maybe Matrice Mamanga and some of them other freedom fighters over there. Maybe some of them are, but for the most part, the ones that come here ain't practicing that shit. They practicing fucking Federal Reserve notes with Andrew Jackson, Benjamin Franklin, and Lincoln, and Washington, and Grant, and all of these other motherfuckers on it. You understand? I mean, with some of them people had part to play in your demise. Ulysses Grant. What part you think he played in enslaving and killing Indians? Andrew Jackson. We already know what he did to the freemen. You understand what I'm saying? We already know what he did to the freemen, but they will make you honor him and stand up to him and shit. Like, nah, that motherfucker made some of our ancestors and made some of the people lose their fucking connection with who they was because of the fucking racist practices. And I bet you if you look back far enough, you probably find out he probably wasn't a KKK. You understand what I'm saying? Because he probably was working with a lot of the militias in the South or whatever. But like I said, man, when you go down a rabbit hole, the shit is not pleasant or whatever. If you understand it, you cannot. There's no proficient person who putting this out. So you have to derive a lot of information from other sources of people who might not have the same opinion as you have in certain thoughts, man. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes you gotta basically you just gotta be a thinker at that part of time, man. Like I said, I went through these scholars like Amon Ra Squad, some old scholar and all this, that, and the third. I went through a scholar. I never knew, they didn't teach me nothing about fucking etymology. And I presume it to be a good university. You understand what I'm saying? I knew nothing about no damn etymology. You know, even though I knew, let me be straight, even though I knew about etymology before I went into that particular setting. You understand what? Because I went back to school probably maybe about 8 years ago. Maybe about 8 years ago. I went back to school about 8 years ago. I already knew what etymology is. But what I do is I just listen. I seek first to understand, then to be understood. So I sit back a lot of times and listen and see what people, because you don't have to ask a person what they know. You ask them what they, all right, let me say, you don't have to ask a person what they don't know. They'll tell you what they don't know through what they know. You understand what I'm saying? If you ask them what they know, they're going to tell you everything they don't know through just that little conversation right there. If you sit there and you word the conversation, you word it right and everything, they're going to tell you everything. You understand what I'm saying? That's what a lot of these different phases is. That's why I study everybody. I'm a student, definitely a student of the game. Shit, I still listen to John Henry Clark, to Dr. Ben. I love Dr. Ben, boy. I mean, I ain't gonna front. I love Dr. Ben, even though Dr. Ben deceived a lot of us. But guess what? Motherfuckers on the street deceived us too. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers deceive people every day. You know what I'm saying? And even in worse ways or whatever. But you just gotta look at some of the information that he did put out there that you can benefit from and that you can learn from and that can help you, even move on with some of this information that we talk about, even with the Africans, give you an understanding of that some of these people wasn't Africans, that even when we start talking about a lot of this movement up there in the Middle East and all that, that was basically pushing the original black people that was up there. Because we can say this two ways. We can say, all right, remember, Asia Minor, Asia Major. They always say that the world was called Asia. They always say that. I've always heard that the world was called Asia first, even before Ethiopia and Al-Kebalan and all this other fantasy shit that people be coming up with. I've always heard that the planet was called Asia first. That's why people don't get the understanding why they call people Asiatics, because the fucking whole planet was called Asia. It's not because you from Asia or you look Asian or nothing like that. It has nothing to do with that. It was because they said that the whole planet was called Asia. That's why you was Asiatics or whatever. You was the first Asians or the first people to derive from this planet that we call Asian was the dark races. So like I said, you had all them people in the Middle East. All them people was already there. It was already black people in the Middle East. When that whole the whole Arab and all of the pale skin Arabs, when they started rising, they started pushing a lot of the blacks Arabs that was originally there out, pushing them towards Africa, pushing them closer into Africa. And if you read a lot of these books, and even when you hear Dr. Ben and a lot of these scholars talk about it, you don't understand it because you think that they came from Africa and they invaded. No. The people in the Middle East are the fucking children of them. So they couldn't invade it because they are not sick. They are not a separate race of people. They only derive from them having interracial or intercourse with fucking Caucasians. Now, even at the same time when they was having intercourse and these racial relationships with these Caucasians, the Caucasians still wasn't in power. They got through power through fucking with them. So, I mean, you got to brush up on your science, man. Or maybe that's just the way I see it. Maybe some people will never see some already hit. So
Right.
go ahead, you want
Well,
to
here's the thing, though.
go ahead, build
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Here's the thing, though, bro. The numbers have been revised based on the slavevoyage.com and the ships and things. So they have revised them down to about 4 million total so-called Africans coming to the Americas. And they also have revised and the source for this is Dr. Henry Louis Gates Jr. is the source for the 198,000. And what's the name of the organization he with?
I gotta ask Lex Vortex no.
No, because I remember we were looking it up and looking at the website and stuff one day. But you know what I'm talking about. People know what I'm talking about.
Vortex was talking about it. Vortex was definitely the one who did that the research I'm saying connected him to Slave Boy. I ain't even know he had nothing to do with
right. Right. Well, that company, the genealogy company, whatever, that project, whatever. Well, we already know who they're funded by and stuff like that. We already know what we're talking about. So he's already said that the spitting in the tube and tell somebody that they're from a tribe and all this other stuff is ludicrous. Can't do it. But he still works with your boy Rick Kittle. You know what I'm saying? And it's just funny to me, man, how these people are running this psychological game on our people. Like it's ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't spit in the thing and tell you what tribe you came from in Africa. And it's just interesting to me how a white person can spit the two and it just magically stops in Ireland or some shit or France. You know what I mean? It's just crazy to me, man. So what about Cheddar Man and them? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's just too much dumb shit out there, and the majority of the stuff that a lot of people that are mad about, it's been debunked science already by the people that taught them this. They don't teach out of Africa no more. It's over. It is actually over, and they base everything on out of Africa, and it's just been debunked. Period. And I think that's the problem, that we're going on a lot of flawed information that was given to us in the 70s, you know what I'm saying, in schools and stuff like that or whatever, in the 80s and the 90s, you know what I'm saying, and especially when they started bringing us Africa and stuff like that. But that didn't come into the 90s. You see what I'm saying? But we are still going off of flawed information, fam, and that's the problem that we're faced with. Socially, we're being treated the way we've been treated because we've been shot down in the streets, because socially we are not connecting ourselves to this land, family. And that's the problem. And we're not doing the things socially to not have the cops in our communities. Y'all see what I'm saying? And also, we will be policing ourselves if we were doing the right things, if we were thinking the right way. We were thinking about Aboriginal lifestyles and about this land and tying ourselves back to this land. That right there solves majority of the problem that we're having in America. Period. And when they talk about black power and all that black power, and all that stuff, this is black power, bro. This is connecting ourselves back to the land. It's connecting ourselves to our power, bro. Yeah, I got an echo. Yeah, so that's all it is, man. You know, tap into your energy, man. Tap into your people. You know what I mean? So we got it right up on our feet, man. Shout out to Aboriginal Power, man. He was telling me about all the things that they got down there in Tennessee, bro. Like, some of the stuff is hidden in plain sight, man. They're hiding it right there. And we drive right past the stuff, man. And we don't see ourselves in any of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? And you said something about Professor James Small saying that they used to take us through the mountains. But he said that his grandfather said that was their ancestors in the mountains. I mean, that's deep, bro.
Yeah, it's
how you not tie yourself back to your ancestors, Professor Small? Professor Larry? You know what I mean? Come on, man. It's too much.
because he got the wrong identity of what these Indians look like. The Indian in a lot of our families is always the real light lady or whatever, and that always didn't look like none of the Africans you knew. So that throws you out. You know what I'm saying? That throws your mind state out of that. But to know that she came probably from either someone raped her, one of her family members, or some weird relationship that the European had with probably her mother or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? We don't know what situation that came upon. So when you see light-skinned people or you see people of lighter hue, you don't know what situation that they came, especially if they poor. You know what I'm saying? Because you see some of these light-skinned people or something, you know what I'm saying, and they come from these rich families, you know they could probably be talented 10 or Boulay or anything in that way, you know what I'm saying? And it don't always mean that neither, you know what I'm saying? But most of us we don't look at the dark-skinned lady in your family as the Indian or whatever. Or even if she had long hair, you always say she had long hair. And we always equate long hair to being good hair, because understand this. You see how short African-American women hair grow? Their hair grow very short because they don't take care of it. And then they put them perms in, and the perms break the ends off. And their hair never grow as long as they want it to. Because the only way your hair gonna grow is by you keep moisturizing it. As long as it's dry, it's gonna keep breaking off. You gotta keep it moist. You gotta keep it moist. You gotta add oils to it for it to maintain. The oils protect it from breaking off. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the longer your hair gonna grow, you gotta keep oils and keep shit in. You understand what I'm saying? So for your hair to grow down your back means you had to take care of that. That ain't nothing where you just felt like, all right, well, you just do your hair and wrapped it up some way and left it wrapped up for weeks or whatever. Nah, you had to really take care of your fucking hair. You understand? People took pride in their hair. They took pride. Men love women with long hair or with real hair that they could rub on their hair. You know what I'm saying? Like you ever meet women love men to play in their hair. They love that shit. I mean, for the ones who got natural hair. I ain't trying to take a crack on the women who got, you know what I'm saying, who might have extensions or who might be wearing the weave or anything. But women who got natural hair, they love men to play in their hair, yo. That shit really turns. I mean, I'm not trying to be going another direction with this, but as far as women, you know, women who got long hair or got real hair, they like guys to touch. And there's certain men, they won't let certain people touch their hair as well. The person who they let rub their hair has to be somebody close to them, because they're not just gonna let anybody rub their hair. You know what I'm saying? Like you see the thing with Sage Still or whatever. The chick from ESPN, the white dude, what's the motherfucking name? Sean Connor. What the fuck is his name? Sean I forgot his name. He's a UFC star. He grabbed her hair or whatever. And you know what I'm saying? Man, if he would have did that shit to that other girl, what's the other? I don't know if you ever see the other girl on ESPN. What's her name? Jalila. She got a Negro name. You ever see the black girl be on ESPN? The other one, not Jamil, the other one that be interviewing them. She real pretty. She be having like fake eyelashes on and shit, but she got a Negro name. You know she a real Negro. You can tell because she be up there sometime. Like she ain't really no coon. Like she just one of them pretty. Like one women think she pretty, but I've heard her get into her Negro real stance. She get into her Negro stance on certain issues or whatever. That's why they don't like to put her up there and let her talk a lot about like or where she can think her opinion. But I forgot her name, man. But nonetheless, though, yeah, he grabs her hair, whatever, though. But yeah, women if they don't rock with you, they're not gonna let you touch their hair. They're not gonna let you. They ain't gonna let any nigga or any dude just touch their hair, playing their hair. You know what I'm saying? But women who do have real hair, they do like that shit. So, but go ahead, Sleep. No, I guess Chief. All right, let me see you in the chat room, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, shout out to the chat room. Yeah, we got Lex up in there. I don't know if you want to come in tonight.
Mr. Mosby, American Copper, Aborigine Son, peace. Lane 58013, peace.
Peace.
Same Vortex, peace, Vortex again.
DOT, peace.
Brother Carl, peace, Carl. For Young Cherokee Prizzy, what's up? Aya, I guess that's how you pronounce. Everything, but that shit doesn't make them a coon or nothing like that. Somebody personal beauty or what they personally think about, that's a whole nother story. That ain't got nothing to do with them being a coon. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes we got issues with our you know, we got issues with the way we see ourselves, or we never, you know what I'm saying? You know, we got insecurity issues. That ain't got nothing to do with a person being a coon, though. So don't never get that confused. Oh, cause she got weave. That shit ain't got nothing to do with it. And, you know what I'm saying? I met some of the realest people, some of the realest women, you know what I'm saying, who might have makeup on and who might carry and stuff like that. So never think that it's about that. But if you are brave enough to go without that, you gotta definitely give women respect for the ones that's able to do that. But yeah, Chief, go ahead, go build on that.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the family, man. We got Nikki Candy just stepped in the building. ASU Brave 3, peace to the tribesmen. Shout out to Lex Vortex. Hey, we open up the panel tonight? DOT. Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check.
What you say, Chief?
I said we open up the panel tonight.
We'll open up to who? Who wanna come? Some post that email. I send an email out.
I'm gonna send it to Lex.
Tell him to send me what's his email?
LexVortex@gmail.com.
Oh, hold up.
Yeah, man. Peace to all the great ones, man. All the great minds in the building. Hey, be on the lookout for the Great American Powwow, October 6th, 7th, and 8th coming soon. The site will be up, man, to be able to register and things like that, man. Looking forward to seeing y'all come out, man. So gonna look out for that, man. There's a lot of great opportunities coming up. And we're trying to create some jobs and things around here, man. That's what it's about: food, clothing, and shelter, right? So that means that we need to create infrastructure, businesses, jobs, and everything else or whatever, part of that conversation. So not just talking, we're gonna roll some sleeves up, man, and get to working, man. So shout out to the family, man. We'll go.
Yeah, I just sent that to Vortex. If you want to come through, I send it to him. Just check your email. But yeah, man, definitely, yeah. Shout out to Chief, man. Chief definitely doing his power, man. Definitely shout him out, man. Everything. I definitely want to come through. I guess we'll probably be able to really build on it as we, as the time get closer, or as you really, pretty much put it together though. But we're gonna be definitely reporting on that, let you know what's going on with that on my channel, plus both the live stream. So if you're able to get there, definitely come through. Show the brothers some love, how the same way we build right here, we family. Some of you guys got some good ideas. Some of you guys, like I said, man, me personally, what it's always going to be about is this, man. You're always going to need to know how to do agriculture. You're always going to know how to, you right now, one of the biggest things you need is a water purification system. You need some type of water purification system, because if there's no lakes and nothing around you or no clean drinking water, what the fuck can you drink? So that's something that you should always be investing in, water. So you ain't got to go, water is free. This earth provide water. You should never have to go, you ain't got to go ask no motherfucking body, can you have any water? Because you have a right to have that. And I got a right to have that without paying for it. You understand? I have a right to have water without paying for it. I have a right to have food without paying for it. That's just one of my basic natural rights. And that's what people don't understand. Even when they start talking the Constitution and all this shit, the Constitution only enforces natural rights. See, natural law subsides any of that shit. If you live in your natural capacity, you understand, you should know that agriculture is very important. Agriculture is very important. And like I said, man, I'll be looking into like water purification systems. I know I got a brief idea how to make it. I've never really constructed one, but I've made them, like I made small ones. I've made small filters through sand, rocks, charcoal, and like a filter, and then you run the process back through sometimes, or you put put the rocks at the end of the filter, and the water come out clean. But there's a lot of other things you gotta do too nowadays, because there's other like parasites and other different organisms that be inside the water that make you sick. That shit get in your stomach, that's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? That's when people start getting sick, because you drink that water, that shit go right to your stomach, go right in your intestines. You know what I'm saying? That shit run chaos in it. But yeah, definitely, Chief.
Yeah, man.
When Brother Larry and them clowns be having these fantasized romantic stories about African, we know they ain't do no research, because they living off of 380 thousand people, when that number is suspect. You can say it's 192. I read it was 257,000. They changed the numbers up to make it seem confusing or whatever though. But however you look at it, you know what I'm saying? However you look at it, you have to always look into how many people did they say was here. You cannot take their accountability without taking accountability of how many people was here. So these people is that evil that they came here and killed all these fucking people? You understand what I'm saying? It's either that. These people came here and killed 100,000 people, and you can't find no bodies for them. Or was a lot of them sent abroad? They said it was more people sent out of here than people brought here. So then what the fuck do that tell you? If they telling you, so if they telling you that they bought 380,000, and Chief said sometime the numbers vary or whatever. They telling you they took millions of people out of here to Europe and to fuck. That'll explain why the people in fucking Europe and London and all them look like us. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that will give some explanation to that. Because like I said, I always looked at the people in London and all that. Them all people always looked at like just like us. And how you can tell a lot of us is by the eyes, man. Our eyes is different in America. America, your eyes is different from a lot of these other like areas or these other countries. You know what I'm saying? Certain parts of Africa, they produce people who got these same like features, or like, you know, if you look at American Aborigines, you can look at our eyes. Our eyes is set up a certain way, and the same thing when you start seeing people over in London or whatever. That's how you know that's your people. But Chief.
That's right. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I mean, okay. So we know that Hollywood is in bed with the educational system, with the government and everything, whatever, to put out certain imagery, right? No, everybody that's so-called in the Black Power community would agree to that. But they still take the depictions of Hollywood and the books that are given to them by these people as gospels, man. I think that's weird, man, for people to say, yeah, man, I'm a believe and practice Darwinism and eugenics or whatever. That's weird to me. And at this point right now, I think our people definitely need more than the eugenic talking points that these people are bringing forward. What do you think about that? Yo.
Now you can go ahead, go keep building on that. I'll get my cash.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the family. Shout out to BCFC. Who are? We got young Cherokee Peasy in the building. Yeah, man. Shout out to all the great ones, man. Definitely looking forward to meeting everybody, man. Shaking everybody's hand, breaking bread, hitting the peace pipe. You know what I'm talking about? We'll get it in. Yeah, man. We might have to, ride to hit the town, man. Let me know what y'all want to do. Y'all come out here. Matter of fact, we see how many people already been out here to Vegas before. Show of hands, 1, and you've been out here before. 2 of you haven't been out before. Hey, yo. I mean, you can come out here and do everything, man. You want to go golfing, you know what I'm saying? Horseback riding, skydiving, race some cars, strip clubs, cannabis clubs, just chill out in the pool, you know what I'm saying? Get some sun, you know what I'm saying? That's what we do. We got a couple pools up in there. Yeah, hey, and see the people, the people with the ones, put another 1, like a double 1, if you know you want to come back. You know what I'm saying? Because most people have been here before, always want to come back. Because you ain't been able to do everything when you came out here last time. So it's definitely fun. We are American Indian. Yeah, that's true.
That's a fact.
But we have definitely been ostracized from American and ostracized from the word Indian, you know what I'm saying? And, we're going to have to definitely, the reason why I kind of go away from Indian when it comes to trying to brand ourselves is because we want to brand ourselves with words that legally attach us to this land. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not tripping on Indian or whatever, Indians in the hood coming soon. You know what I'm saying? Mixtape, everything is going to be dope. Y'all can't wait till y'all see it. You know what I'm saying? But that's to reach out to the people because they only understand Indian. They don't understand autochthonous. They don't understand indigenous. They don't understand Aborigine. Shit, a lot of the so-called scholars in the conscious community don't understand Aborigine. You know what I'm saying? They don't, bro. Like, these fools be still arguing with me, man. Like, yo, man, Aborigines apply to people in Australia, right? Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, no, that's not true. It was applied to us first because they came here first.
Or what?
You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't even be able to make it to Australia if they had came here and got resources and things from us.
You know what? Don't never leave that out.
Yeah,
It can never get you if you never leave that out. See, a lot of times when we be talking, they be talking to people who be in the experience. But if they start grabbing at these words, we know the doctrine of discovery mentioned Aborigines in it. And we also know they came here first. They didn't go to Australia until the 1800s. That word wasn't, well, to 17 something. That word wasn't applied to them until the 1800s. So when these weirdos and these niggas who just want to act like they YouTube scholars and want to keep talking about, oh, Aborigines and trying to just make and debunk videos, look, that only shows you how stupid they are and how much smarter you are. Because if you hear, and we up in here chilling every week, we ain't got no problem with this. Shit is clear to us. Most of the people that's in the chat room, this shit is clear who we are. But we got these motherfuckers who make they make a crusade after going after people, making these videos, trying to debunk you, trying to debunk Webster and tell you what Webster was thinking. Oh, we're gonna put enough information together to where we can get you to change your mind on Webster to where we can get you to say, all right, well, that word American doesn't mean what it means. This is another episode when you pull out the homie side. And what's the brother name? What's the brother name? Chief? What's the brother name that made the video?
True Story, Danny?
Yeah, Danny. Danny's a motherfucking fool. Cause you can't be that smart and dumb at the same fucking time. Some people think because you can sit there and you can formulate these words and construct these words properly and all this, that, and the third. Remember, English is the hardest language, most hardest language to learn. And for some of us, we don't have no other language. We only got English. So, you know, if we can't speak English good, that don't make you look too smart. Like, you know, some of us, like I stumble over my words, but guess and believe, trust and believe this, right? I catch on to things very fucking well. I can read a page, I can read a book, and I can memorize that whole book. You understand? That's called intelligence, okay? That ain't got nothing to do with, oh, you smart, you catch on things foul, you can spell a word or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Intel is a whole totally different thing. But nonetheless, though, we all intelligent in our own way. We all, you know, we all got a gift, whether it's through literature or it could be through other things in which we interact with one another. So it don't always gotta be graded. Oh, well, you're good at literature. That makes sure some motherfuckers ain't even good at that. Some people who proclaim themselves to be so smart and so educated, they can't catch on to what the fuck we saying. I done heard stories of niggas over the last couple weeks telling us that it was Aborigine Australians that came here first. When you don't see them Aborigine Australians have a distinctive look. None of us look like them. None of us. No Black American look like none of them Aborigines. And I'm not trying to say that to say something wrong with their with their you know what I'm saying, with the way they look or nothing. I'm just saying none of us look like them. Okay, and I'm quite sure anybody who you could look at one of them and say, well, then I never seen no Black American that looked like one of these Aborigines from Australia. So that's not the fucking true. That's not, you know what I'm saying? Want to tackle it, or they see how easy it is, or you can make a video and just say, all right, well, there was some Indian slaves. With 2 years ago, nobody talking about no Indian.
Hey, Lex said he didn't get the link.
He didn't get the link. You sure? I sent it to his email. I don't know
Check
how.
your email.
I don't know how you guys be checking it, but tell them you got to go on your email and check it. Let me try. I'm gonna send it again.
Is it Lex Vortex?
Man, shit came right up when I put it in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You probably already have it. Lex, check your email again.
Email, right?
Yeah, if not, just send it to me and I'll send it to his other email. America. Hey, so what do you think about American Indian being on the new census in 2020?
Say what?
They're saying in the chat room that American Indian is going to be on the new classifications on the census in 2020. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm sending a Vortex got a T-shirt we got a blue T-shirt with an eagle on it for his thing when you send it for the email. I'm sending an invite to lexvortex@gmail.com. You said American Indian, nah. I'd rather Aborigine American. You ain't gotta even put the word Indian. Put Aborigine American. It speaks for itself. First inhabitant American.
Right. But what I'm saying though, if that's not on there, do we pencil that in? Because I like Aborigine American too. But somebody said also in the chat room, we got to deal with these words, man, because legally they said that legally Aboriginal and Aborigine are two different things. So
they try to say AB, but some people equate the AB meaning father, meaning when they say Abba, AB. See, people miss that when they get the AB. They try to say AB means hold up. Sorry about that. Some people try to say AB means abnormal or something in that context or whatever. I get that. But AB, some people equate AB in the scholarly word with Abba, with father. So AB means father too. So I mean, like I said, don't let people with these terms. They mentioning that in the American dictionary. So even if you want to, if you don't agree with that, you copper color American. You understand what I'm saying? They calling you a Black American now, but that still doesn't tell you what nation of people you come from. So it still doesn't fucking matter. Census ain't gonna make a difference because that's only telling you your ethnicity. That's not telling you your race or what nation you from. So it's
hey, speaking of that though, you just reminded me of something. I gotta ask you this question. Now, you mentioned that the Turtle Gang guy had shout out to that brother. He had said something in the interview that was interesting, bro. He said that all the stuff that the Moors be talking about. Shout out to Brother Rich because he asked some great questions, man. He asked him about the Moors and them saying about all the Moors, the Moroccan Empire, Moroccan, all this other stuff. Right? He just went and just completely destroyed that and said, nah, that's not true.
Just make sure you say what. Just make sure. What most Moors equate with the most Moors say that George Washington chopped down a cherry tree, right? This is what he said. George Washington chopped down a cherry tree, right? He said the cherry tree was where the sachems met. The sachems was like all the chiefs or the heads of the families or the heads of he said they all met at that cherry tree. And he said they built a fort over it. He said it wasn't dealing with the Moors of George Washington chopping down a cherry tree or whatever, which means the Moorish flag. He was saying it was the symbology where all the people meet and they chopped down that and they redid it and they started trading it. That's what he was basically saying. Which you can put that in context. I don't have a problem with that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of
no, that part too. But he's talking about the part where he said that America does not have more in it, and it doesn't come.
None of that shit, right? He said. I mean, I don't agree with him on that because, and I'm not saying it from a naive perspective of saying, "Oh, this is Morocco." No. I'm going to reserve that because I've done the research where I've seen the different meanings of what they said America was, and no one can go back and tell me what the fuck my interpretation was. Now, you know how I like to do it. I like to check a couple different ways. I don't just go and the first time I read, oh, this is no. I gotta clarify this. I need at least 3 sources or at least 3 different people who agree that this may have been one of the terms that they was calling it. Okay, so I'm like I said, I'm a little bit, like I said, I mean, if you know, he know a lot of the oral stories, which some of the oral stories that he know is not correct. Because I'm saying, like, unless you was really born directly in the tribe, because a lot of them people, a lot of them Lenape, they were stripped of their culture too. They was classified as colored and African Americans too. So a lot of them just really getting back their culture too. You know, but he know the culture a lot better than some of us, and as far as some of the words and some of the other things. But that doesn't mean that he's qualified to tell me that the skeletons they found in the West Indies wasn't Negroes before they brought any slaves here.
Facts. Yo, yeah, we got Lex Vortex in the building. Peace. What's up, brother?
Peace, Lex. You're
Peace. 1 second, y'all.
Yeah.
Shout out to BCFC. She going in the chat room, man. Hey, but she says that we were originally called American Indians before Negro. That's true. Several times before African American, before Negro, and one of the names that we were classified was Black Indians. So she is absolutely correct. When she said that, and so they use Black and Indian, Negro, all interchangeable as the people that they were. Let's just say, you know, okay, when we just talking about the 13 colonies, it was only 13 colonies of people. So they're giving you the census from the 13 colonies. But as they go on in the census, they gain in more territory from the French, from the Spanish. So now you're dealing with the Spanish Negroes as well as the French Aborigines. You know what I'm saying? And you feel me? So you're getting different languages and different people. So now they'll say, when you heard somebody say, oh, my grandmother said that when they seen some people come in or whatever, you know what I mean? Or great grandmama said this story, right, was passed down to them that they spoke in the different language. It was just either Spanish or French. You dig what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So because we're looking at time periods, and a lot of times when these guys are giving us time periods when they're only coming from an 1800 time period. You know what I'm saying? This is the time period when the science and all the racist things that they used, you know, to subdue just the earth, man. You know what I'm saying? To scholastically say, yeah, you know what? You guys should rule over us, and you guys should, you know, do these things, because guess what? It's right here in this book that says that the inferior, you know, that we are inferior. You know what I'm saying? These things, whatever, based on cranial sizes and all this dumbass shit that they were saying. You know what I mean? These people have to explain all these artifacts and all the stuff that's here in America, bro. You're not gonna be able to explain that. It's just in North America. You're not gonna be able to explain it. You're not. You're just doing stuff that's still standing, man. After all these years. Yeah.
You know, what you saying, what you talking about, I ain't trying to cut your wisdom, but just think about this too, right? Even when you look on the census, right? A lot of them Indians that's counted, we can look at this in 2 different ways. They could either be the people that was on the Oklahoma reservations, or they can be the people that as the Emancipation Proclamation is coming out, people now are starting to claim what they are. And they starting to claim that they coming out of that Negro status because they remember who they were. Remember, if people was living to be 100 years old, you had somebody in your family who was 100 years old who remember at least 2 generations of people. That 100-year-old person remembers somebody who was here in the 1600s, because he might have dealt with his grandmother, who might have lived to be of an elderly age, up to 90 or above. And then his mom. So it's a lot of oral stories that's going on. That's the difference. And then like think of it like this, right? They telling you 388,000. Just think about how Roots was and how all these slave stories that they show you, Django and all these slave stories. There wasn't no conditions where you can enjoy to have the make all these kids and highly populate But if they throw in the fact that, oh, they had these breeding farms, they was breeding women. Women can only have one child every 9 months. So I mean, like, and then think about it. They brought more men here. You would have to find equal amount of women. That means it was an equal amount of men here. It doesn't make no fucking sense. And it's a fucking lie, because how do all these people will be populated with people was only living to be a certain age when they was in bondage? But remember, we found slaves that was living to be 100 years old in the 1800s. So, like I said, man, it's a lot when it comes to this. When it comes to the history, you got a lot of people that's going to throw a lot of stuff out there to deceive you if you're not studied. If you're not well studied, you can't find a way to, you know what I'm saying, to counter that. Build that, fellas.
Yeah. What's up, Lex? Lex back in the building.
Yo, what's up? Peace to everybody, man. Building.
Peace, Lex.
Yeah, I'm just kind of tuning in, checking out the build, man. I think the information is undeniable. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody that's seriously looking into this stuff can deny, you know what I'm saying, we are the aboriginals of the land. I just hope that the people who do wake up to that, it doesn't turn into another Pan-African movement, you know what I'm saying, where, you know, like for the last 50 years, you know, we had no progress under that false narrative. And it just seems like, you know, for some reason, it seems like people are scared to do business and organize and stuff like that. And I'm just saying, organize with something, you know what I'm saying? Whether it be a small groups or, you know, the 5,000 elite might not be for you, the old McNate, but, you know, we got to get together and organize, man. Whether it be you and your little 5 people, whatever, and then you can cooperate and work together. You know what I'm saying? Just like the tribes did. You know what I'm saying? Like when they formed, you know, from my study, you know, there's hundreds of tribes that are not even listed. And we know those names are created, but they basically kind of had a confederation. You know what I'm saying? And a common language. And so even though they had skirmishes or whatever, there was, you know, some in the tribes, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of what I'm finding, man, is, you know, a lot of these names or whatever, there was really, really one people here, man. And they had tribal differences, but all these names or whatever, there was a common thread between aboriginals and a respect. So I'm just saying we should have that same type of thing now. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about culturally, you know what I mean? But yeah, get together, man, with some people. You know, shout out to Chief Holiday, man. I'm looking forward to the powwow. I'm definitely trying to come there, and that's business and organization. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we're not gonna be doing that type of stuff and making moves, then, you know, I think it becomes redundant. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, information is information, application is another thing, and moving forward and taking power is another thing. You know, I stress that a lot. I hear Chief stress that a lot too. What's the object, yo? It's nothing evil about it, because righteous people have to take power from the wicked. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not seeking power, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? You can't make change if somebody else is in control. So you should be seeking power. You know what I mean? You should be seeking to take over industries. We should be looking to take over the music industry, to take over the pharmaceutical industry, or, stuff like that, or take whatever industry it is. We should be looking to take. A lot of people they want to live in a fantasy world, like totally outside the matrix, and that's cool too. I mean, you got to get your nature boy on there. You know what I'm saying? We can all just move to the forest, and but that's not the reality in 2018. You got to work inside the system, and remember, we're not going to be the ones to get out the system. We're trying to set up things to get our children out of this system. You're not getting out the system. Your children may. Your grandchildren may. You understand what I'm saying? So we always think short term. We got to think about grandchildren. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're doing at the 5,000 Elite and the Old Mac Nation of Words and stuff like that. Organization is important. And one more thing I want to address, man, and that's this federal government stuff. With all due respect to everybody who talks the undrip, A-drip stuff, I just don't understand. It's just confusing, man. The federal government is responsible for your displacement. All right? When they can undrip and A-drip is for Native Americans. You are the enemy to this land, okay? Because if they was to give you back your proper place, then everybody got to leave. You understand what I'm saying? So when people talk this undrip age and stuff, but then the same people will talk about Masons and government, and it's confusing. Yo, you got to be self-autonomous. You know what I'm saying? You got to do your own thing within, work with what you got in order to build something for the future. The federal government is not, and the United Nations are all in cahoots to take over this land and to destroy the Aboriginals through eugenics. But yet y'all believe that following some federal law is going to bring you some type of freedom and liberation. Well, how is that? Because your freedom and liberation means the riches of the world has to be transferred back to you. So forget about that, man. You got to build and do for self and come together and pool your resources. And then, you know, man, you can approach, once you have power, economics and political power, you can approach governments and deal as an autonomous government or something. But you're not, the federal government is not looking out for you. I mean, where did they get this stuff from, man? That's the enemy. This whole thing, who you think you was at war with? The U.S. Army, the government. Who you think Andrew Jackson worked for? And the United Nations is just an extension of that. So also, man, I got people, you know, we got to be careful with secret dividers, right? So this people who just don't understand. So I wrote, this is what I'm saying. Somebody wrote, because I said ID cards coming, right? ID cards are for the 5,000 elite, okay? This is what I mean by people, oh, you gonna get us some ID cards and put us back. ID card is for a private corporation called the 5,000. If you ain't in the 5,000 elite, you ain't gotta worry about no ID card, fools. So, and another thing, man, is if you look at the Pan-African movement, it's well divided. You see them arguing amongst each other because of their little small, and they're just chaotic. But you got some people who sow the seeds, those same type of seeds. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hear people call Dane Calloway a Masonic agent because of his intro with the owl. Well, we know what the owl is. And, you know, people saying that I'm an agent. It's like, yo, and it's like everyone, you don't, this is not like a church, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying, where you got preachers trying to say, well, our church is the true church. You know what I'm saying? That church over there ain't teaching the right doctrine. They got the half gospel, we got the full gospel. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, we're progressive over here. And so you're always going to have those that hate progress no matter what, or that see the light shining or whatever. So, you know, shout out to the Chief Auditor Tantra this one, man. I learned a lot from y'all. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, keep moving, man. And I look forward to the powwow, man. Shout out to the people.
Peace. Peace.
Hey Lex, I got a question for you, bro. I got a real quick question for you about what you're saying. Okay, so I'm with that, you know what I'm saying? So what do you say to people that say, listen, man, we gotta work in the system, like we've been alienated from the system, so take over the system by participating, by saying, okay, participating in being a police force, because this give you a perfect example, right? So say for instance, if we buy a town, right? So it's abandoned towns, right? So we have to have security for the town, so we have to have our own private security services. Right? Even if you have a gated community, you know, even in this gated community, you have private security. You know what I'm saying? So you have to have private security everywhere that you go. So you have security to police your areas and things of that nature, whatever, right? So why not in Baltimore and Chicago? You know what I'm saying? Work out. You know what I'm saying? So what do you say to that? Get more into the politics, get more into the system.
Yeah, man.
You know, the school systems and all these things. You know, we're the school board. It's an Aboriginal school board, and so we're gonna change the curriculums in the school board. What do you think about that, brother?
Oh, absolutely, man. That's what 5,000 Elite's about. You can listen. You can only do that through corporate entities. You know what I'm saying? And we definitely need to get away from these hobos and what you call them, like the you know, what do you call them people who smoke weed and just hang out or whatever? But hippies, yeah, man. We got to get involved in part of politics. We need our own political party. We need to take over politics in the city. We need to get on school boards. And like you said, when you, like if you, in the stuff like, you need corporation to protect yourself, because you got what's called corporate immunity. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you set up your own police force. Like, people don't know the police are private security. They're not even government, really. So as a corporation, you can have your own private police force, and you set up those things, and you can make your the things you own. That's how you protect things. See, corporations is not evil or bad. It's the way they're used. But it's actually they protect you and they protect your assets. So if you have an LLC or something, that means, let's just say we do buy a town. They can't come after our assets because no one owns it personally. And also, if you set up a foreign, like, you don't have to set up a corporation even in the United States. You can set up a foreign corporation. And you know how people talk about licenses and driver's licenses? You can get your own driver's license as a foreign corporation. Why you think certain diplomats from China come over here, whatever? They got license plates and their own insurance to drive in America under corporate entities. So it's all these things, you know. And I'm not saying that that's the end all be all, but yeah, man, we definitely got to build and get involved in politics, science, and education. And if we're not doing that, then what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand what people want to do. Honestly, like, what do people want? Like, what are you gonna do?
You know what, Lex, though?
What do you? Yeah.
You know what, though? When it comes to that, you got to think about technology. you got to think about sustainable living, because living is going to be what's most important than anything. And like a lot of people, you're going to have to, like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I'll be thinking the same thing. But like I said, you just happen to just be thinking out loud. You know, I try not to think out loud too much online or whatever. I understand, you know what I'm saying? But I understand exactly what you like. I know most people interpret it when they understand it the same way you interpret it. So don't feel like you're wrong about what you're saying, because I mean, like I said, I'm a Sagittarius, so I always overthink things or whatever. But yeah, you gotta definitely, like I said, agriculture, technology. We had technology. Motherfuckers invented the air conditioner. Now you can't even invent nothing. You can't sit down and draw a piece of paper because you're so amped up off of everything else or whatever. You know what I'm saying? At one point in time, we was capable of making washing machines, cars, and all these different miraculous designs or these different inventions that, like I said, they are used all over. These same intelligent people, they are not responsible for making none of these creations, but we are. What happened to us? Why are some of us messed up? Because like you said, it's by design. But like I said, man, sometimes I think about it, like I said, it's all gonna be back to the same thing, right? Because how do you think most of these like corporations or like you said, countries, how they build up? They build up by sending their people to go so their people can come back and then be some use to that country. But with black people don't even want to fix up their own fucking community. Black people will go get a degree, learn how to do something, and as soon as they get all chummy with Tom and them, he's no longer thinking about little Raheem or the brothers who, you know what I'm saying? And I understand why, because they're alienated by finances and economics, and that's how we alienate each other, because we feel as though, you might have a cousin who might work or have a better job than you. And in the real sense, a lot of our people who are in situations like that, some of them do act funny. Some of them really don't really care about the money. But what family would do? Family will sit there, use you to a point to where you're not utilizing what he did to get where he's at. You take in so you could never build nothing. And that's the problem with a lot of us, because a lot of us, we don't want to go to school. We'd rather sit here and work this bullshit ass job as opposed to like that. One of the reasons why I went back to school, right, was this, right? Because I was thinking of it like this. I said, damn, I could be working on this job for 5 years, and maybe I might move up, maybe $4, maybe $5, maybe $4 or $5 within that 5 years. And if you got a good job, you might move up maybe 10,000, you know what I'm saying? Or a big number to where it's going to really be a life-changing number. But for some of us, that doesn't happen that way. You understand? So I'm like, man, you know what? Maybe if I go to school, you know what I'm saying, I can just, go ahead and, but then when you go to school, you learn that, okay, the only jobs where they pay that is these corporate jobs where a lot of these women work. A lot of these women work, they do data entry jobs. That's what most of the shit is, data entry now. Because everything is about taking data. And everything have always been about taking data. You know what I'm saying? Everything been about it. Everything they talk about Facebook, with all this data shit. How the fuck you think they find out shit? What is the algorithm? Ain't nothing but another statistic that's done by a computer. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. It's just like if I give you, if we all do like a lot for love, 5 loved a lot. You understand what I'm saying? And on the highest is loved a lot. The lowest will be liked. Okay. We look and see how many people pick 1. We put that over there. How many people pick 2? How many people pick 3? How many people pick 4? How many people pick 5? We divide that, and that gives us a number. That's what you learn in research. Like, I had to take a research class. I mean, with doctors and everything, because I went to school for nutrition. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to make it sound like, oh shit, that's some this is fucking nothing. But I went to school for nutrition, so I had to take a research class. That's why I started looking at a lot of shit like, man, hold up. But nonetheless, one thing we gonna have to learn is this. See, what China did was this, right? And even when you go, like I'm in an economics class right now, and a lot of this shit sound very familiar to what really going on in real time, or how they even China, they say China's supposed to be a communist country, right? So basically what they do is everybody got the same riches, and the government takes the majority of the money and build most of the riches up or whatever, and then it goes back into the people later on. The people see it later on down the line. Black people ain't willing to do that because we too busy buying shit that we don't need. So when it comes to somebody, you tell them you're gonna have an argument, you're gonna damn near have to fight somebody to stop watching some of the shit that they watch and stop. Like, listen, a lot of this stuff is going, like you said, gonna have to trickle on to the next generation. For people, the same way you think, the same way you just said, you thought about the same stuff, it's gonna be other people who think about it. And then when people understand about it, it's other people from other countries who want to learn about this. And they're gonna be like, yo, this is wrong. You understand? So there's a lot of different ways that things can happen, but for the most part, continue to work on yourself. Continue, you're trying to build something, continue to build something. Or like I said, you go back, if you got something that you can help somebody in your community, help them. I don't care. It don't even have to be nowhere where you connected. Just go back and help your people out. Even if you tell them that they Indian or that they didn't come from Africa, that is a greater step towards trying to unite than anything. So, I mean, like I said, it's a lot of different ways you can look at it. But go ahead, you want to build on that, Chief?
Yeah, they going in and we chat, man. Shout out to great man. Yeah, man. I mean, at this point right now, though, okay, so check this out. We act like we can't start our own, let's just say, something that we really need, our own law guild, right? Or our own law apparatus. You know what I mean? Let's just say, for instance, when it comes to laws and things like that, right? We can go back to even the great law of peace, right? We can go back to that. We can and tailor it to our needs and stuff for 2018 or whatever. And they can even mirror some of the laws that are on the land now, right? We're not even saying that, like murder, certain things, right? You say, okay, well, you can't do certain things. That's pretty fair. You know what I'm saying? But I feel that we really need a law apparatus or any institution. Because you said something earlier that was crazy, like the Chinese government or a Chinese person here can call the Chinese government. They got somebody to call. Even so-called Africans, when they come here, they have a country to call. A consulate. You know what I'm saying? Diplomats and all these other things, right? We don't have nobody to call because we're in our own country, we're on our own land, right? So, but when we had talked about this, I want to know you guys' opinion on this. We're forming our own, so to speak, and I just want to use this as an example, family, not as something that we want to do, but the NAACP, but it would be a national advancement for Aboriginal colored people. You know what I mean? Y'all follow me? I'm just saying something like that. I'm just using it as an example so we can understand of a corporation, right, Lex, that is for us, that looks out for the best interest of our people. It has a law apparatus that, that helps people, to do certain things with it. So instead of people, even Aborigines that are not identified, right, but they have something happens in their family or something happens from whatever, instead of them calling the NAACP and Al Sharpton them, we should be so effective enough to where we can be called and come in and step in and help our people. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that we're smart enough to create our own institutions, our own music guilds, our own movie guilds. Like, what is going on? We got cameras, we got everything we need. Why aren't we saying, okay, well, we don't need them to distribute our music and our movies? So I just wanted to know what you guys thought about, you know, forming our own institutions right now.
Yeah, man, absolutely. See, you know, some people are so caught up in talking agent talk, right, that they don't realize that we need to have our own agents in the system. Like, go to law school, become an Aboriginal lawyer, be an agent for us. You see what I'm saying? We always talk about agents, but we don't have no agents. That's the art of war. Everyone's an agent, but who is the agent for us? Like, when you look at the thing you were saying about the NAACP is great. You know, I mean, and if you look at the Jewish organization, what's the name of their organization, man? The Anti-Defamation League. You know what I'm saying? That is a Jewish agency, right? And they are about Jewish propaganda. They say it's to protect all things that are, you know, against race, but it's really to protect the Jews. You know what I mean? So yeah, we need corporations like that. And you know, that's what we doing at the 5,000 Elite, man. And another thing is, and you need economics to do these things. You know what I'm saying? So there has to be a way to pool resources. And that's why I say there has, you know, we need everyone to organize their little groups and then bigger groups, and then everyone can work together and then resources to create these institutions. And then we need people to not be non-progressive and saying, well, we don't need to do this and need to do that. Well, if you're a teacher in the public school system, then you're an agent for the Aboriginals, because you'll be in that system and you can teach children. So you would be an agent inside the system. So you telling me they got agents, but we don't? If you're a lawyer, then we know you're not going to be loyal to the damn British Bar Guild or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So we got to infect the system. You know what I'm saying? We got to infect the system, and we got to have our own agents, and we got to come together. Like I said, everybody is not going to vibrate on the same. You know what I mean? At 5,000 Elite, 8 for everybody. Old Mac Nation, the Warriors, but whatever you do, we can work together. That's how I advise everyone to go to They Rule. I think it's They Rule. I did a show on this. It's called DayRule.net, right? I believe it's DayRule.net. And you'll look at, and you can see all the different corporations, who sits on the board of these corporations and how they're connected. And it's a web. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you can understand why political policy is moved in a certain way. Because, for instance, you got Monsanto, right? People talk about genetically modified foods, right? But the dude that sits on Monsanto also sits on the board that makes chemicals. And so now you know why you got chemicals in your food. And then you'll find out the dude that sits on that chemical company is a part of the eugenics company. So now you know that why certain things are moved and how they're trying to destroy Aboriginals. And if you look, you see Dick Cheney sits, he's in government, but he sits on Halliburton, a construction company. So now you know why wars are caused. And another thing people need to realize about Aboriginal, right, is a lot of people talk about, oh, we're Aboriginal and we got to claim Aboriginal. Listen, Aboriginal is looked at like animals. It's almost like a zoo. That's what I'm saying. Undrip and UDrip is like some preservation for the Aborigines. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, because this eugenics, they believe in that evolution stuff, right? So Aborigine to us might be a good term, but to them, you some prehistoric type, you know, unevolved type human. So when they use the term Aborigines and we got to protect the indigenous and all that, they're not looking at you like no developed human being. I want people to realize that. Just they look at you the same way that they looked at the Tasmanians and why they did what they do, savages, and they were savages when we got here. Now I'm not saying it's true. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you the political reality has not changed since they got here. You was a savage. You didn't have Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And see, idiots don't understand what I'm talking about. Anybody that got some sense know what I'm saying. You were savages then and you savages now. You see what I'm saying? Politically to them. And so, you know, we just got to keep things in proper perspective. You know what I'm saying? And operate on a higher level. On a higher level. We got to get from, I mean, the enemy is pretty smart. You understand what I'm saying? And so you got to think the stuff we're doing right now is mediocre. You know what I mean? So in order to rise above this, we got to raise it. We need think tanks, man. We need bad motherfuckers who can think and play some serious chess with these people. I don't underrate the enemy, man. They're good. You know what I mean? They're good at what they do. So you sitting around talking about, oh, we just got to do this, do that, and you know, that ain't, come on, man. It's a higher level. You're dealing with high level devils, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think, and what do you want? You know, let me ask people this. What's the end game? What's the end game? Is the end game, all right, let's say we took the road that some people say. We all just declare our nationality as Aboriginal American Indians, and we're going to sue the government, and they're just going to give us back the land. And I mean, come on, man. The doctrine of conquest, the rules of conquest. You're not getting the land back because you are under the doctrine of conquest. It's not yours anymore. I'm just telling you politically. So either you gonna go to war or you gonna do it strategically. And we ain't quite ready for war, but war happens on all levels. Right now, the biggest war you have is political and economic. Get a mayor in office, get a governor in office, and then they can change policy. You know what I mean? Stop this nonsense about moving out into the forest and this silly stuff, man. Now, ain't nothing wrong moving out in the forest, but you can't escape the world right now, man. You see what happened to Nature Boy and them? They all the way and got, where was they at? In Guatemala somewhere and got ran down on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't escape the reality of what's happening, man. So, and I'm from Tennessee, man. So my people got land in Tennessee and all that type of stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? But when we talk about land, we're not talking about my family's parcel of land. We're talking about the damn whole land. It's conquered. So people say they own land or whatever, but most likely you're paying taxes on it, which means you really don't own it, meaning you're just renting it from the government. And some people might have took it to a level where they did some paperwork and they ain't got to pay taxes on the land. But you're not getting out of this. Listen, the paperwork is to correct status, right? That's a political move to put you in a proper position to be recognized in law, to do things and to operate as a proper person. But that's an act of war. That's just the first thing. What happens after that? After people don't acknowledge you, that's why countries go to war. You know what I'm saying? Their sovereignty is not acknowledged and whatever. And then, you know, whatever. There's disagreement and they go to war. So we got to use everything. I'm like, even UNDRIP and ADRIP, I'm not saying that it's useless. I'm just saying people act like it's salvation or something. I'm just saying we got to throw everything that we got, including the kitchen sink. You know what I'm saying? And just because someone may take a different approach to you, I mean, just see them as another tool to power. So yeah, Lex is doing the 5,000 elite and the corporate thing and the economic thing and all that. Maybe that's not your thing. Don't shit on it, man. What's wrong with you? You may need it one day. You know what I'm saying? We trying to produce our own products, you know, and all type of stuff. So, I mean, how does that hurt what someone's doing? You know what I mean? So I just think we got to be, we still got a lot of niggerisms, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't realize it, man. You know, I'm going to tell you, I was watching Charlemagne the God. I don't know if y'all seen him on Fox News earlier today. He has a book that came out called Black Privilege or whatever. He was talking about Black masculinity and therapy, man. Like, yo, we need therapy, man. He was talking about how when you come from the hood, like, you got to be tough. Everything's tough. You know what I mean? Like, you might experience anxiety and you think that shit's regular. You know what I mean? Or you might be negative or paranoid and we got to act like we ain't got no problems. Yo, we got some problems, man, with each other. And some people believe that they're positive and they don't even know that they're negative. Like, are you building or destroying? And they don't even know the difference sometimes. You know how they say the road to hell was paved with good intentions? You know what I mean? It's just like a dude's on here saying, this dude saying, oh, Lex is an agent. He's going to tear the Aboriginal movement down from the inside out. Nigga, what down? You ain't built nothing for me to tear down.
Hey, but listen though. So Lex, man. Hey, man, listen, man. It's all about the work, bro. And that's what, and about the information given to the people. You know what I'm saying? To open the minds up so we can build. You know, I say this, man. I think you're absolutely right. When, you know, if, say, for instance, somebody wants to go the legal route and they want to go into law and things of that nature or whatever, yeah, we gotta start moving a little differently. And real mobsters and real gangsters put their people in the police force. Want to go into law and things of that nature or whatever. Yeah, we gotta start moving a little differently. And real mobsters and real gangsters put their people in the police force. want to go into law and things of that nature or whatever. Yeah, we got to start moving a little differently. And real mobsters and real gangsters put their people in the police force. Want to go into law and things of that nature or whatever. Yeah, we got to start moving a little differently. And real mobsters and real gangsters put their people in the police force. Want to go into law and things of that nature or whatever. Yeah, we got to start moving a little differently. And real mobsters and real gangsters put their people in the police force. want to go into law and things of that nature. Or whatever. Yeah, we got to start moving a little differently. And real mobsters and real gangsters put their people in the police